this weekend, you are going to be able to call me up and shake your finger and say, see, Jason, you said they wasn't going to do nothing for us, and they proved you wrong. See, that was it right there. You told everybody they should be voting, and that was just stupid. This is what it is right here. This what's wrong with y'all. Y'all don't understand. The system do be working. You thought they were going to give you something that you could defend yourself with, brag about, and all they did was make you look extra eccentric, strength, stupid. Now you feel real bad. Now you feel real bad. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And we will be mocking you for the next 4 years. We are going to be downing you and dissing you and beating you silly for the next 4 years. We are going to mock you and run you through the ringer. You're going to have to listen to how dumb you were the whole time. The whole time. We're going to encourage everybody who knows you to make a fool of you also. Because you made a fool of yourselves.
Man.
That's the way that works. No, we don't have to be nice about this. We don't have to be nice about anything. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, we're going to finish up about them. I might even take some telephone calls tonight.
Oh, God. What,
I
really?
just might.
You might? Oh, God.
This is the Black Channel.
Within us is a powerful spirit, a God-given spirit. It's a spirit that empowers us to oppose demonic white supremacy. A spirit that motivates us to eradicate racist lies with Black truth. This spirit was alive during the rebellion of 1811. The spirit catapults us towards righteous justice. This is the spirit our opponents fear. Is the spirit of 1811 alive in you? Visit us at spirit of1811publishing.com. Buy our novel, War of the Heart, on sale today at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Spirit of 1811 Publishing. Our story, our family.
Aliens descend upon the city and discover melanin. They notice the people. They exploit the people.
Because I enjoy it. And because I can. What type of payment do you want? I have the best. I want the best. And I deserve the best.
Join us for the new drug you can find on YouTube at The Urban Gods, spelled with a Z, channel on YouTube.
Okay, let me see here. I think I'm missing something. We'll make sure I get everybody up in here, so this will be important. This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all here this evening. I am missing something here. Make sure I got one more. I am missing one. Okay. There we go there. This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, and your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. You know, I've been looking for Kamala Harris supporters here for a month. You ain't gonna be able to find them. It doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter where you look. They're not out there. They're not out there. They don't want to be seen. They're all been hiding. They only poke their heads up long enough to sit up here and vent and squeal that you've beaten them silly about it. But what they're not doing is defending her. And let me just be very, very clear with you all. That's a bad look. That's a real bad look. If you're Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, your supporters should be out here stomping for you and really proud to support you. And that's not happening. Why isn't it happening? It's not happening because, understand, the thrill is gone. I mean, they hung it. Look, they limped across the finish line. It took them a damn month to get ratified that he won the election. They limped across the finish line. But let's be very, very clear. Yes, all the ski-wee and AKs and whatnot, man, they ain't saying nothing. They're not out there bragging. You know why? Because she's not returning their damn phone calls now. But you know why she's not returning their phone calls? Because if she answers the phone, she's going to have to tell you specifically what she's going to do and what she's going to have Biden do. And she knows that as soon as she tells you that they're not going to do anything, or that you're going to have to wait, or we're not sure, or a plan's being formulated, or we're going to work it out, they know that as soon as they say that, that's it. You're going to be like, I'll be damned, you hung me out to dry. That new black media and everybody who said you were the wrong person, they're gonna pillory us for this. You left me hanging. I was talking here before we went to our non-commercial break that this was an old nigga disease. Colorism. And you know why? Old niggas love exotic people because they really want access to the family. They want access to the lineage. They want to be... See, if you get hooked up with a Kamala Harris type, you can start telling yourself that you're a part of her family. And that's what they really want. They want to be able to sit up here and say, well, when you trace my roots back, it really don't go to being Negroid. It goes to Asia when you think about it. So understand, the Willie Browns and the Roland Martins, when Roland Martin sat there in front of Richard Spencer and said he wasn't black, he was a man. Yeah, Roland Martin wants out. They want out. They don't want this. They want out. They want out. For real, all the way, they just want out. So their generation was very impressed, and they were very enticed and seduced at the idea that they could get out. When you and me start talking about we don't want to get out, we trying to get in, these old niggas look at us like we're crazy. Why would you want to be black? See, that's why they tell you, they want you to cut your hair. Why you gotta wear them dreadlocks? Why you gotta wear braids? Why you gotta do all that Afrocentric stuff with your hair? Now, these be the same niggas that understand something. Back in the 80s, they loved that mess, man. Go take a look at back in the 80s, boy, with Vanity and Apollonia. Yeah, when all those chicks were running around with Prince, they had all that big rocker hair. For those of you old enough to remember what they call 80s rock star hair. They didn't have no problem with that back then. Morris Day and the Times, Michael Jackson, Prince, they had hair all over the damn place. So long as it imitated Europeans, your hair, wasn't nothing wrong with your hair being all long, big chains and everything. Oh no. It was only once we, as the young people, with the resurgence of Malcolm X, all of a sudden, the old folk don't want big hair anymore. All of a sudden, hair is a problem. Yeah, when your hair looks more African, all of a sudden it looks more like yourself is a problem. Now, when your hair was imitating white folks, by the way, a pathetic imitation of white people. Perming your hair is a pathetic imitation, not even a good one. Now, that was okay. That was all right. Having the pompadour and Jackie, that was okay. These same old niggas telling you that you're wearing too much hair now, boy, they was cheesing in the 80s and early 90s. They were cheesing. Now they're telling you you shouldn't do that. What's the problem with what you're doing now? The problem with what you're doing now is you are saying, I want to be more black. You're using the hair to make the statement, I want to be more like myself. But why would you want to do that? Yeah. Y'all gotta understand, it's the old niggas telling you that race doesn't matter, so that when you are victims of racism, they want to tell you it's not racial. It's old niggas who tell you if you had tried harder. They start talking like Fox News. The Kamala Harris, Joe Biden supporters, understand they all sound like Fox News now. Ain't no problems, ain't no racism, ain't no issues. That's them. That's them. That's why they do that. Because that's them. They know what they're doing. That's the point. They know what they're doing. It's not accidental. They've done these things because this is a part of the plan. And the plan is that we're all supposed to sit here and we're supposed to co-sign this and sign off on this and everything's all right and everything's fine. But don't nobody bring me no bad news. Don't bring me no bad news. And as black people, we're supposed to be smarter than that. We're not supposed to sit here and just keep falling for the same thing over and over again. We gotta be smarter than that. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the telephone lines here tonight. I'll go ahead and open it up here. I'm having a little issue being able to get that thing to work. I'm gonna see if Blog Talk sounds worth a damn here. But I'll go ahead and open up the telephone lines for you. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Black Channel. People, it's after Inauguration Day. All the folks who told us, just you wait, let them get in office, they gonna take care of it for us to see us. Everybody who was out there dancing their plantation jigs during the inauguration and whatnot and cooning it up, well, get ready for the hangover. Get ready for the hangover. And here it is. You don't hear any of those people bragging today. Go on my Twitter feed. They're not bragging. They don't have anything to brag about. They're sitting up here mad at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for not giving them anything to brag over. They're waiting on them to throw them a crumb and say, hey, I can brag about a little bit. Ain't nothing to brag on. Nothing to brag about. No one to brag to. They were supposed to have everything sewn up right now. They were supposed to be sitting here waving their fingers at us. And now they feel bad because they don't have anything to hold it. All they can say is, well, I mean, it's just his first week. Well, he's doing plenty for illegals. They're starting the same old ADHD, Sesame Street special ed school bus talk all over again. The same stuff they said with Obama. Well, it's just his first day. It's just his first week. What about all these other people? He gonna get around to us. Now, y'all need to be patient now. He gonna get around to us. He's getting around to everything else. These were campaign promises he made before he got in office. What's the holdup? Give the man some time. He got to get in the White House, and he got to make sure the faucets work, and he got to make sure the cable television is right. You know, Trump was probably up in there messing with the TV. You know how that be. And they're going to have to wash the drapes, and they're going to have to put some leather conditioner on the couches and the Oval Offices and things. So, you know, they're going to have to sweep the floors, and in the White House refrigerator, they're going to have to make sure that they got, you know, plenty of Kool-Aid and plenty of Crystal Light and plenty of chitlins. You know, gotta make sure some chitlins up in there and whatnot. Kamala Harris loves chitlins. I know. I talk to the people. Y'all sitting up here acting like Joe Biden is going through the White House and he's gonna have to spruce the place up. Meanwhile, he's signing executive orders left, right, and center. Where you sitting up here talking about what they don't have to do and what isn't required. Some folk, this is how pathetic you really have to be to sit here and defend this. And at what point do you just look in the mirror and say, damn, I'm dumb? I'm going to see if I can try to take a couple of phone calls here. Hopefully I'm not having a bunch of audio issues. I really just got my setup put back together here. So if we're not having too many issues, I'll see how that goes. We'll give it a try. Let me get a caller from area code 646. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, caller from 646. You're on live. Okay, 646. drop their call. Let me take a caller from area code 918. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hi, my name is Baron, calling about Minneapolis.
Okay, what's your name again?
Baron, B-A-R-O-N.
Baron out of Minneapolis, what's on your mind?
I was wondering, what do you think about the possibility that when you look through history, we got the AIDS babies that's growing now, the crack babies that's growing now, a lot of things that happen to us through that transition where we get now is, in my opinion, due to a lot of people that they're putting out in the forefront to speak for us. And to me, these are the same individuals psychologically think like they're addicted or where they are actually dependent upon the system.
They are. Yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that?
They understand this is the system that we're in, brother. They psychologically hobbled a bunch of them, knowing full well they've psychologically hobbled them. They broke them. Their family unit is decimated, and they've just been let loose out here into the world. They've been doing this stuff since slavery. Just let them loose into the environment, screw them up, mess up the foundation, and then just let them loose.
Here's what I don't understand.
And then what they'll do is they'll go out and just contaminate the environment for us.
And that's fact. But I don't understand when we see it, and what is it about us that we're scared to correct our own situation? That's the question I think that we all have to ask ourselves. What is it about our people that we're scared to take the mantles of our own behavior and straighten ourselves out first?
Well, I mean,
that's the first thing we have to do.
Well, I mean,
like
they have a vested interest in making sure we don't do that. That's the difference. We're the only group of people who the dominant society, the government itself, has policies in place in the vested interest in making sure that we don't have a power structure of our own that polices and enforces it. Because every time we do that, they jump in and go fund one side. They've been doing this in wars forever. In Black society, they come in and fund one side. They bring in Oprah on one side or a Roland Martin on the other to destabilize the conversation and muddy the waters. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 843. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
TJ, Tobias out of Phoenix.
Tobias out of Phoenix, brother. Well, is it safe to celebrate yet?
Well, we did get a poll, and we got a bunch of women, sisters out here loving Michelle Obama's outfit, despite the fact her husband plays policies where their man can't even buy them outfits similar to that. But some things I've noticed, and people yelled at me a lot about this. Well, a lot of these black people who support this guy and this administration blindly because all they care about is getting Trump out. The Republicans are going to get the majority back in 2 years. I hate to break that to y'all. And part of the issue is because the Democrats keep doing it to themselves. You keep telling black folks, just vote, just vote, just vote. Ice Cube, baby, it's wrong. He's the wrong time. All this stuff. You give nothing. You done it. Not even a people of color thing. Not even something that says minority. Nothing. And so you got a bunch of black people out here that's going to say, screw this. I came out here to vote, and I got no mention, nothing. No policies, nothing. But we got illegal immigrants and illegal citizens who broke the law who are going to get benefits that our kids can't get. They're getting in college education. They're getting in health care. And we got black people who are born and raised in this country can't get that. But yet, we worry about Trump's rhetoric. My thing is, hey, we're back to normal racism in office now. To covert racism, we're back to that. Okay, Trump ain't saying nothing back. Trump ain't being over. But you still ain't got no policy. Kamala Harris is a female vice president. She's an AKA. Still ain't hired no AKA. Still ain't hired no Howard Lunch. I don't have children, but if I did, my kids can't eat no symbolism TVA. Well, what symbolism going to do? Every other group's getting policy. And it just kills me how that we haven't, as a people, learned the lessons from Obama.
I couldn't agree with you more here, but if you don't learn them the easy way, well, you can learn it the hard way. There's that too.
Yeah.
There's that too. Also, also find it very interesting that you mentioned that about the Republicans being in charge. You know, that they're going to get the houses in the back. I mean, they could do that, but let me tell you, brother, it's not going to get that far along. It's not going to get that far along. I would like for you all to turn your eyes towards your computers, your monitors, your cell phones, or whatever. For those of you who are unaware, while you all have been out here playing the video game of politics, pretending for a few seconds that you were smarter than the black media, no, that just went terribly, terribly bad from the beginning. This is what's been going on. This right here is what's been going on. Since Joe Biden's inauguration, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell have been negotiating to hammer out a power-sharing agreement.
Oh, goodness.
So you see all the built-in excuses. Look, you Biden-Harris supporters, you all, let me tell you right here, Forrest Gump is a genius compared to all of you. You were this dumb and this stupid. You were told what happened right here, and all you can do is eat the crayons and chew the bubble gum stuck under the desk by 3 previous semesters. Talk about mega idiots. You all can go Google this if you want to here. McConnell and Schumer have been negotiating on how they're going to share power. This is what's been going on the whole damn time. Whole damn time. With folk telling us about what wasn't going to be, and they were going to, y'all were really going to prove us wrong, weren't you? All of you Biden butt kissers and Kamala Harris butt kissers, you all were going to prove us wrong. You all were going to prove to us that there really is a difference between them. You all were going to prove to us that they were not just twin wings on the bird of whitespurs. They bet their whole hopes on this, Tobias. They bet the farm to prove to us that this time, we were right under Clinton, we were right under Bush, we were right under Obama, but that this time, we were going to be wrong this time, Tobias. They didn't even make it out of inauguration week.
And you were right about the first 100 days. Those people don't realize the first 100 days were all stuff because that's what they care about the most. That's what your legacy is built. Like Obama cared more about Obamacare than anything, and that was a big mess in itself. By the way, he's the only president. That's how weak he is. He allows another man to play grab ass with his wife in front of him. That's a whole different conversation. But everybody sees people love that. But I listened to Biden's speech. They keep talking about bipartisan working together. Dude, you got the majority. Why did the Democrats keep appeasing racists? These so-called liberals, these so-called friend of black people been appeasing racists and traitors since the Civil War. These, like Robert E. Lee, Jefferson Davis, all these people, they got to live their remaining days of peace. They ain't got money. We didn't get no money. We didn't get no 40 acres in the mule. They got the 40 acres in the mule for being traitors in this country. And I hate to be the freaking y'all. If y'all think that Biden is going to prosecute any of those traitors who stormed the Capitol, you're sadly mistaken. He ain't said nothing about that, if you notice. But the one black guy turned himself in, he'll have the book thrown at him. I just want y'all to pay attention to what this man has said and not said. He has said nothing to black people. He got the same guy, Roland Martin here, who's leading the jihad against poor IQ. And what I hate, they talk, well, it ain't the right time. Dumbasses.
It's never the right time.
Until the day of the election.
It's never the right time.
That's when you get back.
Whenever black folks, brother, it's never the right time for us to speak up for ourselves. Just understand, when you're dealing with that civil rights coon generation or their butt-dancing heirs, they're always going to tell you it's never the right time for us. Now, it's never the wrong time for LGBT. These niggas are never going to say, hey, LGBT got to fall back, illegal got to fall back. It's our time. It's never our time. Ever. But the other reason for that is because that's all they really want. Niggas want to sit up here and sing a song, make a poem. Just understand, the folks who are out there reciting poems and singing songs, this was it, brother. As far as I'm concerned, Biden has already given them their reparations. He gave them a video for the gram. As far as they're concerned, that is their reparations. They don't give a damn what he does after that. They got theirs. Biden couldn't do nothing else. I got me a video. I'm going to be famous for the rest of my life. I was at the inauguration. Who could? Brother, I mean, the banjos were just playing. The banjos were playing. I'll let you have the last word.
All right, thanks for taking my call as usual. I just want, it's like they get up with emotion and being on TV. Because now I'm not knocking the young lady who did the perform, did a great job, but that's no gift. That's not casual. That isn't. And I just want us to understand is that the only way to put pressure on these people is to demand nothing less than black financial empowerment, because that's our biggest issue. Because, hey, hate to break this to y'all, those LGBT provisions, that's a white LGBT. That ain't for the black one. And before you get out here and say, what about Republicans? This conservative Supreme Court passed legislation benefiting LGBTQ and illegal immigrants. They passed it. Those are conservatives. So you can't tell me that conservatives ain't gonna do nothing. It's the problem is the people that's out here in front don't ask for nothing except to not be called niggas to their face. Because Joe Biden has written policy, bragged about it, said he's a segregationist, friends with Strom Thurmond, right there. But yet y'all mad at Trump. They're no different. They're the same when it comes to us. And that's what you gotta get. In my last TBA, also tired of black folks saying when Trump wasn't off, oh man, the world is laughing and saying embarrassed. If the world wasn't embarrassed for the past 400 damn years of black folks were enslaved, Jim Crow, the pre-industrial complex, Reconstruction, they ain't embarrassed and now. Because if they were that upset about it, they would have done something about it. So that's all I have, CBA, man, black person.
Black person, brother, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Let me go ahead and see if I can get caller from area code 434. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Barrett Wallace from Charlottesville, Virginia.
Barrett from Charlottesville, what's on your mind?
Hi, I've been listening to your program, I think a couple of years now. Like, I haven't been there from the start, but I've been watching for a good minute now. I found your program very exciting. I'm not trying to take too much of your time. I know you're a very busy man, so I guess I just got one question. I know that you and Keely Moore, predicted that a bunch of that the immigrants will come into the country to almost overwhelmed over populate black people. So I'm sorry.
Okay, get to your point, caller. What's your question?
Does it ever come to a point where it gets too late? Because I'm kind of concerned.
Yes.
With immigrants.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does get to a point where it's too late, and we may be there now. California has. I've said that since I started my program a decade ago. California is already too late for California. There's nothing you can do for California. You can't do anything for California at all right now. California's done. You can't do. California's done. Florida is going to be right behind it. There's whole parts of this country where you can't do anything for it. So yes, it does. If you do not get smart quickly enough, and you don't get smart fast enough, then yes, it does eventually reach a point where, you can't do anything. So yes, that is exactly it. Now, as far as it being, there's many places where it's already game over. So just don't even bother asking. It's already game over in a lot of these places. What black folk have to do is aggregate as a whole now, but yes, it is game over in a lot of these places. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 508. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Davita, and I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, Davita, where at in North Carolina?
I live in a small town called Lawrenceburg, North Carolina.
Okay, and what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is that I've been watching you for a while, and this past week showed me what I need to know, that the majority of black folks are still lost. These pictures of these women following this woman who dad lied for her to get into Howard, with the pearls and things. It's just stupid. And it's saying that they'll put all of this up there instead of them fixing themselves or bettering who they are as a black person, a lot of them don't got their credit up. A lot of them ain't trying to have no businesses. And Biden is up for the puppet. I was not going to vote for him after he was the vice president for 8 years under Obama and have all those murders happen on black people by police officers, and they didn't do a damn thing about it. And there was no way I was going to vote for him with his rhetoric, but he still was able to keep his way in. But there's something original about Biden. And if black people just don't
well, as black people, that you have to understand, a lot of folk are willing to accept it at this point. There are only two types of black people today: those who want something better, and those who are perfectly comfortable accepting the level of abuse that they're living under. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 936. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's James calling out of Lubbock.
Okay, James, speak up.
James out of London?
James calling out of Lubbock. Yeah, I expect pushback with these immigrants. Like, I'm from Texas, so, you know, in 2019, if you saw the attacks on the Mexicans that year, I expect that to happen again, because these white supremacists can't stand being outnumbered. I think it's a deadly game that the Democrats are playing with them. They're political puns.
No, the game is already over. Right now, this is how the dominant society settles its disagreements. That's the thing. This is foreign to black people because we've been looking at the power struggles on the outside looking in. We don't understand. This is what I was saying before. This is how they settle. This is how these people do this. I mean, you take a look at the UFC or whatever. This is bloodshed is how they do this. Take a look at the mafia. Take a look at the movie Gangs in New York. They believe in settling these disputes. Black folk, we've never been in a position to settle anything. And to the extent that we did, they sent out our dumbest and densest. So we gamify these things. Brother, they're settling the situation. Please, for those of you who are not familiar with your history, remember, at the late 1800s, beginning of the 20th century, you used to have signs that said Irish need not apply. Y'all need to go back and go check out that movie, The Departed, with Jack Nicholson and Leonardo DiCaprio. I talk about the beginning of that film all the time. That monologue that Jack Nicholson gives, which is really the director, Martin Scorsese, talking. And he says, remember Nicholson's monologue at the beginning of that thing? 20 years after an Irishman couldn't get a job, we had the presidency. May he rest in peace. And then he says the next thing. If I got one, he said, that's what the niggas don't understand. If I got one problem with the black chappie, it's this. Nobody gives it to you. You have to take it. We don't understand the language of power. We don't. We don't understand the language of settling disputes. We don't. We don't understand when we are looking at their culture that they're speaking the language of power in their language. We don't get it. So that display at the Capitol and whatnot, that was just to show they could be there. That was just to show they could be there. But for the most part, they want to just know, how is this going to be resolved? Now, why do I say that? Because you're bringing up there, you know, you're from Texas, I'm from Louisiana. Brother, we got illegals all over the damn place here in the Deep South. Go to the farmlands. Every landscaping company. So, who is that? Why is it that when it comes to drugs, they were able to arrest us and mass incarcerate? But when it comes to illegals, there was never a mass incarceration movement and isn't one now. Oh, same thing with opioids. Brother, I mean, this is a game that we're not even privy to the psychology behind what they're doing. So when they showed up at the White House and stuff, brother, it was just to make sure that they were heard about this. But if you and I start talking about getting rid of the illegals, they're only going to support us up to a certain point. You know, before the election, they were criticizing us, talking about defunding the police. The same folk who were talking about the thin blue line and back the badge, those are the ones out there talking about kill the cops. at the Capitol building. So what I'm saying is that's the double-minded mentality that you're up against. Don't deceive yourself for a moment into believing that another shoe is going to drop. I'm telling you, the shoe is already dropped. What they want to know is that this is simply about determining which path they're going to take. If you all saw my film Race War, my documentary Race War, go to blackchannelfilms.com and check it out. I juxtapositioned Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. That Jared Taylor was criticizing Richard Spencer because of Charlottesville. And Richard Spencer was criticizing Jared Taylor for being too timid. But they both want the same thing. And what we need to understand is that even though they seem to be at odds with each other, but we're not asking the real question, okay, what are you at odds about? Now, if those white supremacists who showed up in the Capitol building, what are they going to tell you? That the government isn't cracking down and oppressing black people? Well, they can't say that because they know they are. Their issue is they are afraid the government is about to stop doing it. And they were there to make their impression felt, to make it very, very clear. No, we are not going to just sit back while you allow black people to force us into a situation where we have to compete. We're just here to make sure you understand that we're serious. And Biden showed you that he's lockstep with them, as evidenced by the fact of all his executive orders, not a single one of them does a single thing to change the status quo as far as black people are concerned. Not a single thing. And there are no bills currently awaiting his signature in Congress that will alter the status quo either. And that's what that riot was about. Well, they were there to support Trump. Supporting Trump is just a euphemism for white supremacy. It's a figure of speech for white supremacy. Okay, they were afraid it was getting ready to disappear. Well, but Jason, what about the illegals at the border? Man, let me tell y'all something. Can I just be honest with you all for just a few moments? Let me explain something, y'all. In case you didn't know. If there was something about it you didn't know it, whatever the case may be, let me go ahead and explain to you. Folks, when it comes to that border, take your ass down there to El Paso. Some of y'all need to do yourselves a favor. Go down to El Paso. Go down to Laredo. Go down to Pecos. Y'all need to go out there and go take a look at white men. Don't have a problem letting illegals over here as long as they got access to the women. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Yep.
As long as they want the men for their labor and they want the women for their, well,
concubine.
Just understand, and we're the ones who don't get it. We don't understand that they got a use for them. What they want to know is that the power dynamic will not change. But Jason, okay, some jackass. Well, Jason, what about their numbers? Man, white folk are used to ruling as a minority. The plantations in America, black people outnumbered white folk in Georgia, South Carolina, in a bunch of those slave states. Y'all know you can go Google the whole list of them. We outnumbered them in state after state. They've been accustomed to being a minority. That doesn't bother them. What they want to know is who's going to control the power. That's it. When I did my film Race War, I told you that it's a South Africa apartheid strategy. And we're sitting up here pretending to ourselves that these folks are self-conscious about population numbers. Meanwhile, in every damn, quote, black city in America, they run the damn joint. To the point that Keisha Bottom B, the mayor of Atlanta, can't make a move without white folk giving her permission to do so. They already rule your so-called majority black cities, and we're sitting up here pretending to ourselves that we've intimidated them. We don't understand how they really think. All they want to know is they were putting Biden on notice that white supremacy is intended to roll on unabated. They understand. White folk are not intimidated or worried about Kamala Harris. Why? Because they know that she hates black folk as much as they do. Same reason that they weren't intimidated or worried about Barack Obama. They're like, oh, we didn't want them immigrant niggas. He hates y'all too. Okay, good. I can vote for him. He's not going to do anything for you. Okay, I was worried there for a moment. He's not going to do nothing for you. Well, but Jason, they worried about black faces. Please get the hell out of here. Clarence Thomas, J.C. Watts, Ward Connerly. They know when they got a black puppet. They're cool with that. So long as the power dynamic is going to change, they're perfectly fine with a black front person promoting their goals. We're the ones who believe in symbolism.
Yeah, like Lori Lightfoot.
Black people are the ones who are invested in symbolism. We're the ones still trafficking in the currency of symbolism. Nobody else is trafficking in symbolism. Wouldn't no Asians want to sing no songs, stomp their feet, hum no hymns, and recite no poems? And yes, I said no. There were no non-black people demanding to get to the podium so that they can audition for American Idol and recite Robert Frost. They weren't doing that. They never do. They never do. We're the ones pretending that symbolism has a concrete numerical value. We're the ones pretending that. Nobody else is trafficking in symbolism. So they're okay with black focus. They recognize the symbolic black leadership. Marion Barry, they put him in prison. Oh, you ain't symbolic. You're the real damn thing. All right, let me get this jail cell ready for you. You the real thing. Oh, we gonna get you in jail. You're the real thing. Your symbolic people, oh, you can stay. The rest of your people who look like you, they don't get it that you're really on our team, but okay, you can stay. We're cool with that. You can stay. And that's what it is, brother. That's what it really is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. As black people, we're the ones on the outside looking in. We're the ones who don't really get it. We're the ones who think that there's an actual fight going on. No, it's not. This is their language. Violence, nearly fully, but Jesus, violence is the language of white supremacy. For those of you who watch Game of Thrones, why do you think that George R.R. Martin kept gravitating back to the Dothraki and that everything about them, that violence is not considered to be a good party unless 3 or 4 people die? Violence is their language. Violence is the language of the white supremacist psyche. The white supremacist psyche speaks in a language and a dialect of violence. Violence is how they consecrate religious ceremonies. Violence is how they engage in sexual activity. S&M don't exist anywhere on the planet except in their circles. Everything is about violence, domination. So they're not, I went through all that to tell you that they're not offended by that. Professor Black Truth gave a marvelous expose here over the last couple of weeks. If y'all haven't been following what Professor Black Truth's been talking about for the last couple of weeks, nigga, you missed out. Where he was talking about the Civil War. What happened? Tens of thousands of people dead from the American Civil War, and they ended it in a single afternoon over a cup of coffee and said, all right, is the issue settled? And Robert Lee said, yeah, it's settled. Okay, go home. No grudges, no hard feelings. That's literally what happened in Appomattox. For those of you who do not know your history of the American Civil War, literally what happened in Appomattox, the Treaty of Appomattox was essentially no hard feelings. That's literally what the whole treaty could have been summed up in 3 words. No hard feelings. No grudges. Ain't holding nothing against you. No hard feelings. The matter has been settled. Scoop up all these damn dead bodies and get out of here. But the matter has been settled now. It's settled. We as black folk are looking at that. That's crazy. That's the way that they speak. This is how they communicate, and this is how they settle matters. We're sitting there talking about, oh, you know it's going to be some more beef. No, not really. Not really. But look at all these dead folk. Yeah, this is how they settle disputes. Now that the dispute is settled, they're going to get back to beating up on us now. They were just arguing over how you gonna beat up on black folk under what terms. Now that they've worked that out, they're gonna get back to beating us now. And that's exactly what they did. They weren't tired of war. They just wanted to make sure that they properly defined the parameters under which they would abuse and brutalize us. And the very next thing that happened, slavery was so-called over, and yet oppression rolled on. We're the ones who don't get it. Caller from area code 309. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is John. I'm calling from Memphis. I'm a first-time caller. My brother, how you doing tonight?
John from Memphis. What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm glad you touched on the Latinos from Central America. So, without far as the government concerned, we are still in a pandemic. They got a bunch of Latinos about to cross the border. So, have they not talked about betting them? If they are they affected with the coronavirus? Have they even said anything about that?
Nope. All of a sudden, we're not worried about viruses anymore. So that just lets you know what the real agenda is. Remember, Biden's first day in office, he did nothing but take care of the illegals. First day in office was all about illegals. That's why I wanted to go through here today to show you all the things he did. So he did 6 things for illegals and only 3 things dealing with the so-called virus. So, nah, brother, that lets you know how worried they really are about it. Not very much. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, brother Jason? This is brother Elijah calling out of Las Vegas, Nevada, big brother. How you doing, brother?
Elijah out of Las Vegas. What's on your mind?
Brother, I got, before I say anything, man, look, please just thank you so much, man. I always deeply appreciate when you come on and share your amazing wisdom, man. You're like, you are the highest of high right now. So I just got to make that statement, black man. All right, with that being said, I got a question. Because this is a little summary of all the videos, and I was reading your comment just today that you posted I believe a few days ago. Now that the Democrats have control of the Senate, the presidency, and the House, just for right now, do you think this is black people's last chance to put pressure on them to get reparations, in your wise judgment?
No.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
No. This is not, because understand something. The Latino vote is really going to go 50-50. It really is. It's not really going to be decisive one way or the other. It never is. So, at the end of the day, we are still going to have the ability to influence. The question is, do we exercise it? And please remember something. Other groups of people, LGBT, Jews, Arabs, they never worry about being about...
You're through to your garage. You need me to bring you a ride?
Because they understand that that's
it's coming at you.
And we as black people, we're gonna start doing that stuff, stop being squatters in the cities that we live in, and start grabbing the economic real estate. That's what's gonna sway things. But no, we haven't lost that. The real question is, are we gonna get serious about it? We have been. We suffered a little bit of a setback here, but you know what? I think ultimately this is gonna work out in our favor also, because now this is just gonna be a situation where you stop for a moment and let people, consolidate, as they call it in the stock market, and now it forces them to prove that we were wrong. So we stop mid-strides and do a check-in and do a check-up. Okay, were we right or were we wrong? Now they're going to have an opportunity to do that again. We're right. And then we can keep rolling. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 646. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It was okay. Sosa from the Bronx, New York.
Okay, Sosa from the Bronx. What's on your mind?
Hey,
It's a different type of special.
openly and officially abandoned black people. That's for everybody to know.
We'll finish the one.
I can't believe that black people are still so naive.
Back to water.
Biden's going to turn this back into one big plantation.
No, they ain't. Not where you got too many niggas that's fucking educating themselves.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened to him there, but his call just dropped.
I thought you got hacked.
Messing with us on the lines here, I guess. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. By the way, thank you very much for that. Tunde Balagoon, as always, you've been there, brother. I appreciate it. My man Ryan, absolutely. Eddie N, thank you very much for that as well. Here, even Go Lightly checked in here tonight. So she done got her little stimulus money and has decided to go ahead and bless us. So thank you very much for that as well. And Mandisa, thank you very much. That's going to be New Bay here in a moment. Let me get caller from area code 678. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Man, what's good, Jay? Where you going? The kid James from Plainfield, New Jersey.
What's on your mind? Oh, by the way, send me your email. I'm glad you gave me a call back here. Go ahead and make sure you email me. And cause
yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
I did it in both both emails. I think it was one of the business and the other one.
Okay, well,
I sent it to you already.
Okay, I'm gonna go check that out and everything. I've been moving about this. I was looking for your name though. I was looking for James from Plainsville, like in the subject line or something. But if you send it to me, I'll go ahead and check through it. But I wanted to let you know I hadn't forgotten about you. I was looking for to see if you contacted me. But old boy did send me an email. But go ahead. What's on your mind?
All right. Well, I want to say
so do you want to write the email telling Jason about
it's time for y'all to wake up.
situation?
We don't have nothing to lose, man. Especially in this time, man. We can't be thinking equally to these immigrants. We can't think equal to nobody, man. We the superior one. We the dominant one. And let's act like we the superior ones, the dominant ones. I want to be around some black men, whether you're in Central Jersey, Northern Jersey, Southern Jersey, that's serious, sober, militant, black empowering, educated, intelligent, intellectual, disciplined, articulated, healthy, strong, godly, willing to do the impossible and have some dignity in themselves. We gotta, start going out like some Haitians, man. Start, thinking suicidal. Because we got caught in thinking that, being suicidal is a sin. Nah, man. Being suicidal in a way is just basically, having, standing up for something. Just look at these, Trump supporters that, came into the Capitol. So, we gotta have that, that fire in us, man, to want to change dynamics. Let's stop, being scary, man. Stop, getting advice from our mothers and aunties and grandmothers. Start, believing in yourself. And trust me, man. Everything gonna move right. Be one.
Black First Brother, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. I'll be on the lookout for you here. James from Plainsville coming out, New Jersey. Let me get caller from area code 504. Calling out the boot. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you coming from?
Hello, Jason. This is Steve from New Orleans.
Steve from New Orleans. What's on your mind?
It's now 10:30.
Yes, brother. I wanted to point something out and make this observation. I know you've probably seen it, but there was a hashtag trending with regards to Biden called Biden a racist women, and that was a reference to the transgender executive orders that he had signed. A lot of these women are not feeling comfortable with what he is doing because they feel it's destroying him, even though supposedly all of the stuff you heard.
If you let him do that, he'll literally be destroying women's health.
I want to know where all of these moves and some of these dead wenches now, with all of that stuff going on, since Biden has clearly ignored you. In his first day, as you said yourself, that defines your presidency. He had opportunities if he wanted to when he was vice president. He could have done and changed some of those things.
He could have done way better. He didn't want to.
Why does everybody think something is going to change now when this man has been in office, has been in politics, for 47 years? His adult life. This man's 80 years old. I don't even think he's going to be president for 4 years, Jason.
Well, here's the issue, brother. The issue is you're up against a machine, not a man. You're up against a machine. And once we start acknowledging it as a machine, we realize that the figurehead matters very little. The agenda is what they keep pushing. Now, in response to what you just said there, you actually did bring up a good point. There's been a meme that's been going around. For those of you, if you hadn't seen it, by the way, I'm posting it on your screen right now. You're dealing with a schizophrenic sick society is what you're dealing with, okay? There's a schizophrenic sick little group of people. And on your screen right now is one of the memes that's going around. Kamala Harris here when you're the first female vice president, but can't claim it since your party doesn't recognize genders.
Right, I've seen that.
This is how pathetic it is out there. This is how dumb you have to be. This is how backward you have to be. And understand, they know this. And this is what Neely Fuller said, is that we need to recognize all this confusion and whatnot. This actually works out for them. They got a plan. They have a strategy behind it. They really, really do. That it really won't matter whether, I mean, this literally is the idea that it won't matter if it's a three-legged dog. So long as it's supporting white supremacy, they'll vote for it. But you're absolutely right to point it out. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller area code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jason, this is Nate from Chicago. How are you?
Nate from Chicago. What's on your mind?
So, you know, the discussion around the 11 million illegals and Biden really kind of paving the way for immigrants. It just kind of has me feeling like, you know, the wagons are being circled. But you know, I think you said something a short time ago where, you know, the game is over. It is over in the Southwest. It's over in California. And you know, we really need to get on code. And you know, I paid attention to social media where we're all about chucks and pearls and the Bernie memes. But this is like the 11th hour. You know, we don't get on the same page. It truly will be game over all over for us.
Well, brother, I mean, but the other thing is, I taught you all since you started watching me that this is good. You know why? Because you reach a point where you need to thin the herd.
Yep.
I mean, as difficult as it is to accept, brother, eventually you reach a point where you need to thin the herd. I've been saying this, and it was ultra controversial. I said it then, but brother, just understand, we can't bring the Roland Martins of the world with us. We can't do that.
No.
We can't bring them. The Roland Martins are a lost cause. The Willie Browns are a lost cause. The Negroes who are out here fighting for interracial sexual access to the point of suicide, but they're a lost cause. We don't need to waste any time on that right there. We just need to understand that they're not with us, and that if we're going to survive, we have to understand that one way or another, they got to be left aside. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 334. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, caller from 334 has been abducted. Caller from area code 804. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, young Jason Black. I love you, man. And great topics you give. But what I want to say is...
What is your name?
Where are you calling from,
Calling from?
My name is Ken from Richmond, Virginia.
Ken from Richmond, Virginia. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I thank you for your shows. You enlightened me. I've been dealing with some black-on-black issues. I work with people. I'm a homeowner. I rent a room. And one of the guys, he was telling me about all the things he was doing. These old niggas. So this nigga telling me all this good stuff he's doing, buying homes and flipping them. And I said, well, help me out. Give me the number. He was like, they need all the issues to help me out. And I was like, I don't really need you. I just wanted to see how you act. You know what I'm saying? And he's literally doing it, but he's not giving me no game. And then the other issue, I was in the room to a Puerto Rican, and I asked him, what do you classify as? And he wanted to say nothing. He evaded the question. He said, I didn't expect it. I said, well, the white Hispanic and black Hispanic. And then he just evaded the question. And that's all I want to say. We're just getting the backlash on everything.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call back, brother. Please do give us a call again. Let me take a caller from area code 410. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Keep it in.
Yeah, because that's bad.
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? My name is Crystal. Let me take my phone. Hello, how you doing? My name is Crystal. I'm calling from Baltimore.
And I wanted to speak on CopMala Harris and this worshipness and obsession that these black women are out here worshiping her like she's a god. More specifically, you call it like bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie class. So I noticed online on their inauguration day that they were hailing her like she was like the new coming of Christ. And when I mentioned that they shouldn't be praising her, it was just so much backlash about how can you try to knock this black woman. And when I tried to explain to them, I said she is not a black woman. I don't support anyone that elevates themselves by stepping on the necks of other people. If they don't acknowledge that she is a cop. She doesn't care about black people. They don't have nothing coming. I was telling them, I was like, she don't care about y'all. I don't got nothing coming from her. She's not even black. And one of the comments was like, well, what is a black person? And I didn't even respond to that because I feel like if you have to ask me what is black, you're not black. So all these bourgeois, college educated.
Wow.
Say that again?
What is a black person?
It's like these.
That really tells you everything about. That tells you everything you need to know about the person you're speaking to. Right there in a nutshell.
Yeah, this was like a Facebook post. So it was like this was like a Facebook group, and it was a lot of black women that were really attacking my statement. But I didn't really respond to them because I know there's a lot of sleep people out there. And to all the young black women out there that want to aspire to be like CopMala Harris, you have to be unapologetically black. You cannot be a bed wench. How you're saying, this woman does not have a track record of supporting black people. She is not black.
You have to understand something though, Crystal. Crystal, you gotta understand what you just said right there. What you just said makes sense, but what you have to understand is that it doesn't matter. In a lot of slow down. It doesn't matter in a lot of circles. It doesn't matter because when you say that CopMala Harris doesn't support black people, when you realize that a lot of black folk.
Her being black is enough.
Okay, but no. What it is that supporting. There's a lot of black folk out there, especially some of the folk you're talking about. They don't support black people. That's not seen as the saying that.
Okay. About black college.
Calm down, Crystal.
Calm down.
What I'm saying is that that's not seen as a negative. That's the point I'm making. That's not a negative. What you're saying is correct, and it makes sense. But believe it or not, that's not a negative. In the eyes of a lot of black folk out there, that's not actually a negative. That's the crazy part about it. The very thing that you're counting as a negative and pointing out as a negative, they don't see it as a negative because they don't like other black folk. Because CopMala Harris's hatred of us is emblematic. These are black folk who wish they were something other than black. They wish they were mixed. They wish, in a lot of cases, they wish they were gay. They wish that they were anything but what they
had an opportunity to sleep their way to the top.
Well, I mean,
wish they had an opportunity to step on their own mama's throat to get to the top. They just wish that they had the opportunity to do something shifty to get to the top. And another thing I want to say, and this is the last thing, I was watching a very good movie today. It's called
Okay, thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 312. You're on live with the Language Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Danielle Webb from Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, what was your name again?
Dania.
Hello, Dania. And you said you're calling from Chicago?
Yes.
Alright, Dania, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to express my frustration because I feel like that, AKAs and black celebrities, they really hate us.
I'm not sure if your phone is on speaker or not, Dania. I'm going to give you one moment here. If your phone's on speaker or something, your volume is too low. I'm going to give you a moment here to see if you can get that straightened out. You can take it off the speaker, Bluetooth, whatever it is. But tonight, let's go ahead and get that taken care of.
Is that better?
Okay, now what did you want to say?
No, I was just wanting to express how, I was looking online also, and I looked at all of the AKAs, and I made a statement. I said, you all hate us. In order for you to vote against us, you all literally hate us. us.
That's a good question.
I said, come
what
on,
have we done
black
to
women,
y'all?
what is y'all doing? And they just don't see it. And it's like they have broken an entire society for their own personal gain. And it's just frustrating.
You were smart. You started off real good. You started off good, but you're correct. They do hate us. You said they just don't see it. Wrong. You were right. You were hitting 1,000 right up until you said that. Sister, they do see it.
Yeah.
They do see it. I pointed out to people here before. Y'all gotta understand. First of all, first and foremost, your sororities, your Greek fraternities, by definition, the very wording of that lets you know, hey, this is what they do, man. This is what they do. They do not want to be one of you. They don't want to be with any of us. They've never wanted that. Their entire existence is cultivated around avoiding that. Cultivated around it.
Yep, that's true.
And if I wanted to right now, as a matter of fact,
ATL refrigerator.
Let me go ahead and let you make another point here, because I want to get something together so that you all can take a look at this for yourselves. But I'll give you a minute. I'll go ahead and give you a minute to make your point, because I want to show you all something.
The last point to make how they was praising Michelle Obama, and I feel like Michelle and Barack, I said, is that same Barack that went to Flint, Michigan, and told those people they could drink that poison water? I said, they both car carriers and white supremacy. What is this y'all don't understand? This is just nonsense.
Not only that, they're part of the fucking whistle
But
call.
that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get a caller from area code 646. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Anthony from Queens, New York.
Anthony from Queens, what's on your mind?
You know, I think the majority of us, before Trump took over, were already scared. I think what Donald Trump has done is scared most of us black folks into submission permanently. There's no way that a lot of us are getting out of this stupor that we're in mentally. So, like I think you posted earlier on Twitter, we just gotta wait for them to die out. Because they're not going to listen to what you say, Professor Black Truth, Tariq, and others. They're just not going to listen to it. So the only way we move forward is we get them out of there.
Well, those who want to survive are going to listen to it. Those who are not, and there's a fair number of those too, by the way. But those who want to survive, yeah, they're going to listen to it. They're going to be receptive. Those who are not, they won't. But by the same token, we cannot, we should not, and we will not be in the business of, quote, saving everybody. Everybody can't be saved, but furthermore, everybody shouldn't be saved. That's another thing. Everybody can't be, but furthermore, everybody shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, again, thanks for taking my call.
I figured somebody had that damn Tokyo connection.
Nothing to be scared of from white supremacy. We have to try to fight it as much as we can. You know, fight it intelligently from all sides, and you know, let's just keep the faith and keep fighting. You want?
Black first, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me take one more caller from area code 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Thomas calling from Dallas.
Thomas from Dallas. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, man, I'm just absorbing everything you've been saying over the past 10 years, man. I mean, you said it best. You can't trust these old niggas. And the way black folks look at Biden, this is prime example. This is nothing but Django in the making, because they look at Biden as Big Daddy. And black people love their misery. That's why a lot of black people, when slavery was over, they didn't leave the plantation, because they was loving that misery that they was that the Big Daddy was put down on them, and they never left the plantation. You have some people, after slavery was over, they wouldn't leave. And you said it best that black people are gonna have to get their economics together. Like with your business channel, man, you're teaching us how to start businesses. You're teaching us how to move forward, and that's going to push us forward in this game. Black people, start a business, create income for your family. Don't depend on these jobs. Jason's been telling us for years to start businesses. Keep doing it. And thank you for doing that, man. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. I want to go ahead and show you all something here. Because the lady who called up here before, she was absolutely right in what she was saying. But, and I've been one of the few people who's had the guts to point this kind of thing out, because this is a bit of a hot button issue, but let it be what it's going to be. Let it be what it's going to be. But I want you to understand what we're really dealing with. Because black people, we've been kind of pretending that these things don't really exist, or it's not really that bad, or it's not really that type of situation, without really just acknowledging that, hey, you know, this is what a lot of folk are on. Why we can't get these people to help us? Why is it that they seem to be, you know, against it or anathema to it and whatnot? And it doesn't make sense if you are unwilling to acknowledge what the situation really is. If you take a look on your screens here right now, I'm going to put up another picture here tonight, which really does illustrate what the problem is. And I'm going to make some
Hey, it's Lester. I don't listen to my message.
Enemies were made to be broken. Promises were made to be kept. Okay, you get the idea. You want to know what it means to be a sorority and why it is that when you go arguing with these sororities, you can't get nothing done? If you want to know why that is, the picture on your screen, and I've done this before, I did this before the election. This is the reason y'all can't really get nothing done. Right here on your screens. If you want to know what the problem with your so-called sororities is, here's your problem. These are your sororities. This is what it means to be in a sorority today. Your sororities are organizations where the dark-skinned black females can get together and engage in their self-hating, sadomasochistic streak against themselves. Sororities are a glorified slave play, is what they are. It's a glorified same-sex colorist slave play. You show me a sorority, and what they do is they get together, and whoever the dark-skinned females are, this is where they get together and give themselves an excuse and a permit to submit themselves to the light-skinned females. The way you get rank in a sorority is being a light-skinned female. That's how you get rank in sororities. So you're going to a sorority attempting to sell blackness to sorors? Man, they don't have any respect or admiration for blackness. The entire purpose of joining their sorority was to find a light-skinned mixed chick that they could bow and scrape and submit to. That's the entire purpose of sororities existing. I said this before the election, and all they've done is bear me out. Sororities exist for the purposes of giving dark-skinned females a place where they can engage in their self-hating, sadomasochistic streak against themselves. And if you don't give them a light-skinned female that they can bow to, they will create one. They will color their hair blonde. They'll put blonde highlights in their hair. Take a look at the center images of these pictures. Over and over again. Yeah, you got some dark-skinned females, but they're always pushed off to the periphery. You take a look at the center of the images. And the center of your sorority images, it'll be a bunch of dark-skinned females, some of them wearing, quote, natural hairstyles, but if you don't give them a mixed chick, they'll pretend to be one. But they gonna put the Negro slave code. And do not fool yourself or deceive yourselves into believing that as they get older, they will get wiser. No, they will not. As they get older, they couldn't wait for Kamala Harris, because this is what they've been doing their whole lives. And take a look at the darkest one. The darkest females on here, they look so damn giddy. They look so, I mean, she got the one over here on the far right at the end, she got the pouty fish lips. She is just flattered to have proximity. She is flattered simply to have proximity to this exotic mixed chick. She's just flattered that you would let her in the room. Oh no, I'm slaying all the sacred cows. I'm slaying them all. The other about slay, I'm slaying them all. Because this is the dark, putrid underbelly of your sororities and Greek fraternities and Greek sororities, but especially the sororities. The sororities are enclaves where dark-skinned black females can pay tribute to lighter-skinned black females, and hopefully a genuine mixed chick, not just a light-skinned chick whose mother is mixed. No, one who's actually got a parent who is not black at all. Why, that's the ultimate status symbol in a sorority. Can we just be honest about that? Can we keep it real tonight and be honest? That in a sorority, if you want the ultimate status symbol, the ultimate status symbol is either having a non-black parent, not a black parent who's octoroon or got both this, a parent who has no blackness in them whatsoever, or to have a non-black spouse. The ultimate status symbol in your sororities today is to have a non-black, either a non-black parent or a non-black spouse. If your father is white or your husband is white, that is the ultimate status symbol in sororities today. That's the ultimate status symbol, and all the folk who are in sororities, you know I'm telling the damn truth. And if I'm not telling the truth, then how the hell is it that all I was able to do was a very quick Google search for sororities, and you see the same thing over and over again? Your light-skinned chicks are in the middle, your dark-skinned chicks will try to wear some natural hair, quote, natural hairstyle, but they push them off to the damn edges, and all the dark-skinned chicks bow and show deference to the mixed chick. The mixed chicks are not following the dark-skinned females. Sororities are places where the mixed chicks rule. The mixed chicks rule the sorority. She can be brought in as a pledge, but you give that heifer 12 calendar months, and literally everybody will be bowing to her in that sorority. If there's a dark-skinned president of the sorority, whatever they want to call him, chapter president, dark-skinned female's chapter president, that light-skinned chick is going to unseat her within 12 calendar months. And y'all know I'm telling the damn truth. That light-skinned chick will unseat her. That light-skinned chick will undermine her and remove her and get her moved out that position within, if she really wants it, within 12 calendar months. So that's why you can't get any traction with these sororities. You can't get any camaraderie. You can't get any cooperation fighting white supremacy. The sororities were set up so that they could indulge in their white supremacist slave play fetish. And what threw you is you were looking for men to be up in there. There's plenty of men who run through them sororities. But the truth of the matter is, it's so that the women can sit there and reinforce and console each other in this behavior. And that is what it has always been. That's what it has always been. So you ain't never gonna get the sororities to join forces with you to attack that kind of thing. It ain't gonna happen. Why? Because the sorority's very purpose for existing is that. So you're trying to get them to fight what they actually are. Everybody who showed up there showed up specifically for fighting against what you're talking about. So you're never gonna get that. Don't worry about it. Just forget about it. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I got a bunch of phone calls on the line right now, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. We're going to be back here tomorrow night, so you better be back here as well. If you didn't get to call in tonight, go ahead and give us a call back here tomorrow night. Folks, we got the plan. We got the rundown. Now you know what the agenda is. It's everything we told you would be. This is the agenda. They're enacting it, and everybody who supported them and kissed their butts and thought that eventually he was going to throw you a bone so you could come back and tell us that we were wrong, he's shown you in the first week that everything we said was correct. And you're going to spend the next 4 years eating a lot of crow and swallowing down a whole bunch of crap and having to pretend that you like it. Although for some of you, you won't have to pretend.
Man.
If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the haven of intelligent black thought. We do this every weekend. Over 114,000 subscribers and rising. We are not a little thing. If you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, go ahead and do so now so that we can aggregate our numbers here. YouTube does have us under a shadow ban, so make sure that you share these programs when we post them. Very, very important to do so. That's how you circumvent that. That's how you get the word out there. We're going to do it. YouTube doesn't have to recommend us and share us. We're going to do that ourselves. If you haven't seen our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work that I mentioned here earlier tonight, you want to go to our website, blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com, and check out our work, 7 a.m., Gentrified, Race War, all available on Amazon, on DVD, and for streaming. Go to blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. Be there. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, black is the future, and the future is uncompromising. Subscribe to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe. Their job is going to be to, if you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And since this channel has been shadow banned by YouTube, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. Now, that said, so much pomp, so much circumstance, so the hell what? Yeah, you can tell when the circus has come to town. Well, as we all knew was going to happen, the white media is fawning over Joe Biden. They're trying to work up some hype for him, but the main people who they're trying to get on the hype train are black folks. They have done everything that they can to try to give Joe Biden all of the good offices of the moral, the absolutely irreplaceable moral legitimacy of the black community without him actually having to do anything to earn it. As black folks, too many of us love playing the fool. Now, when it comes to elections, you're not supposed to be getting excited about anything. Elections are a business transaction. Only time you get excited is when you know, not think, but know what it is that you're going to get. Black folks showed up to put Jim Crow Joe and CopMala Harris in the White House and didn't even know what the hell they were voting for. How how the hell is it wrong to support Kamala Harris when she's running for president, but it's right to put her just a heartbeat away from the presidency? Because of the orange man. See, black folks, we are all about everything except for substance. We don't understand what it is that we don't actually have a dog in the fight, when it is that there are no good options. And that being the case, you don't invest in a situation when there's no chance you're going to win anything. Part of post-traumatic slave disorder is that as black people, we've conditioned ourselves to think that a defeat is actually a win for us, especially if we got the white media telling us that it's a win. Go ahead and put some folks from the dominant society out there and say, oh, you little niggers, this is a win for you, this is really good for you, and we'll go for reals? Look, just because white supremacy tells you that you have a dog in this fight doesn't mean that you actually do. Now, every other group understands this principle. Black folks, not so much. Now, just for the record, I tried watching the inauguration, but the thing is exactly what I thought it was going to be. They went ahead and trotted out Barack Obama because it's Nostalgia Day is basically what it is. Nostalgia Wednesday. We're bringing out Barack Obama because you remember how much good he did for black folks. Ask the good people of Flint, Michigan, how much good Obama did for them when he was in office. The bastard sat there in front of a crowd of people in Flint who had been poisoned, their children poisoned with lead, which, by the way, never, ever goes away. Once you've been poisoned with lead, that's for life. And there is no amount of lead that is safe in the body. And their children affected by this. We're talking about horrified Legionnaire's disease, among other things. And what does Barack Obama do? In their hour of grief and suffering, which Obama sat there for years and didn't do a damn thing about, he decides, oh, I'm a little bit thirsty. Okay, can somebody give me some water? Somebody give me some water. He thought that was cute to do. Well, they've made some big changes in Flint. They've addressed the issue. You know, they've switched the water supply, and that being the case, the water's safe to drink. That's what the hell he did. And meanwhile, he's telling black folks what he can't do. Well, what he can't do for black people. So, that being the case, let's go ahead and put Obama's partner in crime, Jim Crow Joe, let's go ahead and put him in the White House. Why? Well, because Donald Trump is a mouth-frothing racist who hates black people. And Joe Biden? Well, he's a mouth-frothing racist who was Obama's VP. The only black folks who are truly glad, who are going to actually get anything out of a Biden presidency, happens to be the same small handful of black bootlicks who sit around. Their job is to be professional cheerleaders for white supremacy, to tell us that this is somehow some win for us. You don't ever vote without knowing what the hell you're going to get specifically for yourself. And if a politician looks and tells you, well, I can't represent your interests, I got to do something for you. If ever, I can't just do something for you. That's somebody who's telling you they're not going to do anything for you. I noticed that all of the shea butter bootlicks, all the clowns who've been out there pretending, oh, Biden's going to be a lot better than Trump's, they've been laying real low. I mean, you would think that today they would be rearing their ugly, empty heads, but nope. They're still on radio silence. They're still laying low. You want to know why? It's because we haven't gone away. They've gone away because we haven't. We are here asking the questions that they avoided all throughout 2020. Okay, you got your boy Biden in there. What's going to, well, we can't make no demands. They don't have control of the Senate yet. Remember, it's just one excuse after the other. Before we vote for Biden, he's got to make us some campaign promises about what he's going to do for us. Well, he can't make no promises. He got to win the election first. When he won the election, well, he can't make no promises. Well, they still got to get control of the Senate, don't you know? Now they got control of the Senate. Okay, now what about those campaign promises? Sadly, when it comes to black folks, we never seem to learn. At least some of us never seem to learn. But the bootleg fools, those clowns are laying low. Nobody out there banging the drum saying, oh, Biden's going to do this, he's going to do that. They know it's about tangibles. Now, see, we have concretely and we have firmly defined what our demands are. In other words, you're not going to get away with, oh, well, the rights to votes is intangible. No, we've defined what it is that we want. Is he doing what we want? Well, you know, the reason is, yes, in other words, we've moved the ball. We have already moved the issue in our direction. They're not going to get away with saying, well, you just got to accept whatever he does. We said, no, we we accept only what we want? Is he doing what we want? No. Well, the reason is, that's how you know that you're in charge of the conversation. That's why you saw them bringing out a little black girl to do a poem for them. I mean, this is like some doggone step and fetch it mess that was going on. I mean, for God's sake, it reminds me like a plantation jubilee or something. But that's what was going on. We're going to bring out Obama. We're going to see if we can pluck your little Negro heartstrings, and we'll make you guys forget about the fact that Joe Biden has locked up so many black folks and that he lied through his teeth. Black folks told him, come clean about it. He scapegoats the states. Must be the states. It was the states. It certainly wasn't anything I did. And after he gets elected, he wants to set a tone with them black bootlicks just to go ahead and let them know, I'm barking out orders at y'all. Your vote doesn't mean a damn thing to me. Once you fall for the scam, you've let me know that I'm in the driver's seat. So you're going to have to come in for some abuse. We're going to set a tone here. The tone is you aren't going to tell me anything. Oh, but that's not to say that Biden doesn't have an agenda. He's already made it clear what his day one promises are. His day one promises a COVID-19 response by rejoining the World Health Organization. Immigration. They're going to send a bill to Congress for legislative immigration reform that will modernize our immigration system and give nearly 11 million undocumented immigrants a roadmap to citizenship. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? Modernize the immigration system? The immigration system's already modernized. The two problems happen to be, one, you're not punishing employers who hire illegal aliens. You're not punishing landlords who decide to take rent from illegal aliens. That's the problem. It's not a matter. The immigration system's pretty modernized. What they want to do is they want to just go ahead and say, okay, it's time to drown out the black vote. Black people have caused us too many problems. So we're going to have to subsume and we're going to have to just submerge black people under an avalanche of immigrants, preferably from countries who come from countries that are just horribly anti-black, countries with a culture of unbelievable anti-black racism, and that's the ones we want to bring in. And black folks voted to help them do it. A lot of black folks voted for exactly that. Because too many black folks happen to be simple-minded. We've already made it very clear. A lot of these black folks cheering for amnesty for illegal aliens are themselves immigrants. But there are some black folks who, if they think they can get a pat on the head, so they're spoiling for some interracial sexual access, they will gladly cut their own throats, which is largely what they've done. So what Biden's doing is, this is just amnesty. It's not a matter of modernize anything. This is a matter of let's go ahead and completely throw away all standards just long enough to get these black folks to be completely and thoroughly drowned out. Then we can declare, as Biden did, you're going to have to start working for the Hispanics. I mean, with Hispanics. Oh, he's made it very clear exactly what his agenda is. Black folks have been calling themselves making demands, and that being the case, we got to make it clear that we're gonna do it for the optics. We're gonna do this for optics' sake. We're gonna go ahead and put a ostensibly non-white group over you, although it's a group who themselves identify as white. They're on the team. So we're going to elevate them over you, and their job is going to be to make sure that they carry out white supremacy's enforcement of, and make sure that they're going to be the ones who keep you guys in line. And just in case anybody's got a problem with it, we'll say, well, you can't say it's white people doing it. So that's immigration, which is nothing more than a slate of submerging and drowning out black people's influence. This is the final solution to the Negro question. That's what this is. Next, climate change. Sign executive order to formulate plan to achieve 100% clean energy economy and net zero emissions by 2050. Transgender rights. Well, I knew there was a reason that Obama came to the inauguration today. Repeal transgender military ban enacted by President Trump. Mr. Biden would also restore Obama-era guidance for transgender students in schools to protect, quote, students' access to sports, bathrooms, and locker rooms in accordance with their gender identity. Now, you notice that they got a definition here, such as it is, a definition that is anything but definite. This is so vague that it applies to anything, and that's the entire point. And the final part of his day one promise is environment. Enact an executive order to conserve 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. Now, of the 5 things listed, none of them have a damn thing to do with black people. And neither do any of the things that Biden has put for his first 100-day promises. Every bit as empty as the first-day promises. He says economic recovery. Initiate Build Back Better economic recovery plan in February during a joint session of Congress. Released during the general election, the plan called for spending trillions on American-made products, health services, and infrastructure updates. What that means is government contracts, mostly to white corporations, but a few Asians and Hispanics if they mind their manners. Climate. Organize a Climate World Summit to push world leaders to move aggressively, tackle climate change, specifically addressing global shipping and aviation emissions. This is one of the priorities Mr. Biden has established that does not require congressional approval. The new president also promises to pressure China to stop subsidizing coal and outsourcing pollution. Well, I'm sure we all know how well that's going to go over. China holds so much of America's debt, you're not telling them anything, but that's okay. What it means is that this is a sop to those casual racist, read white moderates. This is supposed to be a sop to those Biden Republicans. This is going to be Joe Biden trying to do a little bit of his Donald Trump spiel, some stuff that those would-be Biden Republicans that Rahm Emanuel dreams about. Hopefully something they would recognize. We're going to go ahead and bring China in for a little bit of abuse. But not too much because China holds so much of the U.S.'s debt. Repealing tax cuts. In order to pay for many of these wish list items, Mr. Biden said he would fight for the repeal of the 2017 tax cuts, which would require action by Congress. He argued that the tax cuts favored wealthy Americans. Oh, you mean like the Obamas and like the Bidens? Guns. After the FBI studies loopholes in the gun background check system, Mr. Biden said he would ask Congress to close the loopholes and also repeal liability protection for gun manufacturers, which would allow Americans to sue the gun industry if a gun is used in a crime. Biden also said he wants to restructure federal agencies that oversee gun laws. Well, as far as suing gun manufacturers goes, again, good luck with that. Violence. As a senator, Mr. Biden authored the Violence Against Women Act in 1994 to offer more protections for women. This legislation needs to be signed into law again. Biden said one key effort in the update would include greater protections for transgender women. Now, this one needs to have a little bit of time spent on it. First of all, the Violence Against Women Act, we're talking about white women here. Secondly, that thing in practice would become nothing more than a weapon used mostly against black men, because you ain't going to have that whole bunch of white men who are going to be brought in for any sort of arrest or have this on their record. So Violence Against Women Act was basically just a Trojan horse for yet another means to go after black men. And they're saying that they're going to include greater protections for transgender women. Well, if I may channel my inner Bill Clinton, that depends on what your definition of violence is. Because after all, if you have a Betty who used to be a Bobby, and this person says, you have misgendered me, or what have you, that is violence. That is psychological violence. That is not far-fetched at all, by the way. One of the major arguments that have been made when it comes to transgender rights happens to be, their psychological well-being. Psychological well-being. That's the most important thing. Do you know how many suicides happen among transgender people? It is because they're discriminated against and they're not accepted and blah, 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 blah. That whole psychological violence thing, you're going to be seeing and hearing about that a lot. A whole lot. New York's already shown you what they intend to do. And if some transgender person comes on to you or to one of your family members, decides that they want to do something, and you say, hey, I don't swing like that, well, what's to stop them from saying, this person has assaulted me, they have done me wrong? And they're going to be sitting there saying, well, we have to protect transgender people from psychological violence. And by the way, while we're on the subject of women, particularly white women, white feminists in particular, notice how they've been completely quiet on the idea of the glass ceiling. You haven't seen these white feminists here celebrating the first female vice president. They don't seem to be very enthused about that at all. Those white feminists, they're real quiet about it. Nobody's celebrating going, the glass ceiling's been broken. Finally really? Nah, as far as they were concerned, how dare you? They feel doubly insulted. First, they had to watch a black man become president before a white woman. Now they got to watch an Asian woman become vice president. White women were like, man, you couldn't even make one of us vice president first? You couldn't even make one of us vice president? White women ain't happy about that. As far as they're concerned, Kamala Harris, that's just a win for her. That ain't a win for women, because when they say women, these white feminists mean white women. You don't see these white feminists wall-to-wall going into pre-orgasmic hysterics about this. And, oh, this is just the greatest thing ever. No, as far as they're concerned, yeah, Kamala Harris, vice president. Yeah, what else is on? That's what these white feminists are doing. Yeah, so much for the sisterhood. All these black feminists out here pretending as if their gender is their biggest issue. These white women don't seem to think that. They seem to think their race is the biggest issue. I don't say that in the hopes that the black feminists are going to get their act together and wise up. They're not going to. If they had any brains, they wouldn't be black feminists to begin with. But the point is, you notice that. I want to make sure black people remember this in particular. Your white feminists, oh no, they're not going to celebrate this. Celebrate having a non-white woman elevated over them? They're not celebrating that. They're not holding this up and going, oh, this is a great thing here. They're looking at this, as far as they're concerned, they took an L on this one. That's why you had so many white women. More white women voted for Trump this time around than voted for him 4 years ago. Oh yeah, Mr. Grab him by the you-know-what. Bragging about how many white women he sexually assaulted, and they overlooked that and said, okay, that's fine. We'd rather have a Trump in there than a white woman. Why? They'd rather have a strong white man than a white woman in there. Now, the women of the Democratic Party, the feminists, as far as they're concerned, they're trying to appropriate male power. So to them, having a woman in the White House is the appropriation of male power, and that's fine for them to want that. But what they're seeing is that the powers that be are not elevating them, and you better believe they've been letting Joe Biden know, hey, you better be telling your husband about this. We've seen all the darkies getting appointments in social we want to see. We better start seeing some white women getting some high-value positions. Yeah, the sisterhood indeed. But I digress. And the last item on Biden's 100-day promises, equality. Well, that's kind of vague, don't you think? Pushed to pass the Equality Act, a bill to add more protections for LGBT Americans. Man, I mean, just look at how much of Biden's promises on day one, transgender rights. And in the first 100 days, we're going to be adding protections for transgender women and more protections for LGBT Americans. So there you have it. Biden's first day in office, he ain't thinking about black people. His first 100 days still ain't thinking about black people. What's this going to be about? It's going to be about immigrants and LGBT and white women, as we told you. So my question is, for all you jolly in the behind Negroes who thought that you were doing something cute because you bought into the white media's garbage because you're simple-minded, just out of curiosity, go ahead and tell us about all the stuff that Biden's going to do. Point it out to me. I can show you what he's not going to do for us. I can show you in his own words. You have to show me what sense it made to vote for this man. Biden's agenda, and an agenda it is indeed, it prioritizes everyone except for black people. Doesn't even mention black people. It prioritizes everybody else except for us. And at worst, you can clearly see how it actually targets us. So for all you clowns, for all of you Kamala bots, and all of you wannabe boule clowns who are calling yourselves bragging about how you're going to vote for Joe Biden and you're all quiet today, please tell me, now that you've seen what Biden's agenda is, you see that he didn't change his tune, he didn't shoehorn black folks in there, as we told you. He's taken the hard line against us. Oh, he's throwing bones to everybody, to immigrants, to LGBTs, even to those Trump folks. He's trying to find a way to get them on board with all this tough talk about China. He's sitting here throwing bones to everybody except for us. So please tell me, what was your reason again for voting for this clown? And if your reason is, well, he ain't Donald Trump, then that means you don't have a reason. But make no mistake, foolishness is going to result in real consequences for us. But the good news is, as the black media and the black grassroots bang the drum to make sure that black people do not forget that, hey, Joe Biden was forced to pretend as if he was going to do something for us, or at the very least, once you accept the fact that he never actually promised to do anything for us, the question then becomes, is that okay? Because you see, you only get to pull the Donald Trump card once. But the problem is white supremacy sees this as having bought themselves 4 years to see if they, just how far they can get with the agenda of grinding black people into the dust. See, that's the most effective form of wiping a people out, to make them into accomplices in their own eradication. Biden owes everything to black people. That shriveled up old racist, he owes everything to black people. Immigrants did not put Biden in power. Transgenders did not put Biden in power. Environmentalists didn't put Biden in power. Black people did. In fact, Hispanics went for Trump in Florida. It was black voters and only black voters who put Biden in the White House. Don't believe it? I'll let our good friends in the white media explain it to you.
Demographically, the Biden coalition is extremely dependent on African Americans and suburban whites. And Georgia has both of those demographics in spades. Whereas Trump made inroads with Hispanic voters in the 2020 election, but there just aren't very many Hispanic voters in Georgia to speak of.
Did you get that? See, this is the reason why I don't want to hear no chitter chatter about any sort of black-brown alliance. Black folks have been carrying the doggone load all on our own. We don't need an alliance to get anything done. And besides, the Hispanics are much more interested in voting for the Republicans. We'd be fighting against them the whole doggone time. No. Black folks have already proven we can get things done without an alliance. So what the hell are you looking for an alliance for when you're more than capable of getting it done on your own? But this is what happens when you got a bunch of black folks who are willingly codependent. We gotta call this for what it is. These are self-inflicted wounds going on here, and that is not okay. Joe Biden owes black people everything. The Democratic Party owes black people everything. Don't you dare let them sit here and say, oh, this was about immigrants, and about women, and it was about his Latinos. No, it was about black people. Black people delivered Georgia. Black people also delivered the senatorial seats as well as the presidency. Black people did that. And you just heard it for yourself. The white media knows that they're full of crap when they try to say, oh, it's Hispanics. No, Hispanics ain't enough of them in Georgia. The black media been telling you this for years, but now that a white person said it, maybe you'll believe it now. The old saying is indeed true that you teach people how to treat you, and we're teaching people that we love being ignored and we love being marginalized. Oh, and as for CopMala Harris, you better believe that she's already been on the phone with every police department across the country letting them know, don't worry, we're not doing anything about you guys, and make sure we get those police union votes. Or at the very least, please don't make another run at toppling the government. We know how many of you white supremacists that we've allowed to be in these police departments. Kamala's chuckling to herself and saying, hell, I was the one who kept you guys out of prison, so I expect a little professional courtesy, don't you know? Meanwhile, Kamala's husband, the invisible man, Douglas Jagoff, has come out of hiding. This way, the low IQ shea butter crowd can indulge their vicarious zaddy delusions. You know, these clowns, these shea butter bootlicks, they can't get a man, period. But now they can go ahead and watch Kamala Harris and go, oh, yeah, I can pretend that that's me. A lot of black folks like to do that. They try to live vicariously through these hand-picked Negroes who the white media cherry picks to put in front of you. And that is a quick road to suicide. Trying to live vicariously through athletes who don't give a damn about you, through actors who themselves have divorced themselves from the black community, trying to live through Barack Obama, a man who loves to sit there and talk about his black community in front of us, but the rest of the time he talks and acts like any other white supremacist that you've ever met. And Kamala Harris, same thing. She'll sit there and do the sister girl routine when she's in front of black people, but the rest of the time, it ain't nothing but a straightforward Desi line. She'll make it very clear she's Indian, she's Asian. With everybody else she does. It's only whenever she's in front of us. And that's all by design. It's a wink and a nod there. Oh, look how easily I can manipulate these Negroes. See, I'm on the team. Look how easily I manipulate them.
Just like with Alexandria Ocasio-Horseface.
I've got some black ancestry. That doesn't make me black.
And even though we're not seeing too many idiots who are calling themselves trying to stand up and beat their chest and say, "Ooh, we won. Yeah, because they know that there's a substantive voice out here with enough influence to be heard, making it clear, okay, what the hell did you idiots win? What did you win? So you're getting all happy now. You got to tell us what you won. What did black people win?
Oh, that mean old orange man is gone.
Okay, and why is it a good thing that Trump is out of the White House? Let's break this down. Let's unpack this. Why is it a good thing that he's gone?
Well, he was a racist.
Really? What did he do?
Well, in the 1970s, it was housing discrimination.
Well, Joe Biden in the 1970s fought for and damn near got busing discrimination, school discrimination.
Well, Donald Trump, he says so much mean stuff about black peoples.
Oh, really? Did he run around saying that he told black men that it's not unmanly to use a condom? And that he thought that black politicians were clean? This was the first clean one that he met. Did really? Did Donald Trump run around saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black? Really? I don't see any difference in the rhetoric between Trump and Biden because there is no difference. When you look at both of them and their so-called plans for Black America, which, by the way, were completely missing from the festivities today, the proceedings were completely and thoroughly devoid of Joe Biden saying, hey, I can't get this plan for Black America, lift every voice, I can't get it passed in the first 100 days, but I want you to know it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda. I'm telling Nancy Pelosi, we got to get this scheduled for a debate, a vote on the House floor. He didn't say that. Biden didn't say anything about that. And it's not because he forgot. That lift every voice crap was a PR stunt. That was just a PR stunt to see if there were some simple-minded Negroes who would go for it. And as I broke down for you, it's really in substance, the major points of it, in fact, damn near all the points of it were no different than what Trump's platinum con game was. But the difference being, I didn't tell you to vote for Donald Trump. I told you there's no difference between the two candidates. That being the case, we don't have a dog in this fight. Neither one of them is going to be doing us any good. At the very least, don't put somebody in power who's already scheming how he's going to fast-track black people to be made politically irrelevant, which is what this whole immigration scheme is about. This is about nothing more than trying to come up with a demographic counterweight, a demographic countermeasure to black people's political influence. And black people are sitting here thinking, oh, he wouldn't do that after all. We put him in the White House. Yeah, because white supremacists have always been very long on loyalty to black people, haven't they? I mean, that's completely unheard of, isn't it? A white supremacist who cuts black people's throats. I mean, for God's sake, I cannot imagine Thomas Jefferson raping Sally Hemings for 30 years. He sleeps with a black woman, then in the morning he gets up and orders that some of the children that he produced by her be sold to other plantations. I can't possibly imagine such a thing. I mean, who would imagine that a white supremacist would tell lies to black people, that a white supremacist would be hypocritical towards black people, that a white supremacist would say one thing to black folks and then do exactly the opposite? I mean, is nothing sacred? Who ever heard of such a thing? Apparently, for a lot of black folks, they never have. Guess they just haven't been paying attention. In between reruns of world star hip-hop videos and Roland Martin's laughing or something, whatever idiocy a lot of these test tube babies like to indulge in, you know, while they're busy watching buffoon entertainment television and reruns of what's happening now, you know, for a lot of black folks, that's what qualifies as intellectual fare. Meanwhile, we're talking about whether or not our people are going to remain on this earth or in this nation, and, well, they'll just go along with whatever the white media tells them. This is the reason why what you and I do here is so damn important. Look, nobody said that this was going to be taken care of in one election cycle. And what I mean by taken care of, it is making sure that black people politically discipline ourselves. Nobody said that that was going to be taken care of in one election cycle. But we have begun that process, but it falls to us to continue it. Those of us in the black grassroots, we've never developed a taste for being abused. We never developed a taste for being somebody's perpetual whipping boy. We've never developed a taste for being somebody's sucker. A lot of black folks out there have. I posted on my Twitter feed today how a woman named Amanda Schmidt, who happens to be a gender and family issues reporter for the Washington Post, and she also happens to be Latino, she posted today that Howard University's marching band rehearses for the inauguration. Now, I also have had to post a response to this on Twitter. Did anyone remember how Biden's alma maters, that's Delaware State and Syracuse University, did you see them practicing, their marching band practicing any routines for Biden's inauguration? You see, Kamala Harris's school that she went to, they're just happy to be there. We're going to bring our marching band. Well, Delaware State and Syracuse, they didn't bring their marching band. No, I'm sure there's quite a few of their alumni who have gotten in touch with old Jim Crow Joe. But what they didn't do is get out there and dance. See, when you're serious about what you want, you don't send your buffoons to go dancing. It ain't a party. Other groups understand that this is about power, or as Bill Moyers put it, elections are about who gets what. And apparently for some black folks, the only thing they want to get is turned up. It's a sad fact, but a fact nonetheless. Not all of us are going to make it. A lot of black folks who've decided that they're going to go whistling past the graveyard, well, sooner or later they're going to fall into one of those open pits. And the thing is, they're going to go with their eyes wide open. Too many of us are trying to figure out some workaround for doing the hard work that power demands. We're trying to figure out how we can continue to play footsie with the forces and the practitioners of oppression that we're supposed to have been fighting against for half a millennium. Too many of us trying to figure out how to hold hands with them. Let's play footsie with them. Oh, don't tell me that I got to turn my backs on massa now. Because I was sure hoping to get me a zaddy. I was sure hoping to get me some time with Miss Polly. Yeah, too many black folks, they have this Walmart customer service mentality. That's the problem with having a group of folks who too many of us have taken on a bare minimum mentality. Especially when we're faced with it, when white supremacy is in front of us, whenever some white supremacist is in front of us, someone from the dominant society is staring us down, we just can't wait to blink. We just can't wait to show them that, oh, we don't want to be on your bad sides. So what happens is, instead of standing up for ourselves, instead of digging in our heels, instead of taking the hard line, we instead decide, I needs me some instant gratifications, you sees. Come on, you've heard the broadcast that brothers like TBA and others have had when you had people call in, making excuses for why they wanted to vote in Jim Crow Joe. They couldn't tell you what Joe Biden did for black people. You can list what he did against us, but everybody's all with this aspirational stuff. Well, surely he's turned over a different leaf. He will have learned something. And Kamala Harris, she's going to be keeping an eyes on him. You mean the same Kamala Harris who ignored the murder of Patrice Richardson? You mean the same Kamala Harris who I documented for you how she prosecuted innocent black people? And to this day, she has not apologized for it. She has not made amends for it. She hasn't admitted to it. Instead, she says, I held the system accountable. And she feels like she got away with it. Her bullcrap deflection talking point that she used, she didn't get away with it for the primaries, but she feels like, oh, I got away with it for the general election. Why? Because the same black folks who should have been the last ones willing to hear that crap, they actually decide to hold their noses for it. Black people always making excuses for doing stuff we know we're not supposed to do. Well, just understand something. Very soon now, you'll have no choice but to accept the fact that the old life is returned. In fact, a lot of the fools who thought that they were being so cute, being so slick, idiots who thought to themselves that they were going to get something from CopMala and Jim Crow Joe, they're realizing no. The only ones who would actually get anything would be Simone Mamie Sanders and Corinne Stud Pierre. They're going to get some low-level jobs in the White House basement. They sold black people out just so that they could get themselves a lower middle-class job. Just to get a resume enhancer, they sold black folks up the river. And they're not the only ones. Roly-Poly Martin, who must be feeling yet again like the biggest idiot on earth, and he's right, he is the biggest idiot on earth. Emphasis on the big part. Oh, he was crying, showing himself on Twitter, crying like a bitch when he was going to that polling station. Look, I mean, black folks, voting for nothing. I mean, voting for Joe
Joe Biden. It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see. It's as beautiful as a plate of butter biscuits with a 2-piece of fries. That's what he's doing. And Van Jones, who every time this idiot does the most, I am convinced that he must have a couple of slices of onion that he runs around with all the time so he can cry on cue. These idiots are auditioning for a job. Van Jones, he's still pining away. You know, if I play my cards right, I can get myself a job in the White House, maybe a commission or something. You know, I can just get them to return my phone call. I can get myself a White House job. Get out of this damn CNN ghetto that they got me in. And roly-poly, he'll take any damn thing he can get. That's what these guys are about. They're looking for a job. And as they and you can see, the chances of these bootlicks getting themselves a job from the Biden administration, well, there's about 2 chances of that. No way and no how. Sorry, but all the token jobs have already been spoken for. Simeon, Mamie Sanders, and Karine Stud-Pierre. They've already got the token Negro jobs in the Biden White House. From here on, it's going to be nothing but white women and Asians and Latinos, and that's where it's going to be. They've given black folks every job they expect to get. And this is part of how they're going to be conditioning black folks, especially the ones who thought that they were on the inside looking out, to condition them. You better not give us any problems. There's very, very few of you who are going to get anything, so you better be damn glad for what you get. See, as black folks, we've always let white supremacists do that to us. We've always let white supremacists punk us out. And say, well, you had fools who called Jason Black up talking that garbage. Well, we needs to take whatever we's can get. So, well, you go ahead and look at Biden's agenda for the first 100 days. What the hell did you get? See, this is what happens when you got these down-and-out, bottom-feeding scumbags who call themselves trying to speak on black people's issues. This is the reason why we do not need to be letting everybody speak in the black community. I'll be bold about this and say that fully 90% of the black folks who are trying to offer their uninformed opinions, they need to shut up and be quiet. A large part of how we got in the fix that we're in is because we let every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every Jane, Sue, and Mary who has some brain fart that they want to air, we let them go ahead and spew their idiocy all over the place. And what happens is the class clown gets to have as much of a voice and gets to have as much speaking time as the valedictorian. But the problem that comes out of that is we have to be bluntly honest about this. It is very easy to drag intelligent people down to the level of an idiot. It is almost impossible to raise an idiot to the level of an intelligent person. Otherwise, they wouldn't be an idiot. Every other group understands that. So when it comes time to speak on the issues that matter, they are very circumspect about who's allowed to speak. And when you're allowed to speak, they're also even more careful about what you're allowed to say. What they want is to know how are their interests going to best be promoted. There is no argument about whether or not their interests are going to be the subject of the agenda, whether or not that's going to be the order of business. There is no argument about that. And there's also very little, if any, argument about how that agenda is going to be promoted. It's just a matter of who's got the most aggressive plan to do it. And if you get up there slamming your gums with some chitter chatter, not only do you get told to sit down, but if you call yourselves insisting on speaking, they have a means to shut you up. See, other groups are serious about what they want, and when it comes time to vote, they don't let you get away with some bull crap about, well, we know that candidate so-and-so ain't gonna do nothing for us, but you know we gotta take whatever we can get. It's like, well, no, how do we bend this bastard to our will? Because the problem is, once you vote somebody into office and they see that you'll vote for them for nothing, that tends to become habit forming. Now they're going to expect that you're going to vote for nothing all the time. And when you come up to them telling them, oh, well, I've got some demands this time, and I'm serious this time, they're going to look at you and go, who the hell is you, nigga? What? You going to talk tough now, huh? You voted for me for absolutely nothing last time, and I guess you got your little dandruff up. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and put my foot down with you and let you know you're not going to get nothing. You'll get nothing and like it. And that'll fix you, because you've already shown me that you'll blink. We played a game of political chicken. I played the game of, I don't have to promise you anything, and you played the game of, well, I'll make some demands, and we saw which one of us blinked, and it was you. You blinked. So now that I see that I don't have to give you anything for your vote, I'm not going to. And that's what black people have given their full attention and support to. At this this critical moment, what we have shown is that in the game of political brinksmanship, too many of us simply lack the guts to do what power demands. Power demands that you stay the course no matter what. Power, when you have a collision between an immovable object and an unstoppable force, guess what? That immovable object is the one that usually winds up getting demolished. We were the unstoppable force, but we decided, as we have on too many occasions, we're going to put the brakes on. So for the idiots who thought that it was cute to put CopMala and Biden in the White House, take a bow, though it's very hard to find you. You guys are laying low. I don't blame you. If I were you, I wouldn't be saying nothing either. No, I'd be going on radio silence too if I were you. I'd be laying low and hoping people forget about me, but we haven't forgotten about you. And we're also not going to let black people forget about the fact that Joe Biden was put into the White House by us. And what did the bastard do? We have some very tough days ahead of us. And this is largely a self-inflicted wound that we have placed upon ourselves, but what is going to come out of this? Well, this is one of those circumstances where it's always darkest before the dawn. But what is going to come out of this is, now that we have had a case where we saw that black people came this close to actually exercising true political discipline and inflicting our will on these white supremacists. I told you, black empowerment would not come into its own until we proved that we could punish white people. When we showed that people in the dominant society could be punished by us, that's when we would come into our own. And that being the case, we have a situation now where black people are going to, there's going to be a few idiots out there who try to put a pretty face on things, but we're not going to let them. And this is going to become like a millstone, just more and more weight being placed on their backs. As we point out to black folks, hey, have they gotten around to doing anything for black folks yet? Well, there was some token stuff here. Ooh, look, they paved the driveway over at one of the HBCUs. They'll try a couple of tokens, but nothing substantive, because that's what this is all about. This is about making sure that power stays away from black people. They cannot afford to do that, because the second that they have that wall break, then it's a matter of, okay, now you got to do more. See, that works both ways. Once we have, these white supremacists show that we have put enough pain on them, that we have broken the bastards to our will, they understand that's going to become habit forming for us. So they're determined to hold the line. There's going to be a lot of black folks helping them do it. We saw a few of them today, the Obamas and such. That's the bad news. Now here's the good news. The good news is, as the pain begins to intensify, and black people realize, yeah, those folks in the black media, they weren't just whistling Dixie. These guys knew what they were talking about. When they see, yeah, they give us excuses, and everybody else, they give tangibles. But more importantly, as you see that the people who you thought were your friends is the delusion, the final collapse of the putrid corpse. When black folks finally realize that that smell isn't just roly-poly Martin, it's also the rotted, festering corpse of whatever black fill-in-the-blank alliance you were spoiling and waiting around for, that you've been pining away for. When they realize, nope, the people who you thought you were going to have an alliance with, they're sitting here laughing and going, yep, they're going to be making sure we get stuff so that black folks are kept in their place. Once black people no longer in a position to deny the pain, they're no longer in a condition to hide behind lies such as, well, we better settle for what we can get. Once those lies have once and for all made the idiots who speak to be the fools that they are, when they realize, nah, you've had your chance to spout your stupidity and now you have to shut up. Black people are going to now look and say, hey, you don't have any more Donald Trumps to scare us with. You don't have any more raging racists that you can scare us with. Sure, there will be, and we've already predicted this, there's going to be a more civilized Donald Trump who comes along in 4 years. You haven't seen the last of that. And the Democrats will try to play that game and go, oh, here's somebody who's just as bad as Trump. But the thing about it is, black folks, I think a critical mass of us in 4 years will have gotten the message to the point now where this kind of fiasco that happened in 2020 is not going to recur. At least the chances of it happening again are going to be very low. But I think the question, though, is not whether or not black people are going to get their political discipline in order? Or will we gather ourselves and steel ourselves to actually look like we truly want something? The real question is, how many of us are going to be left in 4 years? How much damage is going to be done to black people over the course of the next 4 years? The answer, quite a bit. Joe Biden's agenda has absolutely nothing in it about what's going to be done to punish the white supremacists. Oh, he actually managed to say the phrase today. Is that supposed to make me happy? I want to know what the bastard's going to do about them. Because after all, Joe Biden's career shows that he has more in common with them than not. I guess that's the part that makes him nervous. If I start punishing white supremacists, hell, I might as well call the penitentiary and make reservations myself. Oh, well, he has reason to be nervous. But it's black people who fell for the okie doke again. It's black people who thought that it was cute to do this. How many of us will be left standing in 4 years? Indeed, this is the time for the black grassroots to circle the wagons. We have been telling you for over a decade now that there was going to be a culling of the herd. The white supremacy was going to decide, okay, it's finally time to deal with you Negroes. It's finally time to reduce your numbers officially, and we're not even going to be subtle about it. There's a lot of black folks who buy into the white media's propaganda, trying to convince them that the exact same people who produced the Dylan Roof and who produced the white supremacists who tried to topple the government a couple of weeks ago, well, these guys are somehow different, please. They said the same thing about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and about FDR and Strom Thurmond and LBJ and Ronald Reagan, and the list goes all the way to the present. And it doesn't matter if it was 250 years ago or if it's a couple of millennials or Zoomers who were born in the last 20 years. We keep seeing the same behavior over and over again. Black people do not want to accept the fact that clearly the people in the dominant society, they're teaching their children exactly the opposite of what the white media shows you on TV. They know that black people are oversampled when it comes to entertainment, because for a lot of black folks, that's the closest to interracial sexual access you're going to get. That's the closest to acceptance to the Elks Lodge or whatever all-white organization you've been desperately hoping to get access to. The closest you're going to get to is television. They know that. So that being the case, there's comforting visual fantasies for you to consume. And next thing you know, you become a brain-numbed zombie. You're sitting here talking about alliances when you don't have any allies. You're sitting here talking about Zaddy worship, and Zaddy wouldn't have nothing to do with you. And before it's all over, you're so desperate to try to make your delusional fantasy real that you vote for a man who spent his entire adult life just attacking black people through the legislature. You don't know the difference between entertainment and reality. You're trying to imagine your way to a better future, and that don't work. Too many black folks have conditioned themselves to overlook a mountain of crimes from one white supremacist and to get correctly. You have every right to be outraged and to be absolutely indignant about Donald Trump, but here's my question for you. When you look at what it is that Donald Trump has actually done against black people in the last 4 years, please tell me, what is it that he's done against black people that you can look at and say, this is what he's done that has harmed me? See, I can tell you what Joe Biden's done.
Laws.
From busing to the 1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act, that's the law. For those of you who didn't pay attention, those of you who voted for Biden, you seem to have forgotten that he co-sponsored the very law that created the 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine. Biden co-sponsored that law, but he wasn't done with that. He wrote the 94 crime bill. And he bragged about the fact that he had added almost a dozen executable offenses punishable by death. He bragged about how many, that he expanded the number of crimes that could be punishable by death. He bragged about it. Now, these are things you can point to and say, this is stuff that he did that impacted me, that impacted people that I know. Other than Donald Trump just being an out-and-out braggart racist, other than the things that he has said, point out to me what it is that Donald Trump actually did. What things can you point to? I'm not saying that he is a better person than Biden, but what I am saying is that that once you take Donald Trump's racist rhetoric out of the equation,
what do you have?
On balance, you look and see that, well, hell, Trump's track record is nowhere near as bad as Biden's. And that's not to say that it makes Trump a better person than Biden, but what it does mean is the white supremacists have been taught a lesson. As long as you don't get out there being a braggart racist, why, you can just run black folks over a cheese grater, you can feed black people into a wood chipper, and they'll sit there and happily smile, shake your hand, and vote for you. All you gotta do is just make sure you tone down the rhetoric. See, this is an issue of tone. This is an issue of how you speak to people. You need to be you can't be hitting people over the head with a sledgehammer when you, black folks, you can't be doing that to them. But as long as you mind your tongue when you do it, why, black folks will let you get away with anything.
Bullshit.
And they'll gladly overlook 50 years of anti-black racism. And as for Kamala Harris, why, they'll be sitting there saying, oh, Kamala, can I get you to take a photograph of my child? And Kamala's sitting there thinking, yeah, my Justice Department's going to be locking up this little brat in a few years. Dr. John Henry Clark was right. Black people are an overly sentimental people. There's nothing wrong with sentiment, but there is everything wrong with you trying to make decisions, especially serious decisions, based on sentiment. When it comes to power, your decisions have to be a cold, clinical calculation. You have to train yourself to remove all sentiment from the decision-making process. But as black people, we have mastered the fine, or rather foul, art of allowing people's words to mean far more to us than people's actions. See, when I'm telling you about Trump's track record vis-a-vis Biden's, you notice how I don't tell you, oh, and that's why we gotta vote for Trump. What I'm telling you is, you're scared for nothing. You let them tell you that, oh, Donald Trump, they're gonna be pulling up the cattle cars any day now. Any day now. No, the cattle cars never showed up. But I can show you where, when Joe Biden was vice president, he said and did nothing when Obama signed that damned blue alert executive order, which didn't actually do anything other than show a vow of confidence and encouragement to the thugs in blue. That was Obama showing that no matter how many black people you guys have killed, if you guys will give me some, if you guys go ahead and give me some police union votes, why, I'll make sure that black people understand that if a cop even claims that you broke one of his fingernails, why, I'll have them put your butt into a gas chamber. But as for black people, no executive orders for them. See, I'm on the cop side. I'm going to make sure the thugs in blue are protected. How many of those white supremacists that Obama had standing behind him in the Oval Office were instrumental or participants in the Capitol coup attempt a couple of weeks ago? And meanwhile, Joe Biden, he's been promising that he wants to give the thugs in blue more money. Now, that's not part of his 100-day list, but you better believe it's on the list. Because the Biden Republicans would like that. So go ahead and let the white media try to see if they can get anybody hyped up. Oh, look at the Obamas, and look at how they're dressed. All this garbage. You know, you're going to have the idiots who hang out on Madame Noir and Lipstick Alley and the rest of those miscreants and degenerates. They're going to be trying to make something out of that because that's all they're good for. They're living in their little dream world, and we'll let them stay there. But as for those of us who are serious about this, do not let the idiots who were cheerleading these two racist con men, don't let them forget that they promised black folks that, oh, things are going to be better now, and that Biden's better than Trump. No, you don't get to get away with, well, how does Biden talk? First of all, you already know Biden, especially at his age. He wants to tell black people exactly what he thinks of us. But as far as what he says, I don't give a damn what Biden says. I care about what he does. And that is going to be the yardstick by which we measure which one of us was right. But these clowns, they already know that they're wrong. And we're not going to let them forget that they were wrong.
Panthers.
The next 4 years are going to be a very painful 4 years for black people, but let us hope this time that the lesson actually sticks for more of us than there were before. But our discipline is that we're not going to be showing any sympathy or feeling sorry for anybody who decided that they were going to allow themselves to be played for fools.
That's their fault.
Black empowerment does not suffer its fools or its bootlicks gladly. We do not suffer them at all. Because after the white media gets through with their fetid, putrid attempt to try to make it where, well, see, black folks, this has something to do with you. we're going to be pointing and saying, no, we don't see anything in this agenda that's about us. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to see, hey, if the same idiots who said they'll settle for whatever they can get, how many of them can we encourage? Can we give them a little bit of heart? Can we give them a little bit of encouragement? Let's give them a little bit of courage so they can feel and say that they feel like they can say, well, we shouldn't expect anything anyway. And long as Trump's gone, then no, Trump was not the problem. The problem with Trump was he wasn't doing what we wanted. And if Biden makes it very clear he's not going to do what we want, then he becomes as much of a problem as Trump. He becomes as intolerable and insufferable as Trump. Because they know that that's what's in the offing here. You see, one of the signs of a government that's in serious trouble is when you have frequent turnover of administrations. Donald Trump was a one-term wonder, but what does it say if Biden or if Kamala Harris happens to be sworn in the next 4 years? What does it say if the Biden-Harris administration becomes a one-term wonder as well? What that means is the people are looking at the choices that they have for governmental leaders and looking at the policies coming out of the government, and they're not liking it. So they're just switching back and forth and left and right as a matter of, we got to get, you're no good, let's get somebody else in there. What that means is they got serious stress fractures in the foundation of their society, which is supposed to be the solidarity between the governed and the governors. That's what's happening here. That's what they're worried about. If we don't stop what we're doing with this, and we're not going to stop, then in 4 years, they're going to be presented with a far bigger problem. This is about trying to figure out what do we do to pacify black people into inactivity while we finish the job of drowning them out with all these other groups and all these other plans and priorities. Because you've already had the would-be Biden Republicans that Joe Biden's hoping to get. These guys have already made it clear. They're already saying now we need a third party. Do you know who encouraged them to do that? Black people did. But you see, when you got a group of who's actually serious about their power, what happened was they showed up on Capitol Hill. They weren't dancing. They weren't singing songs. They weren't twerking. They weren't sashaying in front of the cops. And they were not standing there saying, don't you see how much pain we're in? Don't you see how much we hurt? They weren't doing none of that. When they showed up, they made it very clear this is not going to be about asking for anything. We're making it very clear that we are serious. And we're also making it very clear that we're not begging, we're not here to negotiate with you. This is how it's going to go. And as a result, the government's looking and going, well, you know, we got to take them seriously, and we better be very careful how we deal with this. But understand, they didn't bring out the tanks and bring out the helicopters and such against them. Why? Because at the end of the day, this society is made and meant for and created to cater to and take care of the very people who tried to topple that society 2 weeks ago. They're the ones who's the main beneficiaries of. They only got their noses bent out of joint because they feel that the society doesn't kiss their behinds with sufficient adoration anymore. But as worried as they are about those white supremacists who tried to overthrow the government, they're far more worried about us. See, when black folks get turned up, they bring out the tanks, they bring out the helicopters, they bring out all the tear gas, and they make it very clear, ain't gonna be none of this. They bring out everything. They bring out the National Guard, they bring out the military, they make it very clear. This is an existential crisis. The white supremacists simply present them with a dilemma. We present them with an existential crisis. Now, for the time being, they feel as if maybe they've averted it for a while, but they know that the longer the black media is out here talking, this is going to be an issue that's not going away. And you know what I say to that? This is good. Before we get started, let me remind everyone, you need to check and make sure that you're still subscribed to me on YouTube. There's a lot of people who think that they're subscribed, but they're really not. Just make sure for yourself. Also, if you're not following me on Twitter, you should. That's where a number of the professor's pearls of wisdom get dropped. Now, let's go ahead and get into the heart of this evening's video essay. There are some people who are going to be the habitually disagreeable or the people who just want to argue for argument's sake. So from the outset, let me say that the Persians, Iranians, whatever you want to call them, they are not our friends. As Dr. John Henry Clark put it, Africa's enemies came from Asia long before they started coming from Europe. I feel compelled to have to mention that because you always got a few people who are looking for attention who try that. Some of these people might wind up getting blocked if they keep it up. Now, we don't have a dog in this dust-up between the United States and Iran. It's an argument between a couple of thugs who are trying to figure out who's going to be the big dog in the Middle East. But that's not to say that the former slaves cannot learn anything simply from observing it. Indeed, there's a lot that can be gleaned by looking closely at what's happening between Iran and the United States. And also more to be learned when you take the long view. Why is this going on? Well, there's the white media's version of it, and then there's what actually happened. Of course, we have to go back a few years. Shortly after World War I, you had a situation where the Pahlavi family came to be the rulers of Iran. In 1925, the royal family of Qajar was deposed from power by the Persian, well, soon-to-be Iranian parliament. Now, why did this happen? Why did the Iranian parliament decide that the old king had to go? Well, it was because he failed to stop British and Soviet invasions on Persian sovereignty. See, if someone wants to call themselves being a leader, then they also must be able to maintain the state, as Dr. John Henry Clark explained. And if your leader fails to do that, then he should lose everything. After all, he wants to be the boss. He wants to be the one calling the shots. He wants to make these decisions that will impact the lives of untold millions and impact the lives of generations not born. And that being the case, he better be up to the task. He better not be there because he just was the idiot who managed to maneuver himself the best or he elbowed his way. He better be the most capable guy in the room. And he should know that before he goes calling himself seeking that brass ring. And in the event that he's not up to the job, then he is supposed to be punished harshly. Organizations who are serious about their power, they make sure that anybody who wants to be the boss understands the price of failure, and the price should be severe. Other groups practice this standard, and that's why their leaders take their positions seriously. Other groups expect their representatives to guarantee their economic and political benefits. This is the reason why when black people voice our concerns, these other people's representatives, they already know what their ethnic group expects them to do. As Dr. Anderson said, politicians react to the economy underneath them. And that even goes for people who are impoverished. Because if you don't have any material resources for the politician to respond to, then you better make sure that your poverty manifests itself in physical form. Politicians react to that too, especially when it's consistent. But anyway, Reza Pahlavi was the first Shah of Iran, but he didn't last long. In 1941, the Brits told him to let his son take over. And so the Shah and his family lived palatially, which would be fine if he was a private citizen, but this was supposed to be the leader of an entire nation, and the man responsible for the state's economy. For him to live high on the hog, pal around with the Brits, the Americans, and the Russians, while the average Iranian citizen was destitute, that didn't go over well at all. Now, in time, Mohammad Mossadegh became Prime Minister of Iran, and he began reviewing Iran's petroleum dealings with the then Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which would later be renamed British Petroleum. Prime Minister Mossadegh looked and said, this situation is a complete and thorough ripoff. How the hell are we going to let the Brits have damn near 60% ownership stake in our oil? How the hell are we going to let them tell us what to do? And so he told the Brits that the deal was off. He nationalized the Iranian oil industry, effectively taking it back from the British. Now, Britain then, as now, was highly dependent on Iranian oil to pay their bills. And as far as the United States goes, the U.S. needs oil in order to prop up the dollar. Ever since Aramco, the U.S. forced the world to trade for oil in dollars. That's where the term petrodollars comes from. What that means is if the U.S. declares that it's not going to let you have any dollars, then you have no way to buy or sell oil. That's what it effectively means. Now, the British, having been shut out of the Iranian oil fields, they decided they would get the U.S. to begin agitating for the removal of Prime Minister Mossadegh by bribing and otherwise incentivizing Mossadegh's fellow Iranians like the Shah and some of the people who were out in the boondocks, a lot of the people, those rural yokels. The U.S. started trying to get them to agitate for Mossadegh to be removed. All you need is some street protests and a few people to say, oh, he's so mean, and you can run, you're off to the races. And it's all meant to set the stage to get him forced out of office. It didn't matter how many people wanted him in there. It's just a matter, we got to manufacture the right headlines, manufacture the right photographs, manufacture the right newsreels. Problem was, Mossadegh was overwhelmingly loved by the people of Iran, to the point where even the Shah was scared to try to remove him. As far as he was concerned, I get rid of Mossadegh, the people are going to get rid of me.
Mm-hmm.
So the British and the CIA settled on a strategy of constructing a narrative meant to make the coup more politically acceptable. The chosen lie that they settled on would be that Mossadegh was a socialist, and that this socialist would hand Iran's oil over to the Soviets any moment. At least that's what they were saying. Now, of course, that's ridiculous on its face. There is no instance in the entirety of human history of any leader of a nation nationalizing his country's resources and then handing it over to somebody else. It defeats the whole purpose of what you're doing. The entire reason that you would nationalize the oil fields to get them out of the hands of the British is because you did not want them in the hands of another country. But the thing is, this is the kind of tortured logic, such as it is, and the kind of psychological pretzels that the British and the Americans were willing to put out there. And there's always a few rubes who basically stop listening to anything you say once you say certain trigger words. We know that people on the reactionary right, as soon as you say the word socialist, that's it. They've completely tuned out everything you've said after that. They're basically a puppet at that point. So, how did the CIA begin to carry out its little propaganda offensive against Prime Minister Mossadegh? What it did was it had a series of false flag operations. They would hire a bunch of Iranian locals who would pretend to be supporters of Mossadegh and his policies. But these people were actually paid CIA agents. I think that bears repeating because I want to make sure that you understand that. What the CIA did was they paid certain Iranians to go out in the streets and cause trouble and make a ruckus, and these Iranians would be pretending to be supporters of Mossadegh, pretending to support his policies, but making sure whenever they got in front of news cameras, who were also people put in place by the U.S. and British governments, be sure to say, we are here because we believe in these socialist policies. Mossadegh has a socialist future, and we're here to make sure that this socialist future comes to pass. And that's what they did. They paid people to pretend as if they were supporting Prime Minister Mossadegh when they were actually CIA plans. Now, gee, doesn't that sound like something we've had occur with us recently?
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
Former prosecutors, former congressional staffers who are now trying to reinvent themselves as black power activists, but who are actually in the pockets of white power. Gee, I wonder. Anyway, back then in the 1950s in Iran, these CIA-paid agitators began making problems in the streets. And at that point, Mossadegh, who began to read the tea leaves, and he could clearly see what it was that the U.S. and the Brits were trying to cook up, he called for a referendum of the people to vote to dissolve the Iranian parliament and to give him, Mossadegh, unilateral power until the crisis was over. He essentially
I'll bring it by.
Calling for
I'll get back to work.
Effectively to have one-man rule. And the measure passed by 99%. 99% of Iranians who voted on that referendum said, yeah, we're in favor of it.
Morse Mutual Insurance, how can we help you? I think we can handle that.
The U.S., realizing that it had to strike fast, told the Shah to go ahead and dismiss Mossadegh as prime minister. They made it clear to the Shah, you don't get this Mossadegh guy out of here, we're prepared to move without you. Which, of course, was letting him know, hey, if we got to move without you, then what the hell do we need you for? So the Shah, he went ahead and said, you know what, I'm calling for Prime Minister Mossadegh's resignation. In fact, I'm not even sure if the Shah was in Iran at the time. I think he did it while he was overseas. And even though the Shah's decree did not undercut Mossadegh's support, what it did do was it gave the CIA exactly the headlines that it wanted. It gave them exactly the political justification that they were looking for, at least on the surface. Why? The king, the ruler of Iran, has an out-of-control prime minister, and, well, he can't handle this guy himself, so we, the good freedom-loving, peace-loving people that we are in the U.S., why, look at the Negroes if you need any more proof of how peace-loving we are.
I'm on the clock. What you want, some wheels?
Shah out, because clearly he's in over his head, and this Mossadegh guy is out of control. Why, look at these socialists in the streets. Where the hell they come from? And that's when the U.S. said, all right then, time to get Mossadegh out of here. We'll do it ourselves. And that's when you had the real insurrection began. Street riots, orchestrated and paid for by the CIA, took place. And in order to control the anti-democratic forces of Mossadegh, the Shah had no choice but to call out the military. But the military didn't spend much time dealing with those protesters in the streets, because after all, the CIA had
I'll bring it to you.
It's time for them to go home. But who the Iranian military did immediately go after was the Prime Minister's office. The military arrested Mossadegh. They tried him. They put him in prison briefly, which was followed by house arrest for the remainder of his life. Now, that's a political prisoner 101, but that's what happened to the Prime Minister of Iran, who decided that he wasn't going to give away his people's vital national resources. Next, the U.S. had Shah Pahlavi install a U.S.-selected puppet to be the new Prime Minister, and this one, of course, was a rubber stamp for the U.S. This new guy just restored all the old bad agreements, and the scam, the robbing of Iran's oil for the sake of white petrochemical corporations and the U.S. and British government's own personal benefit went on as always. The Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, figured that his white supremacist pals made the will of the Iranian people irrelevant, so he could push forward with the plans that his good white paymasters were telling him to do to transform the whole of Iranian society into one that would be much more submissive to Western power. And what that meant was the Shah was supposed to preside over the dismantling of Iran's culture. You see, culture means the particular way that a group does things. That's what the word culture means. It's a manifestation of a group's identity. And when you strip a people of their culture, after that you can graft onto them any identity you want. And you can tell them this is normal for you because you've robbed them of the knowledge of what actually is normal for them. This is what the U.S. wanted the Shah to do, and this is what he tried to carry out. The Iranian people fully recognized that the Shah was merely a U.S.-British puppet, and this became most excruciatingly clear in 1963 when the Shah began pushing a number of Western reforms onto Iran, which the Shah called his White Revolution. I'm not making that up. That's what he called it. The White Revolution. Well, talk about truth in advertising. It was white, all right. Definitely who was behind it and who it was meant to benefit. And it's one of the U.S. government's own websites that admits that the United States has a high interest in Iran, not just because of its oil, but because of its location in the region, which is just south of the then Soviet Union, which then as now is a rival to the United States. There's a lot of benefits that the United States could reap if it could get, or rather reinstall, a government that would do what Washington wants. Iran is centrally placed for that purpose. Now, as you would expect, the white media gives a hideously edited version of what the White Revolution was. The white media makes it seem like, well, all it was about was voting rights for women. That's the White Revolution. It was voting rights for women, and that's the line that they usually push. Well, the problem was the White Revolution changed a hell of a lot more than just that. Part of the White Revolution involved the Iranian parliament granting all U.S. military personnel in their country full diplomatic immunity, meaning that the law could not touch any U.S. soldier no matter what they did. I want you to think about that. Legal immunity. Not just just for diplomats, which you would expect, that's who it's supposed to apply to, but also for the soldiers who the U.S. put in Iran as well. This is what white power insisted on, that the same way white people are immune from the law in the United States, they demanded the Iranians give white people the same legal immunity there as well. So a bunch of podunk hillbillies with their Confederate flags would have a license to rape and kill women in Iran. That's what it would amount to. And the worst that would happen to them is that they would be expelled from the country. That's it. As we've seen so often in the U.S., good old boys and other assorted deplorables gleefully carry out all manner of beatings and rapes of black women, even murders, and they routinely engage in this behavior in the foreign countries that they're stationed in the military, and under the Shah, there was nothing that the host country could do about it. That was the plan anyway. So this was effectively to make white Americans in Iran into super citizens. Not just a handful of exceptions, but there would be an entire group running around Iranian society who the law could not touch. In return, the United States gave Iran $200 million for military equipment. When the people of Iran saw this, and especially the Iranian clergy, they looked and said, well, it's pretty obvious what the going price for Shah Reza Pahlavi's soul is. $200 million, there you go. And speaking of Iranian clergy, since religion has always been the key to that region, the Shah decided that he would target Iran's clerics as well. The White Revolution involved a heavy campaign to diminish the power of the Iranian clerics, who had been the cultural gatekeepers. They had been the ones who the Shah looked at as being the only real competition to his rule. Because disputes, everyday matters, were not handled by the Shah or by the Iranian government. They were largely handled according to tradition. And that tradition was maintained and carried out by the clerics. They were the ones who were the enforcers of Iranian culture. And it was not left up to the politicians or self-appointed kings to do whatever they found to be the most personally expedient. The clerics wanted to maintain the inherently Islamic character of Iran. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, on the other hand, wanted to get rid of that, and to get rid of anyone who refused to do things the white way. The Iranian people, realizing they had been betrayed, began looking around to find other voices to look to for guidance. The people were determined to maintain their Islamic identity, and even if you called yourself the king, the Iranian people would turn their backs on you if you were off code. See, the Iranian people understood what being on code means. That comes from the grassroots. It doesn't come from any leader. That's the reason why looking to a man to be the leader is a bad idea. The Iranian people did not put their faith and future in the hands of a man. They put it in the hands of their code. And back in the 1960s, they were on code as they are today. The code is their leader. Any so-called representative, the only thing he is merely an agreed-upon facilitator of the code. I was on Twitter about that earlier today. That when you have a leader, that's not supposed to be somebody who you are following around slavishly, you don't question anything. No, he is your servant. The code is the leader. That's the only logical purpose that voting serves, or trying to find some person to put into a particular office of government. The only logic, the only purpose that could serve is for that person to facilitate the code. And it is the people's job to be code enforcement. Because what happens when the facilitator turns against the people? Then the people find a new facilitator, and you make sure to punish the old one. That's part of the code, too. The guy can't just be allowed to saunter out the door as if, oh, well, I guess I'm done. It's like, no, we're going to put a couple of knots on your head, and you better pray that's where it stops. That's code enforcement. In 1963, the Shah thought that he was the leader. Well, the Iranian people were about to show the Shah exactly who was in charge, and it wasn't him. Enter a then well-known cleric named Saeed Rohollah Musavi Khomeini, who went by the Islamic honorific Ayatollah Khomeini.
the Ayatollah Khomeini began to produce sermons pointing out the corruption of the Shah's regime, specifically how the Shah lived in opulence and totally ignored the needs of the people who lived in poverty. The Shah was more interested in protecting the oil interests of his white backers than withstanding his nation on its feet. But the Ayatollah Khomeini also made it a point to rail against what he called the Shah's dependence on Israel. After all, it was the Israelis who the Shah called on to train his state security force, the Savak. Khomeini was himself a staunch supporter of the Palestinians, and Khomeini repeatedly voiced his opposition to the existence of Palestine having been displaced by Israel. That a world leader who stridently advocated for Palestine in his speeches also sat on top of so much oil, that was a threat for Israel and the U.S. The U.S. was trying to reshape the political profile of the Middle East, and that means having only Islamic leaders who are not opposed to the occupation of Palestine, or who at most are lukewarm on the issue. This way, the Arab public and the world would accept the displacement of the Palestinians, because after all, you don't see the leaders of these Middle Eastern countries getting worked up over it, so it must not be that big a deal. But the Arab street cares about Palestine and what it represents. And having someone who reminds the Arab street that an Islamic leader is supposed to be standing with Palestine and that the situation of the Palestinians is intolerable, this was a growing threat. It was clear that in the Ayatollah Khomeini, regardless of his flaws, the U.S. was being confronted with a man who could not be bribed, a man who could not be threatened, and a man who could not be persuaded otherwise. He was a true believer, and exactly the wrong kind of example to be setting for the Arab world. White power wanted the Arab people to expect their leaders to be corrupt, to expect them to be equivocal and non-committal on the issue of Israel or the Palestinians, to expect their leaders to put white nations' interests before their own. All the regime change in the Middle East, all that regime change has basically been a large-scale project to condition and maintain the people of the Middle East ideal to expect their leaders to be corrupt and to accept that status quo. Khomeini, however, continually railed against the Shah's so-called reforms, and he even warned the Shah that he could well find himself compelled to leave Iran if he continued on this course. The Iranian people loved it. This was a man who stood up for their culture, a man who said the things that they said, a man who put their interests first, a man who spoke up unapologetically and fearlessly for them. The people were angry. Ayatollah Khomeini simply gave voice to that anger, the anger that already existed. The Shah refused to stop his so-called reforms, and Khomeini continued to criticize them. Eventually, the anger that Khomeini had warned about erupted in the streets. The Shah blamed the Ayatollah Khomeini personally for this, and he had the man imprisoned. The Ayatollah was then forced into exile in Turkey, then Iraq, and finally in France. But the Ayatollah Khomeini never stopped his sermons attacking the Shah's regime, and he never stopped planning what a post-Shah Iran was going to look like. Ayatollah Khomeini was shut out of all broad-based forms of media. He had no actual media platform of his own, so he decided to create one. What he did was he would have his sermons tape recorded, and then his supporters would smuggle these recordings into Iran, where they would be played for the people.
Damn.
In exile, the Ayatollah's influence had grown larger than it was when he had been in the country. See, the real fuel for the Ayatollah Khomeini's power wasn't his sermons. It was the continued corruption of Shah Reza Pahlavi. Now, if the Shah had stopped dismantling the Islamic identity of Iran, stopped being a Western stooge, then no one would have listened to the Ayatollah because there would have been no reason to. But, as it was, Khomeini kept preaching his truth, and the people kept listening, and that listenership grew and grew year by year, as did the anger in the Arab street. And there was nothing the Shah could do about it now. He had placed, because of his actions, he had placed the Ayatollah Khomeini far beyond his reach. See, the Iranians understood
that a people who do not stand up for their advocates will have no advocates. Whenever you have an oppressed group, there will always be those who speak up for the people. But the thing is, these are individuals who the dominant society will take aim at. For the sake of destroying them, go ahead and discredit or find a way to reduce them in power if you can. Kill them if you must. Not because of the fact that these spokespeople have power, but because of the fact that their message is a threat. That you're creating a culture of defiance. And that is the one thing that any oppressor class is going to be determined to keep those they oppress from having. A culture of defiance. True defiance. Not a little bit of grumbling. Not a culture of murmuring or of impotent complaining on the sidelines where you're looking and going, God dang it, we're going to change this situation. Now, you can't have people getting a daily diet of defiance. You cannot have that. But that's exactly what Ayatollah Khomeini was feeding the Iranian people. And they were listening. And they were embracing his message. And they were supporting him as a result. Ayatollah Khomeini was a true elder for the people in Iran. He wasn't some irrelevant old man running around telling them you should respect me because I got gray hair. He was telling them this is the way we're going to get our country back. Khomeini earned his people's respect. And that's the reason why, unlike the Shah, he never had to demand it. He never had to demand his people's respect. He commanded it because of who he was and what the ideals that he espoused, what he represented. And so, by the late 1970s, the people of Iran rose up again at the behest of Ayatollah Khomeini. Only this time, there would be no way to stop it. You see, Ayatollah Khomeini understood the necessity of being able to strike at his enemies from the shadows. That's why I keep using that old U.S. Navy submariner saying, run silent, run deep. Because of the fact that he was not determined to have some big tent, some big gathering that the Shah could see. What he was doing was he was taking his message to the people and not doing it in a way that would allow the Shah to be able to strike at him. When you're in a fight against evil, you're not supposed to be looking for a level playing field. You're supposed to make sure that playing field is as lopsided in your favor as possible. When you're dealing with an evil like this, you don't try to figure out how to have a fair fight. Forget about fair. I value fair competition with honorable people. But when it comes to the dishonorable and the disgusting and the corrupt, forget it. There are no rules other than the good guys must win. That's the only rule. Khomeini knew where his opponent was at. Khomeini knew and was letting everybody know, this is the guy that we're going to be taking down. The Shah, on the other hand, had no such advantage. That's what you got to do when you're an oppressed group. You got to make sure that you create every advantage for yourself against your enemy that you possibly can. And so, on January 16th, 1979, Shah Reza Pahlavi, who had been in power since the 1940s, was forced to flee Iran, as the Ayatollah Khomeini had prophesied. 2 weeks after that, Ruhollah Khomeini returned from exile. Only this time it was not as a mere cleric, but now as the Grand Ayatollah Khomeini, the new ruler of a new Iran. The Ayatollah Khomeini began his reign by cleaning house. Anyone who had worked for or been loyal to the Shah was purged. That meant that they were executed. He was not going to allow any pro-Western fifth column to take root in his Iran. You see, the Ayatollah Khomeini had learned the lesson of what happened to Mohammad Mossadegh. He knew what kind of games the U.S. would try to play, and he cut it off before it even began. Now, you see, that's what happens when you got somebody who's serious about their power. The Haitian Revolution had the same thing happen, except they did that before they started agitating against the French. The biggest problem that any group of oppressed people have throwing off their chains are going to be the enemy within. This is a historical fact. This is a historical constant. Show me a group of oppressed people, and I'll show you a group of people who are riddled and run through with a whole bunch of turncoats, bootlicks, traitors, suck-ups, snitches, and informants. And if that group wants to be free, at some point they're going to have to confront the enemy within. They're going to have to get serious about the idea that, no, we ain't going to have all these snitches and all of these turncoats running around. That's off code, and there will be a price to pay for being off code. The Ayatollah Khomeini understood that lesson, and that's why the U.S. wasn't able to gin up some quickie revolution against them. There wasn't going to be any people in the streets saying that, oh, we just can't stand this Iran, we can't stand this Ayatollah, oh, he's this, he's that. Nah, you're not going to be sitting here putting together any phony, baloney, false flag operations for the cameras. And just to make sure that the Islamic identity of Iran reasserted itself forcefully, the Ayatollah Khomeini dismantled the Shah's reforms, and he outlawed everything, including even Western music. That's how far he went with it. What he was doing was he was humiliating the former Shah. This was the humiliation of Reza Pahlavi. Because Reza Pahlavi's entire life, such as it was, had been dedicated to making Iran into nothing more than a whorehouse for the West. To completely strip it of its Islamic identity and to graft onto Iran a European identity. But the identity would not be anything other than imitation European serfs. They would just be a bunch of European peasants. That's the identity that Reza Pahlavi was attempting to graft onto Iran. And Pahlavi was just so sure that his white revolution had been successful. He was so sure that the people had accepted it, that it had taken with the people. He was so sure that he had completely changed Iran. But Ayatollah Khomeini proved him wrong. Just to make sure the Americans got the point, the Ayatollah also presided over the taking of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, with the U.S. Embassy staff being taken as hostages.
Damn.
Now, eventually, the Ayatollah Khomeini died in 1989, and yet the revolution that he set in motion over a quarter century earlier, the revolution didn't start in 79. The revolution started in 63. And that revolution has now far outlived the Ayatollah Khomeini. See, the white folks in the West, they figured that the Grand Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini was the leader of the revolution, but he understood that the ideology was the leader. See, if it was only just him as a leader, then what happens is he becomes irrelevant when you put him into exile. That's what happens if you have a leader who makes a movement into nothing more than a cult of personality. You have a particularly charismatic individual who really hasn't built anything that's going to survive beyond him or that can survive without him. So all you got to do is you got to kill the guy, you put him in prison, problem solved. That didn't work with the Ayatollah Khomeini, because the Ayatollah Khomeini was not the leader of the revolution. The ideology was the leader. The people listened to him because of the fact that he was the only one with the guts to stand up for the code. The people were waiting for somebody who would do so. The other clerics were kind of twiddling their thumbs and didn't want to step on any toes. And after all, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke beautifully pointed out, you go all throughout the Arab world, including in Iran, and you will find these allegedly so-called self-proclaimed devout Muslims who will be, as Dr. Clarke put it, drinking scotch, eating pork, and patronizing European whores. These guys do not really believe in anything. They'll go ahead and do that pious routine for the people, but as soon as these guys are away from the people, they're acting no better than their European counterparts. That tells you everything you need to know about them. But the Ayatollah Khomeini wasn't like that. He believed what it was that he was saying. That's what made him so dangerous to the Western powers, but that was also what made him so beloved by the Iranian people. He stood for their code. His defiance humiliated the U.S. and Britain. White supremacy doesn't believe in taking any L's. And they also believe in total control. So when a man who white power did not sanction begins riling up the people that white power can't control him or stop him, that's a problem. And that brings us to where we are today. between the United States and Israel. They're looking at Iran and going, this revolution that got set off, they're still embracing it. We have to break the collective will of the Iranian people. But what that's going to require, you're going to need to bring in a stooge, somebody who's going to be nothing more than a puppet, but a very brutal, very repressive puppet. And that's what's been going on. The experiment the U.S. and Israel together have been hoping to pull off, that they can, if you have this center of power sitting on top of a lot of potential economic resources, and they're influential in the region because they actually stand on their religious principles, and there's a lot of people who believe the same thing in the region. So how are you going to get people off of that? Well, you got to get somebody in a position of authority there. Get somebody who's going to call himself the leader because you installed him. And he's going to say, you know what? New deal, new rules, all that old stuff is out the window, and why? We're going to be doing very differently. Well, what are you going to be doing? We're going to be doing whatever these white folks tell us to do. That's the goal. And by doing so, well, you're going to have one of the few holdouts against Western influence in the region that will be gone. And if the guys who have stood against it and held out the longest crumble, well, that would, as it's believed to be anyway, that would be such a psychological blow. Because keep in mind, when people start saying this garbage about Iran's the world's largest sponsor of state terror, no, the biggest sponsor of state terror in the world is the United States. The United States carries out more terrorism inside its own borders than practically all the other so-called state sponsors of terrorism combined. How many people have died at the hands of the enforcement arm of white supremacy inside the United States? Now, how many people have died at the hands of terrorists globally in the last year? You go ahead and do an apples-to-apples comparison. It's like night and day. You can't compare the two. So this is what is going on whenever you hear them talking about state sponsor of terrorism. You're going to need to have a lie to hang your hat on. And regardless of what you may think of Iran personally, there is nothing you can say about Iran that you cannot say about the United States. Today, on my Twitter page, I was pointing out that this garbage about Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, can you believe somebody had the nerve to actually pull that on Twitter? Wow. Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Well, I went ahead and had some choice words about how much we appreciate the thugs in blue. But you had some idiot who, when I posted that the U.S. has more people behind bars than any other country on the planet, that the U.S. is the most incarcerative state on the planet, has more people behind bars than North Korea, more people behind bars than Iran, more people behind bars than China. China has 6 times the population of the U.S., but the U.S. has more people behind bars. Now, who's the police state here? The United States has pretty much the only actual professional school for terrorists, the School of the Americas at Fort Benning, Georgia. All of those Latin American regimes responsible for God knows what kind of ghastly crimes, where do you think that those guys get their training from? The U.S. provided it for them. And again, we have no dog in this fight, but the point that I'm making that I'm sure you guys are well aware of, before you go listening to anyone trying to tell you how bad some other country is, you need to consider the source. Whatever acts of terror you want to accuse Iran of, fine. I'm not here to stand up for them. I'm not here to defend them. Just keep in mind that the main people who are pointing the dirty end of the stick at Iran, these are governments and people who have done far, far worse. The body count's much worse by the U.S. than anything Iran could have done. Think about that when they're trying to tell you we have to go to war because human life is so precious. I was posting on my Twitter page today that you had 176 people or so who died as a result of that Ukrainian airliner that went down, which was allegedly shot down by the Iranians. And you got the white media and the government saying there should be war now. Well, why? Because so many lives were lost. When this many lives are lost, war! Someone must be punished. Well, twice that many people died in those 737 MAX crashes. Boeing is responsible for killing more people in the last 18 months than the Iranians. Twice as many. And by the way, unlike with that Ukrainian airliner, 9 of the people who died in those 737 MAX crashes were Americans. And yet the white media is not saying something has to be done about Boeing. When are they going to get punished? They're not beating the drum for Boeing executives to get put on trial and put in handcuffs. Quite the opposite. What's been happening is Boeing has been allowed to quietly settle these legal claims out of court. Keep in mind, Boeing gets huge tax breaks, which basically amount to subsidies. And those subsidies are financed by U.S. taxpayers. That's how these big corporations get these tax breaks. It's balanced on the backs of the working poor. So Boeing kills over 340 people, and they get to go to court, not to prison. They go to civil court, so they can negotiate what the payout's going to be, and they're paying off their victims with your and my money. Whatever happened to, we got to do something because so many lives were lost. Yeah, if it's a bunch of Arabs or Iranians who you want to blame, then, something has to be done. But what if it's some white corporate executives? What if it's some white guys in the United States? So you need to have both eyes open when it comes to this. Understand what's really at the root of the United States and Israel's perpetual obsession with Iran. Again, Iran is no friend of ours. Iran has done nothing on our behalf, and I'm not speaking up for Iran. I'm just pointing out that they hate Iran because it's been a bastion of defiance. Same reason why they've had this mad on for all these years about Robert Mugabe. If they look and say, we got to get you out of there, they'll try the old coup. They'll try the old, we'll bribe some internal elements who we know don't like you, because everybody's got enemies. So we'll find some of your enemies. We're going to give them money and backing. We're going to help them throw you out. And we'll be able to say, hey, it wasn't us. It was why the people didn't like, his own people didn't like him. And if you do manage to defy the coup, then what we'll say is, well, the people don't like him because if they did, why did they try to overthrow him? You mean these paid stooges? Well, they tried to overthrow him, so he can't be too popular. Why someone tried to overthrow him? Notice how nobody ever says that the presidents of the United States who have been shot, killed, what have you, attempts on their lives, well, that proves the American people don't like you, so America needs regime change. You see, that street only goes one way. So while President Trump's sudden bout of infatuation with Iran is ultimately going to prove to be short-lived, there are some things that we should know about it. The fact that this is even happening at all says a lot. Iran is on the United States to-do list, not merely because of support for Israel, but also because of a historical bad example that the U.S. feels Iran has set. And it's going to be a matter of, now we can't deal with this like we dealt with Cuba. This is different. This one is different. What's going to happen here is they're going to need to show the Iranian people, look at these mullahs, look at these true believers here. You're going to have to go in another direction because we're going to break these guys. And by breaking them, that's going to prove to you that your way doesn't work. Otherwise, your own would-be true believers have bent the knee. That's what the U.S. ultimately wants. Crush these guys to dust, force them to bend the knee, and this is going to break the will of the Iranian people to resist. Will they be successful? Well, if history is any guide, the answer is an unqualified no. Not because of any particular leader. The Ayatollah Khomeini's been dead for over 30 years now. And yet, for some strange reason, Iran has remained on course. One gets the idea that it's not Ayatollah Khomeini who was the driving force behind it. This is something at the grassroots. So how are you going to break the culture of an entire people? Well, you got to get them off code. And whether or not the attempts to get the Iranians off code is going to come down to the Iranian people themselves.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. The aircraft is waiting for you at our nearest airfield. We trust you'll be happy, sir.
The guy arrested and had him forced out of the country. I'm sure that there were more than a few days that the Shah looked and said, yeah, that guy, he said that the people were going to run me out. Look at him. Yeah. Hey, how you like things in Turkey? Oh, you're not in Turkey anymore, you're in Iraq. Oh, you're not in Iraq anymore, you're in France. Yeah, kind of hard to find a place to hang your hat these days now, isn't it? I'm sure that the Shah had a few chuckles at the Ayatollah Khomeini's expense. But what he found out was when you got a man who is speaking on behalf of people who are on code, well, he's the one who gets the last laugh.
It was hurtful to hear you talk allegations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me. I mean, these were questions that she answered. Electability. I think she answered some hunger in the Democratic Party for generational change. She answers some questions and some hunger for a woman in that office. She answers the question and speaks to the hunger for diversity. I mean, she is the answer to almost every question that I hear Democrats asking.
Well, and I think she also found a very deft way to deal with what has been one of her vulnerabilities, which is her record as a prosecutor, right? I mean, we at HuffPost have written a lot of quite tough stories investigating her background on things like truancy, where you had ended up with kids going into the criminal justice system for really no reason because of overly harsh laws that she prosecuted when she was the Attorney General of California. And this has really been a point of vulnerability for her, but by couching her own experience with race. And I think another place where I think people have overstated that vulnerability is that they forget that African Americans care a lot about crime because they are disproportionately victims of crime, right? And a tough prosecutor who's seen as fair and competent, who comes from that community, I think actually does have a certain power and a role to play. So
it's a complete inoculation from what we already know has been telegraphed on the right, which is to paint the entire Democratic Party as too far to the left. I mean, it's just in the mind of rational people.
I totally agree with her. I think that's where they rob, she robs them. You're talking about a lady that was a district attorney and then went on to be state attorney general.
Yeah.
So you can't say she soft on crime. And she was attacked a lot by the left. I mean, we question her in some cases in National Action Network. So you can't say that, but when she talks about I was bust and that I went in and built a career, that answers a lot of the attacks on the left because some of them didn't even go that trajectory. But
all right, so the Democratic debate is over, at least the first couple rounds. Couple of do-nothing so-called debates where everything was on the table for white America. Everything was on the table for the casual racist. Couple of sops to the right-wingers, too, trying to carve off as many of those votes as possible. But for black folks, you know, the base of the Democrat Party, the actual people who turn out the most and who they depend on in order to get them into high office, nothing mentioned for black folks. Nothing at all. No mention of the word reparations, not even a mention of the word. So what does that tell you? You would think that they would be saying it repeatedly, especially after the do-nothing hearing from 10 days ago. You would think that somebody would have brought it up a few times. They would have been making it where this needs to be a signature policy. At the very least, we got to bring it up, if only for pro forma purposes, but they didn't. So that tells you everything you need to know about the Democratic debates. It's irrelevant to black empowerment. So ain't no point spending much time on it. But the white media is trying to figure out how to position, hopefully, some would-be relevant contender to Donald Trump. Make sure that the horse race stays interesting. Joe Biden's lead is plummeting, as I told you that it would. And Kamala Harris apparently got in a zinger. And what does she get that zinger in on? By pointing to Joe Biden's racist record. Now, why does she think that that would have some sort of cachet? Why does she think that that would be effective? Because she had seen what people online were saying about Joe Biden. Kamala Harris ain't had nothing to say about Joe Biden on the issue of race until now. So what it means is she understands Joe Biden has a vulnerability. As far as she's concerned, I might as well go ahead and take care of that vulnerability because, well, Joe Biden ain't smart enough to be able to capitalize on mine, and he made the mistake of saying he wasn't going low, mainly because he can't. Joe Biden's no debater. He's in over his head. This is a political vanity project for him, and it's going to go the same way it went the last couple of times that he tried this stupid stunt. But after Kamala Harris had her little foray, she dipped her toes in the waters, and because of the fact that she didn't fall flat on her face, the white media is trying to make it out like she served the second course of the Last Supper. trying to praise her, talking about her as if she's just the greatest thing ever. And the white media is making sure that they tell everybody, oh, her criminal justice record, well, she's handled that. That's in the past now. Well, she knows she's handled that. She's handled that. That's what they were saying. This is meant to be the white media attempting to arbitrarily bestow innocence on Kamala Harris. Oh, we're declaring that her reprehensible criminal justice atrocities, all of the crimes that she committed under color of law, we're going to just declare that stuff's in the past. She's answered for it. Oh, she's absolutely invincible at this point. Her record is bulletproof, so don't worry about it. There's nothing to be said. So the white media is making it clear that they're going to be, at the very least, giving her the occasional pat on the head, unless they find somebody else who happens to establish themselves better than her. It was not even a good night for Kamala Harris, but she got in a couple of zingers and made an otherwise snore fest somewhat interesting for a few moments. But what is Kamala Harris going to do to appeal to black voters? Well, one of the things she's trying to do is to go to the civil rights retreads, the NAACP, and see if those fools out in South Carolina will help her out. She went to an NAACP function just a few weeks back. And the South Carolina chapter of the NAACP gave her a platform so that she could spew every half-truth and untruth that she could think of, and they were plenty. Just go ahead and listen to this, because we're going to be doing a deep dive on this. The debates are not going to teach you anything new, but the fact that Kamala Harris, the white media, is attempting to rehabilitate her image, rehabilitate her standing. They're trying to figure out a way to fix up the damage that we've done to her. At the very least, they're going to see if it's possible. Maybe her ship can be made to float again if they patch about the 500 holes we busted in it. But look at what she does. It's the same crap that she's been at for the longest time. And do expect that there's going to be a number of pauses in here, because we're going to be breaking this down step by step.
And the heroes of my youth were, of course, the lawyers of that civil rights movement. Thurgood Marshall, Charles Hamilton Houston, Constance Baker Motley. Those individuals who understood the skill of this profession of law to translate the passion from the streets to the courtrooms of our country.
Now, there's two big problems with what she said. First of all, this our country crap. Malcolm warned you about that. Watch out for these Negroes who, when talking about the United Snakes of America, this white supremacist toilet, they start using words like we and our and us. For black folks, these are terms that have absolutely no meaning here in this white supremacist hellhole. But you see that right off the jump, she starts off with the name dropping, just like she did for her silly announcement at Howard University. She's name dropping Thurgood Marshall and some other fossils from a bygone era who didn't do really anything that actually helped us. Well, I guess at least I should be glad that she didn't mention Fife. Though you notice that she didn't mention Johnny Cochran, by the way. Whether you like him or not, you can't deny the fact that the man is one of the most influential black legal minds who ever lived. In fact, we're going to forget about black legal minds. He's one of the most brilliant legal minds of all time. This is supposed to make black folks' hearts go pitter-pat, I suppose. Well, with that pathetic gathering of do-nothing morons at the NAACP, obviously this kind of tactic would work on those simple Simons. Like a bunch of trained monkeys, they applaud on cue. And at this point, they're not even sure what they're applauding for. That would take brains, and I would never accuse the NAACP of that.
And in my own life, lawyers like my Uncle Sherman were the ones who our family and friends would always call on when there was a problem or something went wrong, and when people needed help. So my Uncle Sherman, he was born in Louisiana. And of course, at the time, the segregated South, legally segregated. And he went to law school in California. And when I was a child, he taught me how to play chess. Because he said, you need to learn how to think strategically. And he said, you need to learn how to think multiple steps before the first step you take. And whenever there was a problem, in our community, in the family, among friends, people would say, call Sherman. Call Sherman, because he'll know what to do.
Notice that Kamala never mentions her father. She ain't said nothing about daddy in a while now. She mentions her uncle, and she makes sure to say that he was from Louisiana. Well, Kamala's mother, the Brahmin, that means white Indian, but she doesn't mention her own father. This is a racial fraudster who's trying to manufacture her own black credibility. But I did find it interesting that apparently her uncle taught her how to play chess. It's interesting on two fronts. First of all, it just goes to show that all of the mountain climbing and climbing the ladder and such that she was doing in California, well, that kind of connivance was ingrained into her at an early age, but it also makes sense because what's the main thing that you do in chess? How do you move? You move by hopping and jumping, and Kamala Harris has been jumping from one male who can help her to the next. So chess is a good way. That's a good analogy for her to use. She's certainly been thinking strategically. How can this man be used to help me get where I want to go? How can this person be used? How can black people be used to help me get to where I want to go? Making her moves by trying to figure out how she's going to manipulate and maneuver other people. So yeah, it makes sense. But this speech is such a feeble attempt at image rehabilitation on her part, it makes me nauseous. Kamala Harris has never cared about anyone or anything except Kamala Harris. So when I heard her praising her lawyer uncle from Louisiana but educated in California, because she said that, well, she said, I thought that was his name. My uncle from Louisiana but educated in California. Well, when she mentioned him, I could see that she was basically praising herself by proxy. I could pretty much sniff the general tone, tenor, and direction of this little self-serving speech. Kamala herself grew up all over the place, Jamaica, Canada, etc., but she ultimately went back to California to practice persecuting black people. She then goes into a bullcrap-laden defense of prosecutors.
I know, and I knew then. Prosecutors have not always done the work of justice. There have been prosecutors that refused to seat black jurors, refused to prosecute lynchings, disproportionately condemned young black men to death row, and looked the other way in the face of police brutality.
You know how insulting it is to hear that from her? We all know that prosecutorial misconduct and anti-black racism by DAs and prosecutors in general at the state, local, and federal level, it's the rule and not the exception. But Kamala Harris talks about all of this illegal prosecutorial misconduct like it's some kind of anomaly. Well, I know that there is, no, it ain't there is, it's I know that in America, almost all prosecutions, especially those against black people, are nothing more than racial attacks taking place by a bureaucrat. All the things that she named, prosecutors who illegally or racially purge black people from juries, who selectively prosecute black people regardless of if there's a case or not, who aid and abet police violence like she did. Talk about looking the other way at police violence. Yeah, kind of like when the public defender's office in San Francisco tells you turn over the names of the dirty cops and you say I won't. Or as in the case of Matrice Richardson, a young woman who disappeared under extremely suspicious circumstances, and the last people whose clutches she was in the hands of happened to be the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. But Kamala Harris, well, she looked the other way on that one, and even went a little bit farther than that. All those things that she talked about, she acts like it happened a long time ago, or that it basically happens once in a while. That's a lie. It happens all day, every day. This is what the job of prosecutors in the United States is. This is what the job of the prosecutors is. To persecute black people. These are not occasional events. This is standard operating procedure. And it is a bald-faced lie for her to try to pretend like, oh, these are anomalies. The hell they are. The biggest crime scene in your city is your local DA's office. The prosecutors are part of the problem. They don't function as simple, impartial arbiters of the law. They function as racially hostile bureaucrats who have systematized the incarceration and murder of black people as a legal process. when you deal with black lawyers in particular, you better understand these guys have invested everything into their law license and their associations, usually with white people. And white supremacy runs those state bar associations, so you can't expect for your law degree holding Negro to actually decide he's going to go to war with the very system that he's depending on for his professional credentials. White supremacy.
What do you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
A black lawyer's head. Black lawyers, by and large, long ago decided that they could finesse their way into the upper echelons of white power by proving that they were as dedicated to white supremacy as any racist cop, prosecutor, or judge. That's the reality, folks. That's the game Kamala Harris is playing. Now, remember how earlier in her self-serving screed, she mentioned her sainted uncle from Louisiana who went to get educated in California, and how everybody went to old Uncle Sherman with their problems.
Okay, I got stuff to do.
Nail, or if your love life was in a slump, or if you had a cold or athlete's foot, all you had to do was just go see Uncle Sherman and he'll know what to do. Everybody keeps coming to Uncle Sherman because they can depend on him, etc., etc. Well, she never mentioned her supernatural uncle before now, and I'm quite familiar with writing techniques, particularly the writing technique of type. Someone who is a forerunner or predecessor to a far stronger or the authentic version of something which will come along later. You usually see this a lot in the Bible, but it's actually a literary technique, not necessarily a religious, an ecumenical one. So I knew as soon as I heard Kamala Harris talking about her uncle and talking about how everybody goes to him, I'm like, I've heard her talk like this before, usually about herself. She usually likes to tell everybody how she's the person who all these folks wanted to come to in Oakland. Ever since we exposed Kamala Harris as the anti-black fraud she is, she's been constantly repeating the same claptrap talking point about how the black residents of Oakland were desperately seeking her out, how the residents of Oakland knew her by name, and whenever they came to the DA's office or what have you, they were like, we want to talk to Kamala. I want to talk to Kamala, only Kamala. And always coming to her for help. These Oakland residents were practically knocking down her door daily, demanding that she prosecute other black people. Apparently, there was nobody else who was willing to. Which begs the question why black people were largely disproportionately incarcerated before she became a DA. See, trying to find a way to blame black people for your misdeeds, this is what Bill Clinton did when he was confronted on the '94 crime bill. He tried to claim that, well, I didn't want to sign it, but all these black preachers, they made me do it. Kamala Harris doesn't even have the decency to at least stop at that point. She says black mothers wanted her to go after black people. And instead of saying I was wrong for doing a lot of this stuff, instead she said she was proud to do it because she wanted them in jail too.
After I was elected district attorney, there, as in a lot of communities, there were homicides happening. And it was on a regular basis that mothers would come to the front window of the office. And they would arrive, and the receptionist, they would tell her, I want to talk to Kamala. I only want to talk to Kamala. I want to talk to Kamala. So the receptionist would come and get me out of my office, and I'd run to go to the front window. And of course, I knew exactly why those mothers were there. They were the mother of a murdered child. And these mothers were there for their babies, because their babies were young men who had been killed by gun violence in the street. And it had been months since her son's death, and yet a killer still walked free. And I would bring them back to my office, and they would collapse in my arms and cry, and they would say, my son is dead, but yet they're not investigating the case. They don't appear to be putting resources into it. They don't appear to be taking it seriously. They are not taking my pain seriously. They are not acknowledging my pain, and my son is being treated like a statistic.
So you see that bringing up this Uncle Sherman, the only reason this heifer even brought up this guy was as a clumsy segue to her own talking point, this rotted old piece of pablum that she keeps chattering about, that black people in Oakland trusted her. Oh, she's basically Kamala from the hood. That's what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that, oh, I had street cred. I had a hood pass. The black folks, they sought me out by name because they trusted me, because they knew that I'm square dealing, fair-minded, even-handed Kamala Harris.
Bullshit.
That's what she's trying to say. Oh, the black folks, they trusted me. They knew that I'm one of them. That's what she was trying to say. And Kamala's form of help to the black community, though, always seemed to take the form of prosecution. Notice how she never talks about how black people in Oakland demanded that she go after the police. Apparently, black folks never came to her and said the cops are responsible for killing one of my loved ones, I believe, and you got to do something. You see, she doesn't talk about the father of Matrice Richardson. He went to her, too. And Kamala Harris said, hey, can't do nothing for you. Yeah, I guess the black folks in Oakland, they never brought their grievances against the police to her. They never said, hey, obviously no resources are being brought against these police. Nobody's acknowledging our pain and taking us seriously. Apparently that never comes up. And now that she's spent enough time ingratiating herself with that room of ignorant geriatrics and dropped some names and tried to palm herself off as being someone from the black community, someone who the Oakland residents trusted, so that means her refusal to give up the names of dirty cops, that's okay, because she's got black hood cred, remember? And her threatening to lock up a homeless woman because her kids skipped school, well, that's okay, too. Because the black community, they're cool with that. Why, the black community, they co-sign everything she does. Now, notice how she didn't actually say the black community co-signs what she does. Instead, she makes it sound like, well, I was always being sought out by the black community. Man, that's some freaking white liberal nonsense. That's how you expect some corny white liberal to talk. Well, these Negroes, some of my best friends are black, and in the black community, why, they would seek me out by name. I'm a Negro whisperer for all of these little nigglets out here. That's what you expect a white liberal to talk like. She does not speak as if she's part of the black community. She speaks as if she's the official overseer of the black community. And they gotta come to me because I'm the head Indian in charge. That's the way she's talking. She's keeping the black community not at arm's length, but at freaking 3 blocks away length at least. But it's okay, though, because according to Kamala, the black community trusted her so much, was always seeking her out because she was so beloved in the black community, so trusted. And by the way, all the prisoners who are overcrowded in California prisons and whose constitutional rights she categorically violated by refusing to let the low-level, non-violent offenders go, even after the courts told her to do it, I guess that's okay too. See, she's trying to hide behind the black community. She just claims with absolutely no corroborating witnesses or supporting witnesses that the community trusted her, and because of that, well, we can't say that she did anything wrong against the black community. Why, she's got all of these imaginary black folks who are backing her up.
I'll tell you that in this election, regarding my background as a prosecutor, there have been those who have questioned my motivations, my beliefs, and what I have done.
Finally, she gets around to it. This is the real reason she wanted to stand in front of the NAACP, so she could have somebody applaud her while she takes little slow, low-key, slick shots at the new voices of black media. Well, let's go ahead and answer one thing. Kamala, no, I have never questioned your motivations. You've made your motivations abundantly clear to the black community. All I've ever done is remind people what your motivations are. I have never questioned your beliefs either, because half of your beliefs are just empty, ignorant opinions, and the other half of your beliefs are outright lies. You're entitled to your delusions, though, but your delusions have been weaponized with the legal authority that you had as a prosecutor, that when you enabled murderers to go untouched so long as they had badges, and you went after the downtrodden and the innocent, and you laughed like a cackling witch about it. Like a coward, you refuse to go after the truly criminal. And I certainly don't question what you've done, because what you've done is unquestionably wrong. There is no debate about your corruption, Kamala Harris. There is no debate about your cronyism or your mendacity. There's no question about it. Your record is unquestionably reprehensible. I haven't questioned your record. I exposed your record. And the reason your panties are all in a bunch is because I successfully got other people to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. You went from front runner to dark horse in almost 24 hours flat, and I am proud of the work I did to bring you down. I am proud of exposing your feculent record and forcing you to have to deal with it, and making it into a liability that you cannot get away from, and that we're not going to let the white media whitewash. And no amount of white media headlines and phony white media puff pieces and fake white media praise is going to change any of that. The new voices of black media and Professor Black Truth in specific, we're in this for the long haul. This was not a one and done on you. This is just the beginning. Long as you're out there, we're going to be out here. And we will be out here long after you've faded from the scene and we've resigned you to the ash heap of history. White media has begun to lose the ability to shape reality by dominating the public mind, because people like me are taking that power away from the white media. White media is losing the ability to arbitrarily crown you candidate, and the black media has already made it clear that we will not support you as a candidate. We're attaching a real price to those who attack the black community and to those who refuse to promote our interests. We're making it where there's a price to be paid, a penalty to be paid, and the price is steep. And no amount of wrinkled up black elders and their stupid progeny who are sucking up to you in the hopes of getting a government job are going to be able to change that. Instead of wasting time talking to the 65 to dead black demo and the empty nothings like Negro Jim Clyburn, you should have been begging the black community for forgiveness. But you know what? That would require shame. And shame requires morality, decency, and honor. And I would never pretend that you possess those qualities.
But my mother used to say, you don't let people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
No, Kamala, as much as you lie, the last thing we're gonna do is to buy anything that comes off that forked tongue of yours. And I know they didn't teach you this in law school, but out here in the real world, actions speak far louder than words. Especially the words that come from a feculent, duplicitous con artist like yourself. 30 years of relentless attacks on the black community and non-stop defending of the police and prosecutors, that tells us you're a tool of white supremacy. And hiding behind your mother, who isn't even black, by the way, that's not going to shield you from criticism of being exposed and called out. You don't get to hide behind your mother's headstone. And notice how she says "I'ma." She gets that black scent on every once in a while. She decides to put on her fake black accent. That's what I'ma do. Gee, does she talk like that in front of Asian people? Have you seen her talk like that in front of an Asian audience? Or in front of a white audience? By the way, I'll be showing you a couple of clips of that later on in the video essay. Kamala Harris damn sure didn't get on a black scent when she was at the debates. And in a minute, you'll see some more of Kamala's greatest hits. Ain't no ebonics on display then either. But the unthinking mob of morons of the NAACP, they weren't there for real policy debate or real policy discussion. They wouldn't even know what the hell that is. Those bunch of simple Simons, those unsophisticated rubes, those bunch of old clods, they were there for a luncheon. And I did not tell you about that. You can hear the plates clattering and these morons eating. Same thing I told you about Big Bird, where I was at the Urban League winter luncheon where we held a bunch of morons sitting around eating and having some sort of resolution. I mean, come on, give me a break. But this was supposed to be passing as some sort of social activism by black people, and you wonder why nothing's gotten done in over 150 years. Now, finally, after all that wind-up that Kamala Harris went through, and after all the other feeble tactics that she'd used thus far that only appeal to the weak-minded and weak-willed, Kamala then gets to what she really wanted to say. And that was to take some shots at the new voices of black media, and I would say, at me in specific.
Because let me be clear. Self-appointed political commentators do not get to define who we are and what we believe. And they do not get to define what can be. I take my mother's advice.
Well, this went from some sorry oratory to bad comedy quick, now didn't it? First of all, Kamala, that was you taking a shot at me, and I recognize it. But nonetheless, I think I can speak for the rest of the new voices of black media when I say that none of us are self-appointed. We are doing this job because nobody else will. And the people want us to. The black people want us to. We were not appointed by anyone because there is no one to appoint us. And commenting on politics, that's not something that I need to get your permission to do. And it ain't something that I can only do if the white media allows me to. The white media brings in a bunch of pre-vetted scream chumps who would repeat the same brain-dead talking points. There is no actual political commentary, it's just political blathering. Well, that's not what I do. I built my following over the course of 12 plus years. I don't need anyone to give it to me because there was no one to give it to. You, on the other hand, have been given everything you have. If there's a poster child for appointment, it would be Kamala Harris. Look back to the archives on this channel. I did an entire video essay about it. Willie Brown gave Kamala Harris a BMW, a do-nothing $100,000 a year government job, but there was no sex. That's the title of the video, by the way. It's in the archives of this channel. You see, Kamala Harris, you were appointed to be an assistant DA. You didn't earn it. It was an appointment. You were appointed to a patronage job on California's Medical Advisory Commission, even though the closest thing you had to medicine is a bottle of aspirin. You were appointed to the Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board in California, and I don't know what's more pathetic. Either needing Willie Horton to give you 2 patronage jobs, or the fact that you couldn't even be bothered to show up for either one of them. Kamala, when you ran for DA, your political cronies in San Francisco pulled strings to get you the job. When you ran for State Attorney General, your political pals like Willie Brown again pulled strings to clear the field of competitors for you, and they did it again when you ran for the U.S. Senate. The only person who has been appointed to anything around here is you, Kamala Harris. You were appointed by Willie Brown, appointed by Nancy Pelosi, appointed by the rest of the California political machine. You have had every single post in your political life handed to you. Your entire life, such as it is, you have been the recipient of one appointment after the next. So I guess for you, living that kind of charmed existence, you can't understand what it's like to earn what you got. But those of us who happen to be the survivors of American slavery, those of us who are foundational black Americans, who came out of the killing fields of the American South, the only thing we know is how to get out here and grind. The only thing we know is how to scrape and claw for every crumb we get, because ain't nobody giving us anything. We're not white. If there's one thing you need to know about white folks, it's that they've had everything handed to them. See, as black folks, we know that nobody's given anything. But they're determined, well, you ain't going to get anything if we can help it. But the day is coming to an end when they'll be able to help it, because we're bringing it to an end. The only person who has been the recipient of any appointments is Kamala Harris. The new voices of black media weren't appointed, we were chosen by the people. You're the one who had to be arbitrarily appointed because you would never have gotten it any other way. What Kamala is sour about is that the white media can't control what we say, and that we're having a real impact on the election. We're not part of any political or white media machine. So what that means is all bets are off. You can't just depend on Willie Brown pulling some strings or Nancy Pelosi putting in the good word for you. The California political machine doesn't have the ability to have a convenient media vacuum that they get to step into and say, well, here's the only voice black folks are here. They're hearing real voices that are saying what the black folks have been saying the whole time. And you can't stand it. It eats you alive. You want the old black media. You don't want all of these unsanctioned black voices that are talking this real stuff. You want the black bootlicks. You want the roly-poly Martins and the breakfast schlubs and the Joy Reids and the rest of the fakers, frauds, and phonies who have always sucked up to you and covered for you and never taken you to task. That's what you want. You want Big Bird to get his job back. And you want some softball interviews where they just tell you to list out your resume again. You don't want anyone actually questioning that resume. Yeah, KopMala, we know exactly what it is that you want. And the black masses don't want that at all. That's why we're here. That's why they support us and ain't supporting you. People are tired of the black bootlicks who never hold crooks like you accountable. Tired of having this fifth column inside the black community supported by white power that nobody ever points out and roots out. Tired of a white media that sings your undeserved praises and covers up your crimes against us. But most of all, Kamala Harris, black people are tired of you. Tired of the white power's hand-picked Negro minions who claim to be one of us, but who are actually the enemy within, attacking us day in and day out. And the new voices of black media do get to define what can be. Kamala Harris represents the old order. White power perpetuating itself by trotting out some hand-picked black flunky who gives minor, insincere lip service to our interests, but then turns right around and says, you think I'm going to do something that only benefits black people? No! Kamala, you will not tell black people what can be. You don't get to tell us anything. And you damn sure don't get to tell us whether or not we get reparations or intangibles or to see the police punished for attacking us. We're saying that that's going to happen, and you don't get to tell us what will be. You will not tell us whether we get to have our piece of the nation that we built. You don't get to tell us who we are, and neither does the white media. Kamala Harris wants white media-appointed political commentators. That's what she wants. She don't mind some appointed political commentators so long as they've been appointed by white power. I've been pointing out your half-ass maneuvering that you've done ever since you got elected senator when it was obvious that you were using the Obama playbook, grandstanding for the cameras every chance you could. And I, more than most, have been exposing your record, pointing out your improper and even illegal behavior and making sure that you don't get to run from it. Whether it's on YouTube or Twitter, whenever you launch one of your self-serving talking points, I would be there to shoot it down. And the B1 Brigade would be there to act as a signal booster for the message, a signal booster for the truth.
We all want to be safe. And what we don't want is racial profiling, or chokeholds, or mass incarceration. What we don't want is excessive force, or being black to be considered probable cause. What we don't want is for a parent to have to sit down with their 12-year-old son and have the talk and explain to that child that he may be arrested, he may be stopped, he may be chased, or he may be shot because of the color of his skin.
Well, finally, Kamala actually says something truthful, but only because she's talking about what other people are saying and not herself. Okay, Kamala, granted, black folks do not want any of the things that you talked about. But all the things you listed are what you have allowed the police to do, and you supported them and protected them every step of the way. When the San Francisco Public Defender's Office told you to hand over your files on corrupt cops, you refused. When the courts told you to release low-level offenders because the prisoners were overcrowded to the point it violated the Constitution, you refused. And while you may have had body cameras on certain small numbers of police, you damn sure didn't do it when the public told you to. Instead, you were defiant and refused. And it was only when you saw that the public pressure wasn't going to go away that you finally mandated body cameras, but for only a small handful of police under your personal purview. Wouldn't want the body cameras to get out of hand. Don't want that becoming a trend. All the things black people don't want are either things that you directly did or things that you willingly helped to perpetuate. You could have stopped most, if not all, of these things from happening. Instead, your entire legal career, you've been the flunky and stooge of the white supremacist police state. You didn't check the police, you were an accessory to all their crimes. Don't think we didn't notice how you never talk about punishing the police. She talks about what black folks want, but when black folks say punish the police, all of a sudden, ooh, let's move right along. I'm not going to mention that. She talks about prosecutorial misconduct, but she doesn't talk about actually punishing prosecutors. The only remedy to police violence or even police misconduct is hard time. Hard time meaning 25 to life. Lock the bastards up and throw away the key. Prosecute police misconduct as a capital crime. But Kamala Harris ain't saying none of that. All those casual racists, read white moderates that she's trying to appeal to, she doesn't want them thinking that, oh, well, Kamala Harris, we pick up on the subtext. Yeah, we read between the lines. You weren't saying anything about punishment, so we get it. Okay, you're just saying this to mollify and pacify the dumb Negroes. But we know that things are going to go on as they always have. She's using the same vocabulary that people like Marsha Clark and people like Joe Biden and people like Dianne Feinstein use. Go ahead and reassure the casual racist that nothing's going to change. She says nothing about what the hell that she's ever done against police violence, what she's done. Gee, if only she had run to be a prosecutor. Yeah, if Kamala Harris was a DA, then I bet you she could have done something about the police instead of just being a lawyer. Hey, better yet, why didn't Kamala Harris run for State Attorney General of California? Then she could prosecute police and prosecutorial misconduct statewide. Man, why didn't she run to become a prosecutor? Oh, wait.
And for the people, we gave voice to sexually exploited young women that the system only saw as teenage prostitutes. Those young women deserved protection. For the people, we cleared a backlog of rape kits in a state of 40 million people because those women deserved justice.
I'm sure they do. And let me tell you about another woman who also deserved justice. Matrice Richardson. Matrice Richardson was arrested allegedly for an unpaid bar tab. Nice to see that the good white cops out in California are tackling the big crimes in the city. The police chose to release her in the dead middle of the night without a phone, without a car, or even a wallet, and she went missing soon thereafter. Last people to see her alive were the police. For a year, her family tried to find out what happened to her. She just disappeared off the face of the earth for a year. Well, tragically, she was located, or rather, her body was found in a ravine some miles from the sheriff's station. Her family says it was foul play. Kamala Harris was Attorney General at the time, and she refused to investigate in 2015. Gee, whatever happened to black folks were always able to come to Kamala Harris when they needed help? Black folks would always come to Kamala Harris, but notice how she never said if she actually addressed any of their concerns or solved their problems. She just said black folks were always coming to her. You notice that she used that little word game where she would talk about that police misconduct needs to be investigated. She doesn't say it needs to be punished. She just says, we need to investigate. We need to investigate. But when it comes to black people accused of a crime, we need to punish. We need punishment, incarceration. We need to have swift and decisive punishment. Yeah, it's punishment for black folks, but not for white power. But Patrice Richardson's family, particularly her father, refused to give up. And in 2016, Kamala Harris's Attorney General's office was forced to say that they would investigate. They'd look into it, but this, of course, was just a phony baloney PR move. They didn't look into anything. They just came back to the family and said, well, there's not enough evidence for us to do anything to anyone. Yeah, we know that her body was mishandled, evidence surely lost, and that there's all kinds of suspicious activity about this, but, the statute of limitations is passed, and for any sort of misconduct, really, and so it doesn't matter. Now, in California, they passed laws simply because they felt that we can't go after Bill Cosby, so we better pass some laws. We'll get the next the next Bill Cosby. See, when the statute of limitations was an obstacle to them getting a black person in jail, they decided to just move the goalposts. We're going to extend the statute of limitations now. But when the victim is black and the assailant is white, well, there's just nothing they can do. Nobody's trying to change any laws. Nobody's trying to do anything. A young woman is dead. The police and the state's investigators are culpable and commit numerous acts of mishandling evidence, but instead of seeking justice, Kamala Harris refuses to even look at it. And when she finally caves to public pressure, she quickly comes back and tells the family, well, there's just nothing we can do. So much for young women who deserve justice, huh?
For the people. We fought for elementary school students who are missing 50, 60, up to 80 days of a 180-day school year, because when I learned that those were the statistics, when I learned that 40% of those children were missing over 10% of the school year, and that they were likely to drop out, and then likely to end up in jail or dead in the streets. Beautiful, smart children, who if they had lived in some rich neighborhood, the alarms would have gone off. Well, I refused to stand there and let the system fail them, and so I held the system accountable and got those children back in school, not by sending people to jail, but by getting families the resources they needed, because those children deserve justice.
Now, family, there's more than a few lies here, but this is part of the cover her ass litany that she's been going through for some months now, trying to find a way to rephrase and rewrite her own reprehensible record. First of all, it's ridiculous to talk about well-to-do families vis-a-vis the poor ones. Just say what it is. You're saying white families. She's doing everything she can to stay away from saying white and black. This while she's at the NAACP, mind you, but then again, they've been doing everything that they can to dodge race too, so she's in good company. They certainly won't call her out for all of this forked-tongue doublespeak. White people are virtually immune from law, so there's no alarm bells that would go off for white children skipping school because no one is looking to prosecute white people for anything. Secondly, if Kamala Harris was actually interested in addressing white truancy in school, she damn sure wouldn't have shown up with prosecutors in tow threatening jail time. Oh, she wouldn't be coming at white folks like that, but she would come at the black ones like that, though. Gee, Kamala Harris seems to have suffered a sudden case of memory loss when it comes to how she handled truancy. She seems to have completely forgotten her own record and what it was she actually did. Well, fortunately, the internet is forever, so let's take a look back at a video from 2010, and let's see what Kamala Harris actually said 9 years ago, this before she even thought about running for the presidency. Now, family, I gotta break in here.
And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race.
You see what this heifer is doing? She's talking about separating kids from their parents. Talking about putting children into the criminal justice system, not for a violent offense, but merely for skipping school. And she's laughing about it. You see how she's laughing just nonstop. She can't help herself. She's laughing like it's the funniest thing ever. This is not the behavior of a rational mind. This is the behavior of a mendacious one. This is the behavior of a twisted, sick, venal, corrupt, perverted mentality. You're getting a window into the thought processes of Kamala Harris. See, she was there at the Commonwealth Club. Nice little white group of talking heads. And these guys, she feels like she's in secure company. Keep in mind, she wasn't even thinking about running for Senate yet. She was still Attorney General. So that being the case, as far as she was concerned, hey, how many people are going to see this? Well, everyone's going to see it. And when she talks about what her fellow law degree carrying thugs thought about while all this was going on, not one of them said a word about the children. or how this could affect their lives. This is by her own admission the only thing Kamala Harris and her coterie of prosecutors could think about was whether or not this might affect her adversely in the next election. You think the public's going to take it well with you threatening to be locking up children? Remember what Kamala said about how self-appointed commentators like me don't know her motivations? Well, if we didn't know them before, we're definitely learning her motivations now. She persecutes black people for fun and profit, but in her case, by how she was laughing her butt off, she does it mostly for kicks and giggles, mostly for fun.
But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Yes, Kamala, this is a serious issue, all right. You can tell by how funny she thinks it is. Also, that line about spending political capital, she was literally quoting W. Him and his Leave No Child Behind initiative. Nice to see who she takes her political cues from and that she's cut from the same cloth as George W. Bush.
And this is what we did. We recognized that in that initiative, as a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick. The school district has got a carrot. Let's work in tandem around our collective objective and goal, which is to get those kids in school.
Again, Kamala gives a summary of how she intends to address truancy. But when she talks about how you have the school district and how you have the prosecutor's office together, notice who she doesn't mention as part of her equation. While she's listing who needs to be involved when it comes time to deal with truancy, she's putting together her dream team, her all-star team to deal with child truancy. Well, we got the school board, and we got the prosecutors and the police, but notice who she doesn't mention. She doesn't mention the parents or their children. As far as she's concerned, well, they shouldn't have any say in this. After all, this is something that's going to be done to them, not something being done for them. This is a prosecutor laying out an us versus them agenda, an us versus them mentality. This is what she was talking like 9 years ago. She doesn't sound a damn thing like this today, does she? Oh, but it gets worse.
So, to that end, on my letterhead, now let me tell you something about my letterhead. When you're the DA of a major city in this country, usually the job comes with a badge. And there is often an artistic rendering of said badge on your stationery. So, I sent a letter out on my letterhead to every parent in the school district, outlining the connection that was statistically proven between elementary school truancy, high school dropouts, who will become a victim of crime, and who will become a perpetrator of crime.
She smiles and laughs while she talks about how she has a badge. You see, these clowns, they don't look at themselves as being some sort of courtroom representatives. They look at themselves as being cops with law degrees. And she also likes to toss around letters with statistics on it. I was sending out letters that had statistics on it. Now, how much you want to bet that her statistics came from some white think tank? I've already told you about what those white think tanks are on and where they're coming from. Because just like them, she doesn't mention statistics merely for conversation. She does it as a justification, a way to intellectualize and to rationalize the punitive action that she's prepared to take. She lists the statistics. Oh, we gotta do something about these niggers out here. Look at the statistics. We gotta do something. Kamala Harris, in word and in deed, operates exactly like every other white supremacist that you've ever heard of or seen in government.
We sent it out to everyone. A friend of mine actually called me and he said, Kamala, my wife got the letter. She freaked out. She brought all the kids into the living room, held up the letter, said, if you don't go to school, Kamala's going to put you and me in jail. Yes, we achieved intended effect.
Now, I want you guys to see this. You see how long she's been laughing about this? The more she talks about it, it's uncontrollable. She just is endlessly tickled by this. She can barely continue her BS-laden speech because she has to stop and laugh her butt off. This piece of trash thinks that what she was plotting was hilarious. We're talking about affecting the rest of children's lives. She didn't see them as children. She saw them as targets for her to put in prison. She can't stop laughing about it. This is someone who is drunk with power, but her only power is to lock people up. And she's laughing at the prospect of putting children behind bars and derailing their lives. So what this is really about is power tripping. This is the mind of the woman who wants to be the next president. She sends out letters to all the parents because a relative handful of children are skipping school. Now you know why the prisons in California were overflowing on her watch. Today she acts like she wants to stop this, but as you can see, she was one of the main reasons that prison overcrowding was happening in the first place. Now imagine this cackling witch with the power to issue her own executive orders.
And here's what we also did. We created what we call the DA mediation program, where we assigned prosecutors to go and sit with the administrators and principals when they met with all the parents. And frankly, you know the prosecutors in my office who volunteered to do this? My homicide prosecutors, my gang prosecutors. And they went over there and I said, when you go over there, look really mean. And so they did, and invariably the parents said, well, who's the mean-looking dude? And the principal would say, well, that's someone that mean DA CopMala Harris sent over here because she said she's going to start prosecuting you if we can't work this out.
Well, nice to see that Kamala finally found the time to work the parents and kids into her brilliant little scheme. Oh, but family, it gets even worse.
And through that initiative, we found cases like the case of the woman who was by herself, raising her 3 children, holding down 2 jobs, and homeless. She just needed some help. But by shining this infrared spotlight of public safety on the fact that her children aren't in school, we were able to figure that out. Get her access to services that exist. And through that process, the attendance of her children improved. We dismissed the charges against her, and overall we've improved attendance for this population in San Francisco by 20% over the last 2 years.
Family, did you get that last part?
Mm-hmm.
Go back and rewind so you can
by.
listen to it again. Did you get that last part? She said that ultimately they dismissed the charges against this homeless woman. They did it in the end. They did. First question is, why the hell did they charge her at all?
Thank you.
She wants someone to pat her on the back. Well, now we did drop the charges later. Wait a minute. This is a homeless woman, for God's sake, with her kids on the street. What are you doing charging her with anything in the first place? And you notice how she left that part till the very end of her story. As a footnote, she blew by it at 100 miles an hour and didn't come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris didn't even attempt to help this woman. She's homeless on the streets with her children. No one's helping her. She's working a job and can't keep a roof over her head because in California it's just too much. This is one of the people who fell through the cracks. She doesn't need prosecution, she needs help. Don't you think she has enough pressure on her already? People who are homeless have lost everything. The kids don't have a stable home life because they don't have a home. But Kamala Harris didn't think to call up downtown Willie Brown. She didn't think to call Nancy Pelosi and tell all of her well-heeled California political connections to pull some strings and try to help this homeless woman and her children. That's not the first thing that came to Kamala Harris's mind. Her first impulse wasn't, this is a person, a human being who needs my help, and I'm in a position now where I can call some shots. And hey, I've come up through the ranks of the political machine. If there's ever a time to have some strings pulled in someone's favor, instead of trying to get me a patronage job, let's give this woman a real job. Let's find out a way to get this woman a roof over her head. That ain't what Kamala Harris was thinking. That's not what her first impulse was. Her first impulse, let me get some kicks and giggles just for funsies. I'm going to put some charges on her because her kids miss school. Let's get tough with this homeless woman. Somebody needs to get tough with all these homeless people. That was her first impulse. A homeless woman with children on the streets. And Kamala Harris decides, well, she needs to be in prison. And just to show you that she hasn't got any new material, here's some examples of her old, worn-out talking points. Many of these are a decade old now, and they haven't gotten better with age, by the way.
suggest to you that being smart on crime means realizing we cannot accept false choices. One is not to the exclusion of the other. I demanded that we reject a false choice that suggests on criminal justice policy you're either tough on crime or you're soft on crime. And instead I said we need to be smart on crime. I would suggest that we should think of it in a way that also appreciates the false choices that have been presented. And in particular, not only the false choice about whether there has to be some trade-off between civil liberties and civil rights if we're to have public safety, but also a false choice in general that says on criminal justice policy, you're either soft on crime or you're tough on crime. I suggest we instead ask, are we being smart on crime?
She sure does love that phrase, false choices. You know, kind of like saying that you have to choose between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. That's a false choice. You can choose not to support either one of these bastards.
Thank you.
See, Kamala Harris loves presenting people with false choices, long as she thinks she's going to get something out of it. Well, Professor Black Truth is here to tell you, you ain't got to listen to Kamala Harris and her false choices. You got other choices that she ain't going to tell you about because they would empower you and not her. I can go ahead and answer that last little bit of rhetoric from her. No, Kamala, you are not being smart on crime. You're not being smart at all, because white supremacy and the cheap, vile, anti-black racism you represent is dumb as hell. And notice how she uses that phrase public safety repeatedly, too. That's her clever way of saying law and order. It's dog whistle language to the casual racist, read white moderates.
My sister Maya and I were raised by a mother who was all of 5 feet tall. But if you had ever met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother was the kind of parent who, if you ever came home complaining about something, she would look at you, often with one hand on her hip, and say, well, what are you going to do about it?
All right, here we've gone back to her black scent again. What you gonna do about it? Kamala's mother was from India, not Inglewood. Kamala's mother was a professional with a PhD in endocrinology. Do you truly believe that an immigrant from India with an Ivy League degree was putting her hand on her hip and saying, well, what you gonna do about it? This is what Kamala Harris does in front of black people when it's obvious that her mother was nothing like that. Yet Kamala insists on talking about her mother as if she was some sort of big mama archetype or something. Her mother was not some church-going, cornbread-cooking soul sister from the neighborhood. Her mother was a Desi Indian who the only contact she allegedly had with a black person was sex with Kamala's father, and that's assuming that her father is black and not some dark-skinned Indian, and my jury is still out on that one. And you know she wouldn't go in front of an Asian audience or a white audience characterizing her mother like that. Why, if she were talking to some white folks or especially Asians, she would characterize her mother as speaking the king's English perfectly. You know, this kind of patronizing pandering reminds me of Barack Obama and how he never got tired of taking slick shots at black men while he was on the campaign trail, but just to make all of that anti-black bile a little bit easier to swallow, he would go ahead and lapse into a black scent for a little bit. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has no qualms about stereotyping black people. She stereotyped Jamaicans as a whole as being just a bunch of weed smokers, and now she's stereotyping black women as not being able to speak the language properly. This is patronizing. It's condescending to black people for her to do this, and for her, it's hilarious. As far as she's concerned, I got these morons eating out of my hand. Well, she's got the brain-dead fools over at the NAACP eating out of her hand. The black media is being nowhere near so solicitous. But Kamala Harris doesn't see herself as a black woman. That's just a label that she likes to use because she wants to take advantage of gains that we fought for, which were meant for us and not for her. She thinks that she can use black people in every way possible.
Do you know the challenge for every law enforcement leader, every elected district attorney, every elected sheriff? The challenge and the concern, the fear, always, is that we will do something with that low-level offender that might be about education and less incarceration, job training, mental health,
And that person will go out tomorrow and kill a baby and a grandmother. And then everyone will look at us and they will say, Madam District Attorney, Mr. Police Chief, Mr. Sheriff, why did you do something different with them when you had them?
This one's another lie. She said this in 2012, by the way, and the U.S. had then and still today the largest prison population on Earth. So for Kamala Harris to act like the police and the DAs are somehow trying to find a way not to lock people up, that's a joke and not a very funny one. Unless you're talking about white offenders. Dylan Roof was caught at a mall with drugs on him, and he should never have been able to get past an FBI background check and get his hands on a firearm, but he did. They let him sail right through. When he should never have been able to pass a background check. You see anyone making a big stink about that? Where's all this public outrage at the police and the authorities for failing to stop a mass murderer that Kamala Harris is talking about? You want to talk about people who are let go for low-level offenses and come back and kill some people? Dylan Roof would be the poster child for that. Brock Turner raped a woman and the judge let him go. I personally have done a ton of videos chronicling how white offenders commit tons of crimes but never get punished until they kill multiple people. So when Kamala Harris talks about her hypothetical low-level offender who the authorities are so anxiety-ridden about trying to rehabilitate instead of incarcerate, that's just her windbag way of saying black. A term which she goes to great lengths to avoid using unless absolutely necessary. By the way, watch her interviews. She doesn't say white flight. She instead says flight by certain families. Same way that earlier in this video essay, I pointed out how she said well-to-do families instead of just saying white families. Yeah, because we wouldn't want the casual racist to feel like anyone's putting them on the spot. But just in case you thought her disrespect was limited only to black people, look at how Harris characterizes people who push for resources to go to schools instead of building prisons.
Okay, so I say with all love and warmth that part of the concern also for people who are progressive thinking and liberal-minded, or just progressive thinking in terms of just fix it, is that we all have these posters in our closet that is attached to a stick that we sometimes will card out when we're talking about criminal justice policy and those statistics that you first heard when we opened it up, incarceration. And we run around with these signs, build more schools, less jails. Build more schools, less jails. And we walk around everywhere. Build more schools, we protest. Build more schools, less jails. Put money into education, not prisons. There's a fundamental problem with that approach, in my opinion. And it's this. I agree with that conceptually. But you have not addressed the reason I have 3 padlocks on my front door. So part of the discussion about reform of criminal justice policy has to be an acknowledgement that crime does occur, and especially when it is violent crime and serious crime. Well, there should be a broad consensus that there should be serious and severe and swift consequence to crime.
You get that, folks? Sean Hannity and the rest of the clowns over at the False News Network or any other right-wing hate radio pundit that you heard of couldn't have said it better than that. This is a woman who's from California, who to hear her tell it, oh, she is just so progressive-minded, but she ridicules the progressive. Now, she doesn't ridicule the right wing like that. She doesn't ridicule them and hold them up for scorn. But she will do it for the people who are saying put money into schools instead of prisons. Because it's a fact that for every school you close down, you got to build a prison. Notice how that's a statistic that Kamala Harris never manages to actually say. Oh, she'll tell statistics about truancy rates. But when it comes to the fact that in many cases the kids are not even able to go to the schools because the school's been shut down, and how that directly leads to those kids going to prison, well, she's not mentioning that. She doesn't mention that. That's a statistic that never comes up.
Because you see, when we engage in innovation in law enforcement, it necessarily means we're doing something different with someone who's on our screen, on our radar. And the only reason they're probably there is because they committed some kind of crime. So part of what is then involved in innovation in law enforcement is a high assumption of risk. And part of what I would suggest we need to do to encourage more innovation in law enforcement is set the table and the plate as a society, as opinion leaders, as the voting public, to say we encourage you to do that. And we understand how innovation works. I am a native Californian. I'm very proud of what we do in California, including what we're doing in Silicon Valley. Well, the culture there is very clear. You know, my mother was a scientist, so I have a full appreciation for what scientists and engineers do. I grew up in a household where the word hypothesis was used all the time. Okay? So, when you run for elected office, however, you are expected to have the plan, capital T, capital P, the plan. And then you roll out the plan, and you defend the plan no matter what its defects, because you had the plan, and so it must be defended. Versus what innovation understands. Let's start with a hypothesis. Now make sure it's well-intentioned, well thought out, well-planned. But what we know in every situation almost, when we roll it out for the first time, there will be a glitch. But we have accepted that in places like Silicon Valley as part of the culture. We expect there will be a glitch. Don't make the same mistake twice, please. But then go, reconfigure, and let's tweak it and improve it and roll it out the next time. The luxury of that experience, the reality of that process, is not afforded to people who, generally speaking, are in elected office or law enforcement leaders. So part of what needs to happen is we need to give law enforcement the ability to try out, experiment, and then give them a little capital, a little space to say, okay, there may be a glitch, fix it, let's reconvene. Another challenge I think we have when it comes to innovation in law enforcement, and therefore in criminal justice, is the way that we have approached the issue, which has mostly been centered on the criminal case instead of the crime problem. So I'm a career prosecutor. You heard stories about specific cases, and then we heard statistics in general. So when I was a career prosecutor, I was handed a file. I specialized for a while in child sexual assault, some of the worst crimes you can imagine. My only focus when I got that file was that case, and I'll tell you, if I was ever a vigilante DA, it was in that case. Lock this person up because I believe the facts are here and the evidence is here to prove me guilty. That is the right approach for the criminal case. It's a very different situation when, as the elected DA for 2 terms in San Francisco, and now the chief elected law enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country, when I think about the crime problem. Very different from the criminal case. But for too long, we have allowed criminal justice policy to evolve around a specific case. So what ends up happening is we have a conversation that is fueled by what we feel here, rightly, our concerns here, rightly, our fears here, based on that case, instead of looking at the numbers that you've heard already. So part of the shift has to involve, one, identifying how we have approached it, and realizing that, as I know it as a career prosecutor, I see crime is on a pyramid. At the very top of the pyramid, the worst crime. There for obvious reason, homicide, child molestation, the worst cases you can imagine. They're there at the top of the pyramid because they are the most outrageous of offense. The cost to the victim and the community is great, and it needs to be a priority. Thankfully, at the top of the pyramid, also the fewest number. What is occupying the bulk of what is in the criminal justice system is at the middle and the base of that pyramid. But we have approached a one-size-fits-all approach to crime, even though crime is not monolithic. I would suggest we could make great advances just by having people automatically, when they hear, and Eva did such a beautiful job of just showing us images and then challenging us in terms of what our immediate reaction is. I think we could go a very far distance if the immediate reaction the general public had to criminal justice policy discussions would be to say, okay, wait a minute, you person running for office or whoever else, are you talking to me about violent crime or nonviolent crime? Let's just start there. Just as a beginning, let's bifurcate our brains and our thoughts into, is it violent crime or nonviolent crime? understanding that generally speaking, the approach should be different. We can't have a knee-jerk response that's lock them up to every type of crime as though they are monolithic or it's a monolith. The other piece of it is this. So yes, I've already shared with you, I was born in Oakland, California. My parents were there, Berkeley in the 60s. I have friends like Eva Patterson.
No, this is a very different Kamala Harris from 10 years ago than the one that we're seeing today. The Kamala Harris that we're seeing today, she doesn't talk anything like she did in the past. She doesn't talk like this for her TV interviews either, but this Kamala Harris's real position on the issues lets you know exactly where she's coming from. And it goes a long way towards explaining why she went to the mat to keep low-level, non-violent offenders from being released on their own recognizance just to relieve the prison overcrowding. Even after the courts told her to do it, she still said, I ain't doing it. See, it's not risk of recidivism or risk of committing some higher crime that she's concerned about, because she didn't have a word to say about Brock Turner. And she was Attorney General at the time that he was let loose, and she hasn't said a word about Brock Turner since, by the way. Hasn't proposed any legislation to make sure the next Brock Turner don't get off the hook. So when it comes to white kids skipping school or white offenders raping people, Kamala Harris sees no evil and speaks no evil. People are rediscovering Kamala's real motivations and her real thoughts and her real actions. And she's trying to tell us that we didn't see and hear what we clearly saw and heard. Kamala Harris knows exactly what her job is, and that's to justify prosecutorial targeting of black people. She never points out prosecutors who are doing wrong, and every argument she makes does nothing more than reinforce the same lies that DAs and state's attorneys have been saying in this country since time immemorial. All she is here to do is to put a friendly face on the prosecutorial anti-black rhetoric. That's her job, to put a friendly face to it. I'll lock you up with a smile and a laugh. Lots of laughing, especially if it's children that she's locking up. Kamala Harris is attempting to use the Obama playbook. She'll play tough in front of the camera for Senate hearings whenever there's some sort of hot-button issue. And she'll try to get black support by pretending to be interested in black people. Obama went to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina and then promptly turned his back on the black community afterwards. And Kamala Harris, I guess, is trying to distinguish herself from the pack, I suppose. But she understands that her job is to support white supremacy, and she's trying to trick you into looking the other way in regards to her record, and looking the other way in regards to the real harm that she's done to black folks and continues to do. And while Kamala Harris herself does not consider herself to be a black woman, she does know that there's a very active voting bloc in this country who would be willing to mobilize for a black candidate who pretends to be on their side. So here she is going on, going, oh, I've got some black ancestry, don't you know? Well, so does Alexandria Cortez, but at least Alexandria Cortez has the decency to say that doesn't make me black. Well, at least as far as for purposes of demographics goes. But if she thought the reparations would become a reality and that she had to claim black ancestry to do it, all of a sudden she'd bring that out. Well, I got some black ancestors, but that doesn't make me black. Kamala Harris is perpetrating a fraud. This is not some comeback that she's on the way to, but the white media is hoping to reinflate the burst balloon of her political dreams. We got to make it clear that when the black media exposes someone, we stomp on your campaign, that means it stays stomped. And no, we're not going to let the white media just claim on their own authority that Kamala Harris is back. Oh, she had a stellar showing and all this. No, you ain't going to be tricking black folks into thinking, oh, she criticized Joe Biden. Actually, she didn't really criticize him. She just did the hearts thing, the whole, do you feel my pain? I was hurt. I was really hurt. Oh, it was so painful for you to, oh, God, she's doing that white glove word professional courtesy stuff. Can't be busting up Joe Biden too badly. After all, it's all of us insiders against these black outsiders. That's the game Kamala Harris is playing. She's pretending to give voice to what black people think about Joe Biden's record without actually pointing out the fact that when it comes to children being separated from their parents, you ain't got to go to the border to find that, and you ain't didn't have to wait for Donald Trump to separate children from their parents. Kamala Harris was doing it long before Trump. And at least Donald Trump doesn't laugh and howl about it. He doesn't sit there and guffaw and laugh like some sort of mad scientist. Kamala Harris does. Talking about separating families, Kamala Harris, she thinks is the funniest thing on earth. This is the evil that we're up against here. White supremacy chooses these demented, degenerate minds in order to try to unleash them on us. This is what we're up against. We face an evil greater than any the world has ever known. And make no mistake, white supremacy is stronger than any evil that's ever existed before. But it is not stronger than us. Black empowerment is the cure to white supremacy, but we have to be aggressive about administering it. We cannot wait for the white media to discover religion. They are the mouthpiece of official white power. The white media will try to see if they can reach enough black people with their media reach in order to lie to them and tell them, no, you can, look, Kamala Harris is taking on Joe Biden, and that means something. Hey, you heard those new voices of black media that were skinning the hide off of Joe Biden? Well, Kamala Harris is saying some similar things, kind of, sort of, around the way, or kind of beating around the bush about it, doing an end run, more or less. But she's kind of, sort of talking about it, so that means you're going to vote for it, right? That's what they're trying to do. If we don't confront these scumbags with their record, no one's going to do it. If we do not get in their faces and stay in their faces, no one else is going to do it. By we, I mean all of us. There's no way that any one voice of black media can be in all places at all times. But with a properly motivated and mobilized B1 brigade, nobody has to be. None of us has to be. We just have to know that as soon as these clowns come to somewhere within our vicinity, out comes the cell phone cameras. By the way, for future reference, make sure that you hold your cell phone camera sideways. The image will be about the size of a postage stamp if you just hold it up vertically. Make sure that the phone is held horizontally. This is not something that's simply being seen on Twitter or being seen on Instagram. This is something the whole world can see, but you got to be ready and you got to do it right. Let's show people that we're a new breed. So get your cell phone camera out and turn it sideways. And ask the tough questions and let them know we ain't going away. You will be told about these reparations. You will be told about your reprehensible record. We are not fooled and we're not relenting. We're not giving up and we ain't shutting up. And we're damn sure not sitting down. You are going to be followed. You are going to be questioned. And you're going to be humiliated by your record. And since you decide you're digging in your heels for white supremacy, that's going to come out too. All of it is. It is not the job of the white media to confront these political frauds. That's our job. It's not the job of the white media to promote reparations, to promote tangibles, to make sure that we firmly define foundational black Americans so that people like Kamala Harris don't get to claim to be one of us. It is our job to define us, not theirs. And they will try to define us because that's what power is. It's the ability to define yourself and to define your relationship to those around you in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. They're trying to push back. They saw that we are asserting ourselves. We're defining ourselves and in the process robbing white supremacy of one of the essential pillars of its power, the ability to define its relationship to us and them. And that means they get to define who we are because we've accepted it. But there are those of us who are agitating and saying we accept this no longer. And it don't matter how many bootlicks you get from the old black media or how many civil rights retreads you trot out like John Lewis and Negro Jim Clyburn. And it doesn't matter how many of these desiccated, decaying black fossils like the NAACP, yet another professional do-nothing organization. It doesn't matter how many of them you trot out. The black media has been reborn. The new voices of black media are here. Completely and thoroughly unsanctioned and unappointed. Thank you, Kamala. So that's what I think about the Democratic primary debates. That's what I think about the ones that have taken place. Complete fraud, waste of time is why I didn't bother wasting it. There was nothing to see here. And Kamala Harris's pathetic attempt to try to resurrect her campaign isn't going to work because ultimately the white media doesn't have the ability to define whether or not black folks turn out in numbers. increasingly it's the black media that does that. And Kamala Harris, we're not supporting her in a million years. The white media has the ability to praise her, but they don't have the ability to elect her. Originally, I was going to do the year in review, but Jason Black already beat me to it, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a short video this evening so that we can put an emphasis on the year in preview. What's ahead of us for 2020? First thing is we're going to keep our eye on the ball, and that ball is tangibles. Reparations is only part of tangibles. Tangibles is the big picture. Reparations is part of it. And I've been saying this for years. Even if slavery had never happened, we would still be pushing for our tangibles. Because as citizens of this country, we're supposed to get a share of the society that we keep paying taxes and doing work for the building of. And this seems to be a difficult thing for a lot of black folks to wrap our minds around. They think that reparations is the end-all and be-all, and it's not. Go ahead and get that tattooed on the underside of your eyelids if you have to. Even if slavery had never happened, we would still be due tangibles by benefit of the fact that we are here. Reparations is part of a far larger, far more important goal, which is tangibles. Tangibles is what we're supposed to get every freaking day. We are owed reparations because we built this country, and white supremacy robbed us of what we should have gotten for our hard work. We are due tangibles, however, simply by benefit of the fact that we're citizens, we pay taxes, and we have a right to make the most of our lives in the society that we live in. We have a right to be able to take total advantage of the formal opportunities that exist. And this ought to be our focus in all arenas of our lives, especially when it comes to people outside the black community. If you're not one of the people, one of the former slaves who laid the foundation of this country, in that case, then, when we're dealing with you, it's going to be a matter of strictly business, because that's what it is when they deal with us. We are going to continue our efforts to reinforce the brainwashing, washing our minds of the conditioning that white supremacy subjected us to. We have no stomach and no patience for any black codependents still running around here trying to figure out how to be everybody's friend, and we want to have alliances, and we're trying to get everybody to like us hell, give me my tangibles, and I don't care what you think about me. We have a right to our fair share of the world because we established it, and we have a right to our fair share of this country's bounty because we built it. And it's time in 2020 that we put the pedal to the metal to make it clear we're totally unapologetic about reminding people of this fact, and we are not going to let anyone forget that fact, and we're not going to let anyone talk around that fact. You see, in 2015, while some people were trying to focus on pimping their documentary, they wanted to be Emmy-nominated producers. What was happening over here at B1 with the black media was we were telling everybody that Donald Trump is announcing his candidacy, and if the Democrats don't step up with some tangibles, we're going to sit on our hands come election day. See, that's what was going on in the black media in 2015. We weren't over here trying to figure out how do we get the white media to notice us. We were talking about how is it that we're going to be forwarding our people's tangible interests. That's what dominated the discussion here, before other folks erroneously were added to the news cycle, and we will continue pushing for this and continue taking the hard line. We are not trying to figure out how do we slide our way back to the ballot box. No, it's a matter of you got to incentivize the black vote. We're going to condition and train these bastards to understand. No tangibles, no vote. That doesn't mean we're going to be sitting on our hands waiting to see if either of the two major parties does right. What it means is we're going to be letting our people know we're supposed to be taking complete control of the levers of power. We are not at all sitting back waiting to see if the Democrats are going to bring along either a policy or a candidate that is acceptable to us. We are driving forward with our interest in making sure that it's our individuals who are going to be in charge of local politics. And that's what's going to be happening in 2020. We're intensifying those efforts. So those of you out there in the B1 Brigade, those of you out there who are as sick and tired of the status quo as we are, if you're looking and going, you know what? I'm willing to say tangibles for those slaves who built this country. I'm willing to get out here and say what hasn't been said. I'm willing to do some political pioneering for black empowerment and be unapologetic about it. If that's what if you think you got the spine for it and you're not on some bull jive, you're not trying to figure out how to make yourself useful to the Democrats, then 2020 is the year for you to stand up and step forward. In 2019, we got in the bastards' faces. Whether it was the political candidates on the road or the producer of political propaganda like Harriet, we showed that we have the ability, the willingness, and the nerve to get in their faces and let them know you did wrong, you messed up, and now we own you. Gina Yashir thought that she was going to get away with trashing us. She thought that she would throw a rock and hide her hands and White Daddy would run interference for her, but we showed her, nah, we can get in your face too, but we're going to go beyond getting in the bastards' faces. Now what's going to happen is we're going to be using the levers of power, we're going to be seizing them, and we're going to be showing people that we can invade the very spaces that white supremacy thought was exclusively theirs. The black agenda is not going to be left to chance. We are going to be forcing it upon this country because that's the only thing that white supremacy understands. White supremacy doesn't understand words. White supremacy doesn't understand reason. Something that you hear the right wing nuts saying all the time is that this world is not governed by truth or justice. Of course not. It's under white supremacy. But what they say is that it is governed by force. And that being the case, we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of muscle behind the message. What is going to be 2020 under black empowerment? In a word, escalation. The rhetoric is going to be escalated. And the advocacy is going to be heightened and escalated. And getting in the bastards' faces is going to be escalated. The next person who I intend to be focusing on is Elizabeth Warren. I do not believe that Bernie Sanders is going to go all the way. The main reason why is the dude's had a heart attack, and even if the human gaffe machine, Jim Crow Joe Biden, is too incompetent to keep Bernie Sanders from getting the nomination, you better believe Trump is going to be beating that heart attack like a drum. He's going to be reminding people, he ain't got the heart for it. It's just a fact. Yeah, Bernie Sanders, he's okay when he's not saying stupid stuff, but the truth of the matter is, it has to be said, he doesn't have the heart for it. And believe me, he doesn't have the heart for it. You don't see me running for president after a heart attack. See, I'm healthy as a horse. Bernie over here, he could drop dead any minute now. I mean, that's just, the attack ads write themselves. And besides, as the pressure mounts Bernie, if he's already had one heart attack, it's going to be a matter of, he's going to wind up like Hillary Clinton. Hope old boy doesn't have a coronary on stage during the debates, but it's in the cards. Let's just be honest about it. But family, we're going to be getting in these doggone candidates' faces. We're going to be making it a point to be finding out where their campaign appearances are at, where their rallies are at, where their little town halls are at. And it's a matter of, we're not just going to have it where you got Tom Steyer doing a blink and you'll miss it. I know some of you have been out there saying, cut the check. Nah, you've been hearing the message, Tom, but the problem is you ain't been listening. And we are going to establish that we are going to be at the center of American politics. I feel rather like that scene from the movie Malcolm X, 1965, where Malcolm pointed out that 1965 promised to be an explosive year on the racial front. And he wanted to elucidate for everybody his position in the racial struggle. That's what we're doing. 2020 is going to be a pivotal year. The last 10 years has been the decade of decision. And that phrase gets kicked around a lot. People say about the 1980s, the 1990s, such. People kick around the phrase, the decade of decision. Well, that's what it was for former slaves in this country. The last 10 years, the 2000 teens, or whatever you want to call them, the second decade of 21st century, this was a decade of decision for us. And we made the right decision. We are moving in the right direction. And we are showing that we not merely have the will, but we also got the focus. But now what we have to show is that we have the consistency, we have the persistence. Our enemies are expecting us to slack off at this point. They're expecting if they just drown us out with impeachment nonsense, just all this babble and distraction, that we'll get caught up in the shuffle and all this tangibles talk will go away and things will return to what they always have been. No, we got to show these bastards this is the new normal. We're the ones driving the events, not them.
Black empowerment is not held hostage to the white news cycle. This particular movement, this particular drive for what we're supposed to have is independent of the white media. It existed before the white media was willing to own up to it, before the white media was willing to admit that we were here, and it's going to continue long after the white media begins their no doubt hyper-aggressive air war against us. That's one thing that you notice the Republicans and Democrats are in complete agreement about. Can't agree about much, but what do the Democrats say? These guys are bots, and these guys work for the Russians. And what do the Republicans say? These guys are black identity extremists. Yeah, the left and the right can both agree on one thing. Black empowerment must be stopped. And that brings us to the second thing that's going to be happening in 2020. We got to clean house and clean house hard. We had a horrible incident in 2019 where you had white power attempting to hijack the movement. How do you hijack a movement? You get some operatives slithered in. Let them talk a little bit of that stuff like the movement. Let them be counterfeit members of the movement. And then out of nowhere, it's all about baby bonds, and it's all about feminism, and it's all about voting down ballot. Don't worry about the top of the ticket. We'll get you next election cycle. But first, we got to get you back into the habit of voting again. Even though you ain't going to get a damn thing. Get your vote for nothing again. So what we showed is, nope, you're not going to do what you did in the 70s. Bring in your own counterfeit, pretend, facsimile knockoffs of the movement, and you'll have the white media signal boost them, and apparently that's supposed to fracture the movement. Nah, the ones who decided they would chase after lies, that's just separating the wheat from the chaff. The people who were susceptible to lies and just decided that they would not think, they broke the very first tenet of Black First. The first tenet of Black First is mind control. Control your mind. And if you are weak-minded, then you ain't built for this, you won't be part of this. That's what we're carrying into 2020 with us. No stowaways on the freedom train. That's how this works. Ain't gonna be no stowaways here. We're checking everybody's freaking tickets. And if we look at that ticket, or if you sitting there going, I ain't got a ticket, but I got the ticket.
Hello, sailor. Stay there. Listen, you've pulled all the stops for us over here, and don't think it's gone unnoticed. Now, I'd like you to take my motor for keeps. Shedding worldly attachments, innit? And today, my life is your game. Piece of bloody history there. Keys are inside. You are welcome.
True advocates of the black community. Because not everybody who's out here talking pro-black is actually pro-black. A lot of them are just for themselves. A disproportionate number of these people running around, as we've seen, they have not been pro-black at all. They've been at best, and I put best in quotes, pro-forma. Look it up. But we're not allowing any charlatans, any fakers, frauds, or phonies. We're not allowing any make-believe here. And family, you gotta put your freaking thinking cap on. Part of Black First is we don't need people who need to be told every little thing. You already know who it is and what it's gotta be. We need strong-minded people. And not everyone who's trying to talk like us is with us. You want to find out the easiest way to know? Look at how these people regard our master teachers. Look at how they regard the people who paved the way for who and what we are today. You got people who try to cast aspersions on the Dr. John Henry Clarks, on the Dr. Joseph Benyakinans, on the Francis Cress Welsings, on the Claude Andersons, on the Ivan Van Sertimas. You know, when somebody tries to claim that somebody like a Dr. John Henry Clark is a pseudoscientist like Henry Skip the Gates Truth called him, the damned insult of that, coming from a true pseudo-scholar, an idiot who said that America was a post-racial country after Obama got elected, and just to show you how much Skip the Truth Gates knew, not sooner than Obama got elected, the real America came into Skip Gates' home and arrested him. Well, so much for a real scholar like Henry Skip the Truth Gates. We see how much he knows, but there's a lot of people who still ride with that clown.
And there are others who have the nerve to say that our grandmaster teachers, that their teachings and their philosophies and theories and that their following is more like a cult. No, a cult is brain dead and follows after a person. We are strong-minded, and that being the case, only a sound argument moves us. There's no individual, and there's no arrangement of words that's going to get to us. We don't follow after a particularly clever turn of phrase. I can do a clever turn of phrase on my own. I don't need anyone else for that. I'm going to look at your ideas. I'm also going to look at you and see whether or not everything lines up. And if I find that you've been out here spitting on our grandmaster teachers, if I find that you're making it a habit to try to discredit and discount our master teachers, if I look and see that you're out here trying to bring all sorts of false doctrine among our people, things that I know are going to be politically dysfunctional, things that are going to disrupt the internal cohesion of our internal politics, if I look and see that, what's going to happen is we're going to look and go, okay, we got an agent right here. Got an agent right here. And family, you're supposed to be doing the same doggone thing. There is no amount of betting, there is no particular quality of betting that the black media does that you are not capable of doing yourself. But unfortunately, too many black folks, I guess we're just eager to see someone who says the truth, that anybody can come along and pretend that they're doing it, and here we go. That ain't good enough, family. And a lot of you out there, if you see the white media put somebody on, I keep telling you, if the white media keeps making it a habit to mention certain people and to put folks on, that's your first clue that the white media is pointing out this is an agent. See, that's the white media's power. Their power is their megaphone. They don't have the ability to persuade, but they do have the ability to hammer you over the head and see if a Pavlovian response kicks in. All too often, it does. So in 2020, what's going to happen is the stowaways who've been on the Freedom Train were showing you the door. And it ain't just the ones who have been out there clearly trying to figure out how to get on the payroll of white supremacy. A lot of you folks out there who have been faking the funk, who have been pretending like you're like this, but truth be told, you have been, for your own reasons, harboring anger and resentment against black empowerment. Perhaps you have some petty little grievance that you've got with some of the new voices of black media. Those folks, guess what? You're going to be in the same position as these other fakers who had to be left at the door in 2019. Jason's been saying it for years, and it's as true now as it was then. Not everybody who made it to 2017 with us was going to make it to 2018. And not everybody who made it to 2018 was going to make it to 2019, and not everybody who made it to 2019 would be making it to 2020. We are not kidding here. We are in a fight for our survival, a fight that up until now we've been largely losing. And it's also because, as the Black Panthers told Jason, one of the biggest mistakes, in fact, the biggest mistake that they made was that they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't vet people, and they did not make sure that they ran out the agents first before they started making major moves. A lot of people thought that it was very cruel and very hard-hearted. A lot of people were whining and complaining when, as the police executions and lynchings of black people ramped up in the second half of the Obama administration, you had a lot of black folks who didn't understand why Jason and myself were saying that, hey, if you got these Negroes who are out here talking this forgive stuff, where they cannot say that the killing of their loved one was racial, then we're not doing anything for them. We're demanding that black people be on code. Oh, isn't that dangerous for us? Their silent complicity, or they're otherwise giving a wink and a nod to white supremacy because they're thinking to themselves that they're going to get some money from the city. That's a far bigger threat than anything that we could do. So we're demanding, we have a right to demand that black people be on code. If you're going to be part of a group, the group has to have standards, and those standards must be adhered to. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing? So the black folks who were out there, as we saw in 2019 in Dallas, both of John's family was told, nah, y'all, we ain't letting y'all get no money. We've been telling you that the white supremacists were going to be cutting off that lawsuit lottery stuff, and these Negroes, they thought, they wouldn't do that. They just did. One of the things that's been going on the last 10 years is black folks were thinking that every time a black person got shot, we're supposed to get out there and go hard in the paint for them. We're supposed to be putting on the cape for them. And we said, there's not to be conditions for that. No, there's conditions for white supremacy. No, there are conditions for black people too. We We are not merely going to be talking about our value system. We're going to be enforcing that value system, and the enforcement starts within the group. It starts within the group. A lot of black folks did not understand that, did not like that, because too many black people are ambivalent when it comes to rules. Well, only if the rules are coming from other black people. If you got some black folks who are trying to instill some discipline and who are trying to instill some order, well, unfortunately, black folks will look and go, who are you? Who you think you are? I'll do what I want to do. No, we cannot just do what we want to do. There's going to be rules, and the rules ain't going to be come up. I'm looking for a come up. That's how you kick the door open for a Benjamin Mushmouth Crump or a Mushmouth Moore or a Sleaze Merritt. That's how those vipers are allowed to slither into our community. That's how they're allowed to get close to us. Because you got black folks out there who apparently think that their little dumb half-baked hustling is somehow a substitute for having values and for being on, and as far as I'm concerned, being on code doesn't even matter. We're teaching black folks that, yeah, it does. Because you're going to be standing out there in front of those cameras by yourself wondering where the black community's at. The black community is looking for some Negroes who actually want the community support, and not some bottom feeders looking for a come-up. Individuals who, like Stephon Clark, they'll be out there talking that dumb stuff about the
Merriweather, because security is a private matter. What can I do for you? Thank you for your business. Your munitions are on the way.
For his own brother as a human sacrifice, as long as he gets to hug something blonde-haired, blue-eyed, even if that's the creature that killed him. No, we are making it where on code is actually being enforced. And black people are going to be conditioned now that if you're off code, what it also means is you're off our radar. You're not going to have any support. You're not going to be having anybody out here saying, oh, we should speak up or something ought to be done. No, it's going to be, we'll go ahead and note what happened because it's noteworthy, but that's as far as it's going. We have to teach black people from the inside out what the rules are. We have to teach them what it means to be on code and what the consequences are if you're off code. That's something that had to be established in 2019, and we're carrying it to 2020, and we're going to go even harder with it. Black folks who are thinking to themselves that they're going to hide behind the casket of a black person who was unjustly killed, that's not going to be any sort of guarantee of black support any longer, nor should it be. So those of you who've been playing the game of trying to figure out how to run interference for the agents and saying, oh, brother, y'all need to knock it off. We just need to all get along. No, I ain't trying to get along with no agents. We keep falling for that every freaking time. That's what happened in the Haitian Revolution. After the Haitian Revolution was over, you had people going, oh, we can't be fighting each other. Why? We just got through fighting the French. Yeah, don't do anything about these mulatto Negroes, these turncoats who are trying to figure out how to get in good with Francois and the boys back in Paris. Instead, we need to all just have a nice little kumbaya and don't ask any questions and don't fight for any sort of values or standards and let the old life return. That's what they're really saying. So anytime you see somebody saying, oh, it's sad that y'all is fighting, you're supposed to contend and fight for your part of the world. You're supposed to be contending and fighting for the truth. The truth cannot just be the truth. It must also be told, but it must also be defended too, because there are always those who are attempting to drive a dagger into the heart of truth with nothing but lies. So don't tell me that I need to sit on my hands or that I need to bite my tongue while I see all sorts of lies being promoted to the people. Forget that. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to speak up and continue speaking up. Because my people are worthy of the truth. They've been denied the truth for far too long. All of these little undercover agent advocates, that's the reason why this is a good thing that's going on. We need to have these times when the people who really weren't with this expose themselves. We find out who truly was black first and who basically was here for some other purpose. This is not politically oriented entertainment, and it's not a game or a joke. And the foundation of all black empowerment is one generation to the next, reestablishing that quintessential African tradition, which is that the dead don't die as long as the living continue in their footsteps. And that's the reason why the foundation of everything we do comes back to our grandmaster teachers. That's the reason why we invoke their name. themselves. You see, these other people from these other groups, they have true reverence for their elders. Elders being the ones who actually contributed to their well-being, who promoted the power of their group, not a bunch of old folk. I don't go to the old folks home and go, these are our elders. Nah, just because you made it to Social Security age, that don't make you an elder. It just makes you an old person. You gotta earn the title of elder. And once you've earned the title of elder, what that means is we revere and respect you because of what you have done for your people. We understand the fact that a people who do not defend their advocates will not have any advocates. We have to have people who we can look at and say, these are the ones who have shown us the way. These are the people we revere because they did it right, and we will prosper by their example. When you have a group of people who have been conditioned and who have taught themselves to not stand up for their advocates, to not stand up for their true elders, who teach themselves that it's okay to allow others to downgrade and discredit the people who came before you, who stood up for you before you were even born, who told the truth before you were even born. When you decide that it's okay for people to trample all over your history and all over your historical antecedents, then what's going to happen is you've given them permission and the green light to trample all over you. If you do not stand up for your forefathers and foremothers who actually did the work, the ones who actually did it right, I'm talking about the ones who brought you the knowledge, who made sure to teach you the knowledge properly, who made themselves into a living example. If you do not stand up for these grand foremothers and forefathers of ours, then what you are saying to your enemy, what you're showing your enemy is you do not value the people who were they were your living image before you were even born. They were you before you even came along. They understand. See, these other groups, they understand that because nobody came along and decided that they were going to completely and thoroughly devalue them as human beings and separate them from the definition of human. So no, we're not going to be playing the game of somebody gets to spit on our grandmaster teachers. They get to spit on our advocates. They get to spit on the people who have been doing it right and who taught us how to do it right and taught us the way. And we're just going to look and go, well, we got a difference of opinion. Nah, difference of opinion, my foot. We're not going to allow any slithering vipers on the sidelines to start hissing lies and going, there's plenty of room for multitudes of views. We can't just be one. Don't bring me that crap. I ain't swallowing that garbage. White supremacy is waging a race war against us, and in every war there's two sides, the right side and the wrong side. We've already had some high-profile charlatans who made sure to show everybody what side they stand on. They were trying to be disruptors, and the only thing that happened was they disrupted their own little would-be hustle. They disrupted their own operation. We've made an example of those who thought that they were going to be disrupting us from the inside out. We have made an example of those who figured that black empowerment was going to be undermined from within. We have effectively identified them, isolated them, and exiled them. And that's what happens when you have a group who is serious about their power. When you have a group who makes it clear we stand on principle. And we are not going to be giving any sort of shorts to those who decide that they are going to trample upon our principles. The day and age of allowing for people to come along and just spit on those who are important to us, to spit on our icons, to spit on our grandmaster teachers, to spit on our advocates, and then it's a matter of when we sit down and break bread with you anyway, to hell with that. The day and age of people being allowed to confuse our internal politics with all sorts of white supremacist noise, and they're bringing all kinds of garbage that ain't gonna work, and they get to use our terminology until the time comes for them to inevitably pimp it. The day for us allowing these strategies to keep getting used against us is over. And if you're one of the people who goes for the liars because the lies tickled your ears and you like that, well, guess what? You're going to. Black empowerment is for the strong-minded. Black empowerment is for the uncompromising. So what lies ahead for us in 2020? Same as we've been doing. We're going to stay on the path. We're going to stay the course. The goal here is to make sure that we hit the reset button hard. We're going to continue to condition people to understand that the former slaves' eyes have opened, but more importantly, the former slaves have found some steel in their spines. And no, you're not going to be sending some interlopers to try to lead us off course, because there is a resurgent and strident black media on the march to make sure that our people stay on the path. A black media that's not going to make excuses for those who come in here talking the wrong way, thinking the wrong way, and doing things the wrong way. We know what needs to be done. We've always known. Now what's happening is we're making it mandatory to do it. So family, you make sure that you keep your eyes and ears open. When you have people who think that it's okay, trying to make excuses for spitting on our icons, that's not one red flag, that's 3 red flags. When you got people who are trying to bring us all sorts of doctrine that has no place and is completely incompatible with black empowerment, I don't give a damn how much of a lip service they may give to the principles of Black First. I don't care how much lip service they may give to our talking points, how much they may try to imitate our rhetoric. You may have the words, but the question is, do you have the deeds to go along with them? You may know what the words are, but my question is, are you actually embracing the ideology? Because what's going to happen is, I already know what the good white liberals have told their black bootlicks. We know exactly what the white liberals have taught. So what's going to happen is we're going to go ahead and turn those sacred cows to hamburger. We're going to watch as at first you try to put up a brave front. Okay, I'm not very bothered, but we're going to keep on grinding on you, because that's what we've been doing for over a decade. That's the reason why we keep coming back. When we use phrases like bastard baby makers, when we point out the people who are low information do-nothings, that's why we keep harping on those things. People who are more concerned with the alphabet agenda than they are a black agenda. We keep harping on those things because we know that if we do it long enough, sooner or later you're going to crack. They always do. Bootlicks are not strong-minded at all. They got linguini spines. So all we got to do is keep kicking and keep hacking and slashing away at their little sacred cows, and sooner or later they're going to speak up because they have to. And that's when they identify themselves. You know, when it comes to certain organizations who will go nameless, when they think that they might have an informant, or just as a form of informant insurance, one of the things that they'll do is they'll tell a new would-be recruit, a new would-be adherent, nobody's going to trust you unless you got some dirt on your hands. You got to put in some work. We got to see some sweat on that brow. And this agent, this informant, this government agent, they're going to be looking and going, well, I can't do that. Why? That would be against the rules that white supremacy tells me I have to enforce. Well, I can't do that. It's like, as soon as you do that, okay, that's what we thought. We thought you were an agent. We got to be serious about this, family. So, going into 2020, we're going to be focusing our efforts on Elizabeth Warren next. And be sure you're going to have the usual idiots trying these guys are Republicans. Yeah, because we sit here telling black folks to vote for Donald Trump. How many times have I told black people to vote for Donald Trump? Nobody says to vote for Trump, but they'll keep doing it because it's the only lie that they've got. They don't have any new material. And they invalidate themselves the more that they say it, because it's obvious to everyone what it is that we truly stand for. But what we're going to be standing against is all of the anti-black racism that has gone unanswered for a century and a half. Finally, we're going to be giving a reply, and that reply is going to be forceful. Those of you who are looking at the political landscape and thinking that maybe it's time for some of these B1 advocates to start doing some pioneering in politics, this is the time for you to be getting your paper and pencil together and start crunching the numbers. How many dollars do you need? It's usually not more than a few thousand. Typically, if you got between $5,000 and $10,000, and usually not more than $6,000, you can get yourself on the city council in most cities that you're in, especially if you burn up a lot of shoe leather and start finding out how many votes do I need. Most people do not vote on election day. And And if you look at the record of whatever councilman or alderman or whatever county commissioners in your area, you usually find that they have the same number of people who turn out each and every time. But if you look at the number of eligible voters, especially in the black areas, you'll find that most of the people stay at home. This happens to be a very golden hour for us to step forward and present a real alternative. It reminds me of something that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. If you take contaminated water and put it in front of somebody, you know, lead water that's got lead deposits in it, people will drink it if they're thirsty enough. But if you offer them an alternative, offer them some pure water, give them the alternative, they'll go for that. Don't believe it? The black media stands as a living example of that truth. Whatever happened to Roly-Poly Martin? We sent the bastard packing. Whatever happened to Melissa Harris Lacewell von Steubenberg round the world in 80 Days Harris? We sent her packing. What happened to Joy Reid? Delegitimized, exposed. What happened to Don Lemonade? Well, what's happened to him is he's realizing that basically he's the last Negro standing at CNN, and well, there's no point in him trying to pretend as if he's going to be talking black. Ain't nobody buying it. See, the black media presented a real alternative to the people, and the people have accepted it. Go and do likewise. You are not alone, so don't play the game of, oh, I can't find nobody to build with. You take this message, and what you'll find very quickly is there's been a lot of people who have been waiting for someone to stand up and to champion black first. And when you do, you're going to find that you had support you didn't even know you had. But it starts with you. You got to take that first step. In 2020, we're not making excuses for what we can't do. We're not making excuses for what we haven't done. 2020 is going to be the year that we step up our efforts, where white supremacy is going to find that we're not stepping on their toes, we're stepping on white supremacy's non-existent cojones. We're no longer breathing down their necks. Now we're going to be staring the bastards in the face. What we did last year with the presidential candidates, what we did last year with Gina Yashir, what we did last year with Deborah Martin Chase, this is going to be setting the tone for 2020. We're going to make it a point that these bastards are not going to be allowed to anymore spit on us or anymore decide that they're going to be slapping us in the face and then just walking off and, oh, well, I guess that's that. No more. You better believe all these things are going to be coming to a head. You better believe that. And we're going to be ready for it. 2020 is going to be the year that Black First escalates. Are the only ones we're dealing with? They have an entire... Yeah, I know you've been waiting. Now, before we begin this evening's video address, if you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. Now, that said... To place a people under military subjugation is one thing, but to keep them there for the long haul, that's an entirely different horse of another color. And under white supremacy, this is what's happened with us. You see, if you're going to keep people under subjugation for the long haul, you got to do it from the inside. Outside subjugation, external oppression, it's too obvious, and it makes it where the people have a singular enemy that they can focus their will against. What you've got to do is you've got to get them to become collaborators in their own oppression. And how do you do that? Well, you got to get a few of their own to help sell them up the river. You got to get a few of their own to help actively, knowingly take part in the oppression of their group. This is where the enemies within come into play. This is the part that the enemies within play under white supremacy when it comes to subjugating black people in this country and around the world. Now, although everybody's got their own particular number of how many there are, the enemies within can, broadly speaking, be lumped into three categories. You've got the political media operatives. These are the CopMala Harris and Roly-Poly types. They're the ones who basically, if they're not the children of immigrants, they're certainly the children of career bootlicks, people whose families have basically been collaborating with white supremacy since forever. There seems to be no shortage of them. And these are the ones who are hoping the white supremacy is going to give them a job. They're the ones, I mean, all the bootlicks, all of the enemies within are hoping the white supremacy is going to give them something, some crumbs off the table. But the political media operatives, these are the ones who are hoping the white supremacy is going to assign them a political post and go ahead and float them some white donor dollars so they can keep it. These are the ones who are also wanting to make sure that white supremacy gives them a job at some media company. Roly-Poly's been auditioning for a new job ever since CNN cut him from his old one. And if they can't get a full-time gig on some white cable station or some white supremacist publication like the New York Slimes, then what they'll do is they'll at the very least want to have some sort of guest spot. Let me be the occasional panel contributor, quote-unquote, or the occasional guest columnist. That's enough to satisfy most of these enemies within, long as there's the occasional, if not steady, paycheck for them. Why, Corinne Stud-Pierre is a butt-kisser par excellence, but before she became some know-nothing White House communicator, her Twitter feed has a picture of her with her two benefactors on it, but it's what you see from her last year that says a lot. NBC's website did a little story about her last year, and in it, she was bragging that she's never had to apply for a job. Why? In her chosen line of work, ever since I started doing this white media thing, I've never had to apply for a job. And you'll notice that the story has a picture of her with Mika the Bigot Brzezinski. Talk about truth in advertising. But as we all know, Corinne Stud-Pierre happens to be Haitian, and she's LGBTQ, etc., etc. So this woman actually thinks that what little that she's gotten from white supremacy, she thinks that the steady employment on again, off again, I should say, that she's been allowed under white supremacy is because she's so smart or because of her connections. She actually believes that crap. See, these are the kind of lies that the enemies within have to tell themselves. These black bootlicks, these are the lies they got to tell themselves. She says that the most important weapon that she has is her Rolodex. Because she's made so many contacts over the years. White supremacy already marked her as being a willing, compliant tool. It wasn't because she was so smart or that she's got contacts. It's because they know a freaking sellout when they see one. Just like with Roly-Poly, they let Corinne Stud-Pierre's family in because they knew that this woman was going to be working against us, and indeed she has. As far as they're concerned, okay, as long as she continues to scream the lies and be sure to deflect and dodge and use her melanin in order to be a shield, an image shield to hide behind to sell white supremacy's lies, we'll go ahead and throw some crumbs. She thinks it because somehow she's good. That somehow she's earned her position when it was handed to her, like everything else under white supremacy. The system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that the white supremacists and a number of their non-white collaborators happen to have in place. That's the glue that holds white supremacy together. And I found it very interesting that she would use that phrase, that the most important weapon she's got is her Rolodex. Now, if that little expression sounds familiar, it should. I told you last year during Kamala Harris's damn-to-fail presidential run about how the New York Times ran a story about Kamala Harris's so-called secret weapon. And what was Kamala Harris's secret weapon? Her sorority. You see, these clowns, they don't even have enough sense to switch up the talking points. Kamala Harris's secret weapon? I've got some contacts in some do-nothing sorority. And Corinne Stud-Pierre, I've got contacts in the white media and in white political circles. Yeah, they don't even bother to change up the talking points. This is what the bootlicks are proud of. They can't be proud of anything they've done. They have no accomplishments. They have no achievements. That is, unless you call being low-down Willie Brown's side piece an achievement or an accomplishment. And for Corinne Stud-Pierre, God only knows what the hell she's done. The less said about that, the better. But you see, the bootlicks don't have any real skills. The enemies within who have been collaborating with white supremacy, these turncoats who have been working against the black community's interests, they don't have any actual skills, and they know this. These guys know that it's certainly not what they know,
little crumbs white supremacies flipped off the tables for them. They understand that full well. They obey what white power tells them to do, and they get a pat on the head most of the time. And if they're very, very lucky, if they do some real dirt and tell some real lies, they might get a couple of crumbs. Simone Sanders lied through her butt teeth, claiming that Joe Biden wasn't responsible for the hyper-incarceration that followed the 94 crime bill. Why? That was the states. And when she got checked on it, well, you know, the states just didn't do it the right way. That's what that was. You gotta lie and lie big, because you gotta show that you're gonna get out there and be the crash dummy for white supremacy. That's the cost of getting a job in the White House basement, which is where Simone Sanders and Karine Jean-Pierre happen to be relegated to now. I certainly hope that there's not too many rats and dripping pipes downstairs. I hope not too many. But this is what they're about. So when Karine Jean-Pierre talks about her contacts, she's referring to whatever white influence peddler that she's been hoping to get a job from. Do you truly believe that this woman's never had to apply for a job? She just calls somebody up and says, hey, I need some work. Really? You'll notice that that's